Indonesia. Where Bali is. Bali, Jakarta.
It's nice, right? Beaches.
Yeah, there's beaches.
Yeah.
That's how I picture
Like
it.
13,000 islands.
Oh, I want to go.
Big archipelago.
Yeah,
I
you need
love
to go lay out.
Better than the Philippines?
it. Might be, yeah.
Oh my god, I want to go.
Indonesia probably rivals the Philippines in terms of beaches. Probably even like not as like bleached out corals and stuff.
Okay. How'd you know I was going to Nora's birthday party?
Because I saw on the RSVP.
Okay.
The RSVP, it said Bobby Lee. I said, unless there's another one.
Good.
You know, I just assumed.
So you met him at 17, and you went to Indonesia,
Yeah.
and you went. Was there a hug?
There was no hug. We were very like nervous. It's like meeting a stranger again, you know, right? And we were also sad that we were separated, so we just didn't really talk. And then he was like, "I have a whole itinerary planned out." You know, he had so much planned out, including the water park.
Oh.
He said, "I won't go to the water park on Wednesday." I said, "Oh my goodness!" I didn't want to tell him I couldn't swim. You know what I mean?
You don't know how to swim?
I was like, "Oh shit, this bitch does not know me." Right?
Wow.
We do not know each other.
Wow. Did
Yeah.
you go to the water park?
I did,
Yeah.
because you know, he was so excited about making up for lost time.
Oh.
Right?
But did you get along as time went on, or what was going on there?
We did. The water park went kind of awry. I ended up hurt because, you know,
no.
it's everything's like anything goes there.
Yeah,
you know, it's not like it's not like, you know, there's
Tested.
It's not tested. It's just people bringing floaties and boats to. Literally, we pulled up because it's Indonesia. The water park is just the ocean.
Wow.
I was like, "This is the ocean, Dad." He said, "Yes, water park, water park." See, so it's like aunties and uncles who bought like devices and stuff, and they kind of put you around and spin you around, and that's the water park.
Wow.
Yeah. So I got hurt, and after that, we had to slow down our roll, and then finally, you know, over like alcohol, we got to know each other.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then now he's a part of your life?
Yes, we're very close now.
Oh, I love it.
That's why I go to Asia a lot whenever I can, and then I learn these, you know, my cultures again. I go, okay, I get gifts for people.
Oh,
I'm all about matcha. It's like I'm like a, you know, like a white guy, right? I'm so into Japanese culture.
Yeah.
So into it.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, me too.
Even in America, it's like, you know, the Sherman Oaks Mall.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like Asian stores down there, and the white people are in there.
Right.
They love the like.
They idolize us now.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, isn't that strange? There's an idolization.
For us, it's a little bit tricky. There still are a lot of like self-hating Filipinos who don't want to admit they're Filipino. I think. But,
Yeah.
like you guys are like.
So the next time
Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, like you guys are.
would you go to the Renaissance Fair with us the next year?
Sure, yeah.
You
As what
and then
character?
you slowly drifted to her. So was that the invite?
Yeah, you too. I don't think you'll go. That's the thing.
So you do Renaissance?
I did it
Fair?
twice this year.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's doing their culture.
Yeah,
No.
no, but we drove. You know how we dress, right?
What do you dress like?
I'm gonna show you.
It has to be accurate to
No,
history.
I'm gonna.
I think so.
Okay.
You can't find this in America?
Oh no, so we got this in Arcadia. Yeah, so you can, yeah.
There's also
Ask them
another.
more.
So this is us at the Renaissance Fair.
Come on, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Where did you buy this? Where did you buy these?
We rented it. There it is. We rented it at a Korean store in Koreatown that Dom hooked us up with.
Incredible.
And this is high end shit. I mean,
This is like you're attending a wedding.
Yeah. And we walked around.
You look like
Like
a pilgrim. You look like a pilgrim
Yeah,
and a Korean father.
Yeah, and
Wow.
people, you know, we did the accents. We told them that our boat crashed, and we ended up in this European city.
I'm
Wow.
so
We really
disgusted
committed
right
to
now by the
our
fact that
goals.
you guys are all
I think
actively
that if you
engaging
look
in this
forward
attempt to
days,
murder me,
Think about it.
that I'm just
Yeah.
going to
Like 20
be
days.
completely
Oh,
fucking
like that.
silent until
You
you're
just
fucking
choose one
arrested,
thing,
ladies
because
and
Angela's
gentlemen.
not Korean, but you made her be
Sorry,
Korean.
whistleblowers. You're not going to have my words of encouragement, so just replay them in your fucking mind. Because at this point, I am so disgusted by each and every one of you that didn't blow the whistle that I am literally
People have hurt them, you can't
this
forget.
close to being like, I would like redacted to be in a car that's going really fast, and then have the redacted make sure that the redacted happens, and the redacted happens, and then everyone will go to the redacted.
We'd be Korean.
Okay, so I'll just be in the background. I'll be like, I also watched the show with these Koreans.
No. But also love
Basically,
it,
if you
in
want
that
me dead,
era
it's
of
not a
clothing,
good thing.
There wasn't oppression by then.
Okay.
It was pre-oppression.
Hey, I'm glad you said it.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I
it was
don't have to.
pre-oppression. Yeah, so you're dressed in Korean.
Okay, well, as long as you quote yourself.
Yeah.
like that.
Would you dress Korean? Or just go naked like the Filipinos did back in the
Hey,
I
just
can't.
go Filipinos. Go Filipinos. Go proud.
Oh no, we'll go hard. But what era of Philippines do you want to dress as, Gil?
Give
Do you
me,
want to do
give me
like the
a decade.
Filipiniana stuff, like
yeah,
the?
give me a historic
Give me a
Filipino
date.
outfit.
Give me-
Listen. There's two. We either go Spanish influence, which is like already fully clothed, or
Yeah.
we go fully like indigenous,
when you were free.
which is
Yeah.
like with a
Yeah.
the.
Can we just all dress with one type of clothing?
But well,
Okay, so you want us all
it
of-
feels weird dressing.
See, he
Korean.
wants all of us to be Korean.
Just everywhere,
I don't.
Why? Because you have a hookup at the Korean store?
No, some black guy was dressed as Ken from Street Fighter. Like, who gives a fuck?
At the
Black
Renaissance.
Yeah, the Renaissance fair.
Bobby,
You know
this is the rule. Black
Yeah,
people
yeah.
can dress as anything,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
right?
okay.
We have to go sideways.
Yeah. I saw a albino white kid dressed as Blanca from Street Fighter. I mean, we can do whatever you want.
Okay, fine. Then yeah, I want that same outfit you have.
We'll go rent it at one place. You wouldn't do it. You refuse. You want?
I want to have.
Give me historic Filipino clothing.
Can you help me open this? So sorry.
Yeah,
No, sir.
Oh,
Thank you. Yes.
how do they put chocolate on the chip?
You know what? That's a good question.
The first time he's had
That's a really
I
good
don't
question.
have your answer.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So you're gonna dress like.
But it's hot.
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's the after the Spaniards took over.
Yeah, this is that. So this is more like Filipiniana stuff.
Can you go before Spaniards? Yeah. That is pretty cool, though.
Yeah,
Thank you. Look at that cross.
pre-colonial Filipino.
Yeah, look at that.
Attire.
Look at that Catholic cross. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that looks
a little
dope.
Spanish.
It's very Spanish, though.
I know, but I don't know if I wanna. I guess cool still.
You know.
Yeah.
Wait, Kalina.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be dipped because it's not dipped.
Oh, you need just one side.
But
You
how do
can still,
You know
can
what?
still take a chip and lay it on melted chocolate,
And then
and then remove it.
No.
No,
try to make
I think I just gave you a logical answer and you're rejecting it.
Why don't we try to make some next time? You do a cooking show and we make these.
Okay, we'll do it again.
Chocolate is hot. It's melted.
I know, but it doesn't
Okay.
take long for it to not be
But
melted.
how? Like,
Put it in a
are these
fridge.
people doing it or is it machine?
Maybe
Either way,
It's a
doable.
machine.
It's doable.
You think it's a machine?
Yeah.
That is too much.
but I get it. I'm also anti-machine. Okay? I wish it was a person
Are you-
doing
you-
it all day.
Do you really like it?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
He wants to go to Japan now for the
Oh, I can't get it at St. Clear.
you could
You
get
can.
it. You could do
Not
you
anything.
could get that.
All right, let's regroup.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
okay.
Gilbert,
We're
you
back.
find us
Yeah,
a
yeah,
picture?
We're back.
Oh, good.
We're all wearing humble.
See?
That's dipping both sides.
Yeah.
You
That's
just
gonna be
proved
one
Heidi's
side.
point, and
No, but
nobody
you can
wants
also
to
you
prove
can also
his
just pour chocolate.
But why are you
point.
trying
That's
to
right.
pour it
That
out?
proves his point.
Well, there's not a lot of videos of
You put-
chocolate pour.
Listen, you put the chips down, you pour it on one side, right, on top, and that's it.
Yeah.
How is it fucking difficult?
Bobby, have I ever told you you have anger issues?
Yeah, I do. I don't care. I'm fucking mad right now. Shut the fuck up about the dipping.
It's good though.
I know it is good, but I'm not tired of it. You know what I mean? We keep going back to it for some reason in my mind.
Because
Give me some. I only had one.
It's Kalina, so.
Okay.
Oh, no, for everyone. No, no,
Okay,
no.
go to the first one.
here's another bag.
Okay.
Here's another. Oh,
Okay, so the picture on this on the bottom right, this right here, we're called the pintados.
This
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
yeah. Come on.
Yeah, Pintano it.
So the
But you gotta do
pintados
the
were the
tattoos.
pre-colonial Filipinos, where we used to actually have tattoos as a beautification process, as sort of like a rite of passage for when you, because we were a headhunting culture. And before the Spanish came, when the Spanish came, they looked at us pintados and said, this is barbaric. We're going to spread Catholicism, and then drove that tradition and culture out, the tattooing and all of that. But we were just sort of naked, beautiful, tattooed headhunters. So I think that's what we should go at.
Let's
Phil.
do that era. Yeah. I'm all for it.
Well, no,
Because it's gonna be hot anyway during Renaissance Fair, right?
yeah,
I'm-
that's true.
That's what I want to go as.
That's all right there. To the, what's that?
That's still Filipiniana though.
You,
It is?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
You see
yeah,
all that.
Yeah.
you know what? Yeah, I don't want to be in a humbug. I'm gonna be hot too. I want to be a Korean person before like bath, so like I can also be not hot. Is that okay?
I'm going to say something to you. Okay? Because you're pulling a Jaime right now.
Are we?
Yeah.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Don't touch him.
What are we?
Yeah. What I'm going to say, you can touch him. That's my bad.
Were we invited to the table or not
Yeah,
for a
okay.
reason?
What I'm going to say to you is this, okay? All right. Number one, I took layers off. Because, yeah, and I'm like, I'm not going to wear this. It's going to be hot. and that was pretty cool. We all were. All right. Now, if you don't want to wear the hanbok, that's one thing. To make an excuse, it's another thing. And what I'm going to say to you is, right now, dress however the fuck you want to wear.
Wow.
Right? But I was trying to.
That was.
I was trying to.
Look at the almost bowl cuts.
Dude, you know what? I know, dude. Do that.
Okay.
Because that was still. You know what? Why don't we go talk with that next time? I don't care.
Yeah, go as Japanese.
Yeah.
Everyone's allowed to be Japanese. But
Yeah.
I don't think Koreans and Filipinos are allowed to. Yeah, we are allowed to be. But
Yeah, yeah.
like, you know.
Oh no, Japanese people are the first people that would put you in kimonos. You show up in Japan, they're like, please put this on. We love it on you.
Why did you guys boil Koreans a lot?
Or Filipinos.
See, this is why. See, I told you.
Yeah. Why did you do that?
Have I
Because my
told-
dad used to tell me that you did that.
Oh, it's so messed
She
up.
did that, or the people?
The Japanese. Yeah.
Can you believe if he had me on
Between
after
specials, he does that as a
do you know the amount of forgiveness and conversations me and Bobby would have had to have if I did that
Yeah.
and he still had me on this podcast?
Yeah, I don't know. I would
Right.
question it, but maybe I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, if you told my dad
Yeah.
or my mom.
The amount of like
Oh my god.
presents I would have to bring.
Yeah, but the things that my dad and mom would tell me about what you guys did to them was pretty fucking crazy.
Oh, it's insane. That's why I always say, hey, I'm Taiwanese too.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is a really good.
that's a good
Out.
excuse.
That's a good out. Yeah, even like growing up too, like you heard it from my grandparents so much. Like my grandma was forced to get married at 13 because if she didn't, then the Japanese troops would the single women.
Oh wow, yeah.
Whoa.
Or put them, make them comfort women. So the comfort women were it was like forced prostitution for the military.
Right.
So yeah, like that's what I heard like growing up so much. But that's not.
No.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, okay, I'll wear a
I
hanbok.
bring it up. I bring it up.
Hey, I'm gonna wear a hanbok. Are you happy?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear a hanbok.
Yeah.
I wear a hanbok.
And not take any layers off.
This is a new closing song. You got it.
And your special is out. So
Your special is out.
My special is on the same.
What?
We're Hulu sibling.
Yeah.
Oh, father. Hey, what's
I
your
don't-
theme song for life? Oh, Jaime has a question. What would you consider your theme song
My theme song for life.
for your life?
That's about to be this one. Hit it. The one you're about to hear.
Yeah.
Hit it, Bob.
Sing.
Oh. Hey, it's me. I go Okada, and I have a special on Hulu and Disney Plus. Go watch it. It's called Father, and Bobby will have his special there too. Siblings.
Symphony.
I'm half Taiwanese.
How did you feel? How did you feel about today's episode?
Oh my gosh, y'all are the funnest. Y'all are so incredible.
We did a lot of variety of topics.
I did. I wanted to go deep.
I know, but you know what?
Part two.
We're gonna have her back.
Yeah.
All right.
We got a little deep.
Now she's in. Now that we're in.
We got a little deep. I got accused of, war atrocities.
You know, I'll be honest with you. When I started doing comedy, there was just me and Joe. Coy.
Margaret.
Yeah, Margaret had already been ahead though.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about open mic scene. There was really no one around, and now that I see what's come since, it's really just mind blowing to me. I'm shocked by it.
Oh,
It's just so many funny, young, cool. Look at her. So many cool. That looks so dope. That fucking.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Want to see your website?
Yeah, mine sucks.
no.
Yeah, I'm gonna change mine. Who
We'll make it.
make it, please?
That's a good website.
It's a good website.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
So that looks so dope,
Very simple. Very simple.
and it's like I'm so proud of you guys. I really am.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Bobby. I mean, even in the third grade, right? Like, you're my elder.
Yeah.
You're my elder. You're like, I'm not old, but yes. I mean, right? Like,
Yeah.
the 8th grade, you got on Mad TV.
Yeah.
That's when I was watching, and I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna do comedy. I was like, that's so awesome that he's out there. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't have the self confidence to be like, I'll do that one day. No,
Yeah.
no way. But to not only know you, but to be able to hang out and call you a friend. What's wrong? Why are you making that face?
I'm so happy that you're saying this. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, yeah. No, it's truly an honor. I had like a whole speech written
Yeah,
down at home that I was gonna
I'll be
tell
honest with
you.
you. I don't think about that. No, I don't think about. I mean, I did what was in front of me, right? I mean, I think you would have done the same.
For sure, yeah.
You know?
But
It was. I have to admit, it was harder maybe
oh,
back then, even in the 90s.
but without Bobby Lee, there would be no
I don't know.
Oscar Kotska.
I don't know. Maybe not. You know what I mean?
Birds fans
Two
sure
birds in a
think
pod
so.
don't make an equal. You know.
Two
So
two birds in a pot.
don't make an equal. I just made that up. I don't know what it means, but sometimes you can throw things out. You know what I mean?
Of course, that was good. Yeah. Yes, that was.
Yeah, yeah.
See?
Um,
Thank you, honey.
so everyone, check it out. Go see your special. It's immediate. It's very urgent. It's urgent to do it because she's a part of our family, and we want to support her because she's so funny. She's a nice person, and she's so original, and I think that she's a huge star. So give her a round of applause. Everybody.
Oh, thank you, Bobby.
All right, we're at an 8-second delay again. No longer over a minute. So I guess that's some improvement. Still only a 7 or 8 second delay. starting to think that the guy upstairs is the guy the FBI said off with his head about earlier this week. Or was it last week? That was a funny joke from the FBI. They said off with his head about some guy upstairs that has not blown the whistle that they're excited to put in prison. They said off with his head. It's from Alice in Wonderland, if you don't know. Talking to the domestic terrorist upstairs and everyone else that's watching this live stream. No, no. You use the litter box. You're not feed on my food. I know how you roll down. No.
Oh, stop.
So remember how I told you guys that you're in a rat labyrinth that you created yourselves, and that the whistleblowers are coming out of the rat labyrinth with me, the hamster, in a little hamster ball. And the rats who wanted to build the labyrinth to begin with, their exit is actually going to snap their necks. Well, anyway, instead of being the image that it should be for indigo, it's a chunk of cheese. It's bait. I didn't do that. And you know what the Bureau said about the Everett Police Department? There's never been a piece of bait they haven't taken. Not once. Not one time has the FBI dangled a carrot in front of the little bunnies' faces that they didn't go hopping right after.
Like you ever seen someone just get just a horrible performance on that? They're a terrible neighbor.
I'm trying to think. None that I conducted. I kind of avoided doing those because between you and I found them kind of boring. And so I wanted to. I mean, I didn't really go into the FBI to kind of screen candidates for
sure.
jobs. I wanted to catch bad guys and put them in prison. So in my life, I've probably only done 5 or 6 full background checks that were mine. And most of those were presidential appointees. Only a couple of them were agent candidates because people, if you're nominated to be on some, Secretary of Education or Assistant Secretary of the Treasury or something like that, you have to get a background check. And it's the same background check. You're not necessarily coming out of it with a top secret security clearance. The client for the FBI is the White House in that situation, and they're making a decision on whether they truly want to hire this person. Because well, they don't want name somebody secretary of whatever, and then find them in bed with a live boy or a dead girl a week later. So they use us to kind of screen candidates. And I had some presidential appointee applicants who had some bad history. I mean, nothing that like shocks the conscience, like mostly drugs, honestly.
Okay.
And stuff like that. And so you submit that information to the White House, and either the White House gives a shit or they don't. And I am no dog in that fight.
Interesting. So after you pass this process, your background obviously comes out good. You're waving at the neighbors and everything. What's the next step?
So you do that. Once you pass the background check, it's like, in my opinion, once you pass the interview, it's yours to lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know if you're a spy, a drug user, a terrorist. Polygraph.
Should have shown up knowing you're pass all that.
Yeah. And there's a medical screening to make sure you're not going to have like a grabber as soon as you have to run around a track.
Mm-hmm.
I think before they send you to the academy, there's another physical fitness test. But the real next step, the big next step, is they send you to the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. It's a 20-week program where you're living there in the dorms, learning how to become an FBI agent.
That's a long time.
20 weeks. Yeah, and there are a lot of these
Boot camp,
guys who are
baby.
like 36,
It's like
37
boot
years
camp.
old. They haven't
A
had a
little bit
roommate in a
longer,
bunk
20
bed
weeks.
in many, many years.
Yeah, that's a college thing, right?
It felt like it.
So what's the boot camp like? What are you doing there?
It's a mixture between law school and boot camp, right? So you're learning investigative skills, you're learning how to shoot, you're learning how to fight, a lot of physical fitness, you're learning constitutional law, interview and interrogation, and being evaluated along the way. For me, I was never in the military or police officer, so learning how to shoot was kind of eye-opening. I hadn't really handled a gun much, and so that was kind of the challenge for me. But other people who were former military or former cops, maybe the academic stuff in classroom was more difficult for them, or maybe the guys who were older who hadn't been kept in the best shape. The physical fitness stuff was just really bringing them to the edge of death. So everyone has their challenges while you're there.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, you're learning cool stuff. You'll like this. On campus at the FBI Academy, there's a town. It's a little city. It's called Hogan's Alley.
Okay.
And there's a motel, there's a Subway sandwich shop, there's a bank,
Are you hearing
movie
this?
theater,
Dude,
trailer park.
it's
nice
like Harry Potter
townhouses.
land.
It's a nice little town. It's occupied by no one other than paid
FBI
actors.
Alley.
And here's what they have. This town, the bank gets robbed every day, right? There's all
What?
sorts of stuff going on in the pharmacy and
Are you listening to this?
prescription drug frauds and stuff. And the students at the FBI
That is
Academy
too
go
cute.
to
All the
Hogan's
FBI
Alley for their
agents play
practical
fake
applications
city
to conduct
with daily
investigations.
robberies.
So everyone that they're interviewing and arresting and
For
conducting
20
search
weeks.
warrants at their house are paid actors.
Really?
It's amazing.
And they're there. Do they just have certain hours a day they show up? Or
Yeah,
are they
I
there for?
imagine they're just locals who live like in Stafford, Virginia, or whatever,
That's
and go home at night.
fascinating,
Their full-time job is being a role player in Hogan's Alley. Yeah, so the idea is that by the time I get to Chicago as a first office agent in 1995 and begin getting assigned my first cases, I've already worked dozens of investigations that are fake at Hogan's Alley. Where you've actually had to wrestle a guy to the ground and put the handcuffs on him and stuff. Or you're interviewing like a prostitute in a motel room at the motel in Hogan's Alley.
They really had it all in Hogan's
Or
Alley.
like I said, the bank gets robbed every day.
The bank gets robbed every day.
So when they get in the room with the prostitute in the motel, since it's
I told you
Hogan's Alley,
guys
they're
that the
just sitting there
FBI
waiting
is
for you.
Godzilla's favorite Boy
They're
Scouts.
just like, all right, well, like,
what
you
I'm
can't
talking
actually do any
They're
prostitution. Let's just
prepared.
wait.
Well, the idea, I had this exercise. It was kind of interesting. She was a witness to something, right? So the
Okay.
idea that you're going to go to this hotel, you're going to knock on the door. They kind of give you the setup ahead of time, then they send you in, and they're cameras, they're evaluating you. And you walk in, and there's like a beautiful, scantily clad woman sitting on the bed that you need to interview. And you're interviewing her, and she's acting flirtatious. She's kind of coming on to you a little bit.
She's trying to tempt you.
Well, why? And again, they're trying to test your professionalism. What would you do if a woman
In other
you were
federal
interviewing
places, they call
started
that
getting
a
super
honey
flirty
trap.
with you? Stuff like that. So they make it really interesting by throwing you these little curveballs that are sort of ripped from the headlines to make sure you're not going to just totally flounder if anything goes off script in the field.
This is really fascinating to hear about because in a lot of ways it kind of is what I imagine.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
know?
again, the FBI has the benefit over a lot of police departments of just having a massive budget. And so, J. Edgar Hoover, the founder of the FBI, is a bad guy in many ways, but one thing he did do right was professionalize law enforcement in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, pre-FBI, I can't imagine how easy crime was to get away with.
Well, there's that, but cops are also very corrupt before the FBI.
Yeah.
You look at the cops in like the 1800s and 1900s, and they were, it was almost stereotypical, the idea that you would bribe a cop for this or that.
So if there's a corruption in the FBI, who oversees that?
Okay, so we had an agent named Robert Hansen.
I've read a lot about him.
Yeah,
he was trading secrets.
Yeah, he was stealing secrets from top secret stuff and selling it to the Russians as an active FBI agent at the same time that I was working. And so, but if it's day-to-day corrupt, if there was an agent who took a bribe or an agent who did something inappropriate or assaulted a woman or something off the charts, the FBI has an internal affairs division called the Office of Professional Responsibility, and they're absolutely brutal and terrifying, and they rip agents to shreds. And I was very, very happy to, one, not ever work for them, and two, never ever to be in their crosshairs.
Yeah, that sounds like a spooky office to be in.
Well, I mean, it's important, right? I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. I'm saying, agents need to have, all law enforcement officers need to make sure that they're being looked after by some higher authority that's going to make sure they don't.
Now there's like a 12-second
For
delay.
sure. And so I appreciated what they did. I guess I was just happy to never get crossways with them.
Yeah, you stayed long away from that.
Yeah.
So, kind of taking it back to your early days, once you had finished the academy in Virginia, did you choose Chicago or did?
Yeah. See, the way it works, Nick, is funny. Your second day at the academy, second day of 20 weeks, you have to give them a list from 1 to 55. There's 55 field offices in the FBI. It's basically the big 55 cities in the U.S. And you need to rank them from 1 to 55, from where you most like to go to where you least like to go. And you find yourself doing that. A lot of guys having conversations with their husbands and wives and stuff like that. The top 10 is pretty easy. The bottom 10 is pretty easy. It's that middle 36, at the time 37. Now it's that was the real pain in the ass. And so you do that, and then in your fourth week at the academy, they get your whole class together. It's like the Oscars. They hand you, everyone goes to the front of the class one at a time, alphabetical order. They hand you an envelope. You open it, you look at it, you go, and they look into a camera that they always film it because it's kind of funny. They go, I'm going to Anchorage, Alaska. And then the next guy gets up there, opens his envelope, and goes, I'm going to Lubbock, Texas. And so it's always sort of interesting. I got sent to Chicago.
Do they put together like a little collage of all you guys saying it into the camera or something?
Yeah, it's available.
That's just internally, I'd imagine.
Oh, wait, no, they also say, they make you say what your first choice was and then what you got. Like, my name's John. I'm hoping to go to Lexington, Kentucky. And he opens it. I'm going to Los Angeles. So it's just,
and you can usually tell pretty quick whether or not
it's
they're
this
happy.
constant stream of disappointments.
So, typically, how far down the list should you expect to actually get?
I know people who've gotten the 56th choice.
Really?
Yeah. But here's the thing.
These are legitimate enterprises. Low-profile cash and pencil. I'll take care of the books, you take care of the problems. Old school. Lonely.
And the dirty secret is that they want to know what you want, and they're not looking to disappoint you. But the real thing, the biggest factor involved in what office you get as a first agent, whether your first office as a new agent, is the needs of the FBI, right? And that's really just a head count thing. Let's say Los Angeles division has 500 agents. But let's say right now they're supposed to have 500 agents. Let's say they have 470. People retire, people transfer, people get promotions to headquarters. They're down 30 agents. That's a lot to be down. And so maybe this next couple classes of new agents is going to be the easiest way to fill those empty slots. So people contact me all the time, say, I'm getting ready to go to the academy. What do you think my chances are of getting Milwaukee? And I would say it really depends on who has left Milwaukee in the 45 days before you got to the academy to create a void that you can fill. So it's really hard to game the system and try to figure out where you're going to be.
How high up was Chicago on your list?
Chicago was my number one choice.
Oh, wow.
Chicago had a giant deficit of agents for that very reason, ton of retirements. The FBI was also coming off of a hiring freeze at the time, so they hadn't hired any agents in 3 years.
What was the freeze for?
Congress hadn't given them money. It's always it's always some battle between the FBI, the president, and Congress. Whatever. I got the dog in that fight.
Yeah.
And so I knew for a fact that Chicago was way understaffed. And even though I was applying from Chicago, I put Chicago number one and I got it. That has changed. Now you will never ever go back to the city through which you applied.
Oh, really?
Rather, you'll never go back there as your first office. Maybe later in your career you could transfer back there, but they just don't send you back home.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard the theories.
Oh, you're good. You need a tissue or something?
No, I'm good. Talking too much. I'm sorry, guys. Hope you can edit this.
Oh, you're all good. I don't think we need to edit it. I don't think anyone really cares, you know?
No,
drop a
no.
like, drop a sub. I don't know. Buy some only gas. Do whatever you got to do. Buy some merch.
All right, let me try to answer again. The reason the FBI doesn't send new agents home, the legend is that they want them to have a new start. They want the FBI to kind of own them. They don't want them to be hanging out with their douchebag friends from high school who may be getting them into trouble. That's the theory. I don't know. I think it's one of those things, like a lot of things in life, where every generation's like, well, I didn't get sent back home. Why should we send the new guys home? And it sort of it rolls out.
Passing it down.
Yeah. But I was a very rare guy in a very rare window of time where they were sending people back to their home office, so I got to go back to Chicago.
You got lucky.
I did. It's a great city. Good, a lot of crime.
Dude,
Yeah.
I miss it so bad.
It's a wonderful city. It's,
God, I miss it.
I don't, I want a little more than the 90 days of summer we get, but other than the weather, it's a world class town.
You know, I hate saying it. All my comments, every time I bring this up, they're always like, oh, you're so ungrateful. I would trade the Chicago weather all 4 seasons for this any day of the year.
Really?
Any day of the year.
I mean, I hate the winter.
I get so bored of this 70-degree year-round weather. All the comments I know immediately, 70-degree year-round, you're complaining.
I got off the plane. It's so perfect here.
I can't stand it. I want snow. I want to open my window and have snow pouring, thick snow. The roads are slippery. Maybe there's a car accident.
You're from Chicago. I'm from Chicago. You know goddamn well that snow is only
It's
white.
going to be gross and muddy and brown.
It's only white for 48 hours.
But I still love it.
Black snow everywhere.
I still love it. You know, I want to suffer through it because it's just fun. You know, it's something different.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, visually it's wonderful, but having,
Beautiful.
Yeah. If you got a heated garage, maybe it's even better. But having to dig your car out to parallel park on Belmont,
I don't miss digging my car out of snow.
Yeah.
But
You're on your own.
yeah, and the rust too. Oh my god.
Yeah, the beach is no treat for that though.
True.
The salty air, it's all in the middle of.
I stay away from the beach though. I don't go outside enough, so I don't have to worry about that issue. So you get Chicago, fortunately, and you get sent off there. What's it like early on in your career? What kind of stuff are you doing?
I hit the ground running. My first squad was a bank fraud squad, so I was investigating people and basically any way to rip off a bank without a threat of violence.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of embezzlements, a lot of people stealing money from the vault, a lot of people doing check kiting and check fraud scams and stuff like that. And so I did that for 6 years, and I got really good at interview and interrogation because I had a high volume of cases. I was carrying like 20 cases at a time and kind of cycling through them. These weren't the biggest cases in the world. There's not going to be any movies made from that stuff. But I was learning how to be an FBI agent. And I got really good at interviewing people and really good at interrogating the bad guy and getting them to confess to me, which puts the case on a fast track to a guilty plea. And so I was able to cycle through more cases. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. It's like a pie eating contest.
You're learning everything.
And it was great. Yeah. And then the 9/11 attacks.
I'm bleeding out of my vagina again. So the Everett Police Department kept me malnourished enough last month
Interview somebody that morning
for me to miss my period for the
some
one and only
bank
time
fraud
that I've
cases
missed
the
it,
whole world
other than
forgot,
when
and
I've
then
been
planes start
pregnant.
flying into buildings. And from that day on, I got switched over.
And
became
don't be like,
terrorist
oh,
agent.
well, you could be starting
But I guess that
menopause.
the guy
No, I'm
you
too
would
young for that. That
interview
should happen
got
to women in like their
extremely
late
lucky.
40s, early
You were
50s.
going to
He owes Bin Laden.
It's definitely the result of
I got my coach when he yelled.
vitamin
It really
deficiency
owes
and
him.
malnourishment
So,
because I ate 3 of those
Early on,
mushroom
kind of
mud
before
pastas
2001, taking it back a little bit. Do you remember what your very first assignment
less
was?
than 48
Your first
hours
case?
ago.
Oh yeah, I do. I mean, it's a crazy case.
What was it?
All right, so you got a minute for a story?
Yeah, we have plenty of time here. We do long
Okay.
episodes usually.
So what they do?
Why
with
did
the
I share
FBI in
that?
Chicago
Because
is that
you,
they
Everett Police
assign
Department, were
new
the ones that were
back in the
malnourishing
day,
me, as you've been
they
trying to do
assign
since
new agents
November
an
of last
impossible
year.
case, a case that's not going to be solved, some old dog case which has been
Inflicting
reassigned from agent to agent to
physical
agent and never
injury
got
on me.
made. And with the idea being,
In
we're not
addition to
going to give
everything
this
else.
new agent right out of the academy something significant.
Anyway,
to
I
do.
took
We're
ibuprofen.
gonna
I hope
give
I
them
don't
some
get bad
BS
cramps,
case
but
so
I'm
they know
glad to
how
have
hold
my
their
period
credentials right
again.
side up and you just do the paperwork and kind of cycle through everything.
That's just your training.
Yeah, but it's a real case, unlike the Hogan Valley case.
Yeah.
It also means
So
for the
the
next 24
impossible
hours,
case I was assigned
really
was to
bad
catch a
idea.
fugitive
to
named
try and talk to
Gilberto
me.
Granados Lopez. He was wanted in
Because
Chicago.
for the
He
first
actually found
day to
guilty
two
at a
of my
trial
period,
in Chicago
I have no
of trying to
tolerance.
extort money from a
None.
children's charity back in like 1989, when I was a young guy,
Mhm.
and before I was long before I was an agent. And then sometime between his
Doubly
guilty
so
plea
if my
and when he was
cramps are
supposed to
horrible.
report for his sentencing, he disappears, never to be seen again. And so I got assigned a case to find this guy 6-7 years after he had disappeared. So I didn't know anything about finding
The HP
fugitives, so
Chromebook
I
is
go
running a
to
live
the
stream.
fugitive
It's
squad.
doing
I
the
grab
same
this
thing it's
deputy
done
US Marshal, and I
previously.
say, "Hey, listen, my
It
name's
says
Tom
there's an
Simon.
excellent
I'm a new agent. I just
connection,
started this week.
but it shows a
I've been
spinning
assigned this case to
circle.
catch a fugitive.
So
I'm
I
a
am
CPA
guessing
by trade.
there's
I don't know how to catch
not actually a
fugitives.
live
What do
stream
you
running
think?"
on the
Hand
HP
the file to
Chromebook
him, and he kind of leaps through it.
because of the Everett
He
Police
takes a look at it
Department.
and goes, "All right, this guy's Mexican.
I guess I'll find
We
out
went back
when
to
they
Mexico.
shut it off or I shut it
Mexico
off.
ain't
Whoever
gonna
shuts it
extradite
off
him for this
first.
crime. So here's what you should do. Go to your desk, read a comic book, and then maybe in a couple months, people will assign you a case that you can actually set this solve." I was like, thanks. So I'm like, so I go back to my desk, and I'm like, oh man, what am I gonna do? This guy's in Mexico. We're not gonna get him in Mexico. I go, listen. Then I got my head straight. This whole thing is just an exercise to teach me how to investigate. Why not go through the steps?
Mhm.
So I start looking into the life of Gilberto Granados Lopez, going out and interviewing people who knew him back then, almost doing like a neighborhood canvas search.
Mhm.
And people knew this guy from back in the day. Nick, back in the like 1960s, he was the tango king of Chicago. No one had ever seen a dancer this good in Chicago.
Really?
Ever. He was the tango king. He was the king of the tango scene. The Aragon Ballroom, the Riviera, all these places where you and I may have seen rock
She was
shows.
hitting the tango at all of them.
Back in the 50s and 60s, those were elegant ballrooms for ballroom dancing, and this guy was the best.
Wow.
But again, that doesn't help me catch him,
Uh-huh.
right, at this point. And so another thing I find out, which I thought was kind of interesting, is that you can receive Social Security. He was an older guy.
Mhm.
If you're a fugitive.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting.
You can get your Social Security payments, which when you catch them and you're incarcerated, they're no longer eligible for that. And so I find out from the Social Security Administration that every month his Social Security was being deposited into a little community bank on the south side of Chicago.
Oh.
Pretty good lead, right?
Yeah, you got something.
Right, so I head down there, I talk to the bank president, I say, listen, blah, blah, blah. I identify myself, pull my credentials out. He explains to me that he can't really give me documents, but he can let me know that this guy, that he does have an account here at the bank, and every month the Social Security Administration deposits the money, but he hasn't touched it. And it's just accumulating there.
Mhm.
And I was like, all right, so I give him my business card. I said, if he comes in to get his money, you call me, and I'm going to come into the bank with my gun. I'm just like, this is get down, FBI. And so he's like, yeah, kid. And so I leave. So that was a dead end lead.
Mhm.
And so, but I was still interviewing so many people who knew him from like the tango days. One day I get in the mail a letter. I know you're a young guy, but a letter is what they used to have before email. It's like
Yeah,
an envelope.
I've gotten
You
letters.
stick it, you put a stamp on it. Guy would bring it across the country to you.
You forgot I'm in debt. I get plenty of letters.
So the letter, though, was a photocopy of a page of a magazine. It was the letters to the editor page from a recent issue of Dancing USA magazine.
Ooh.
Now, I know you're a subscriber, but Dancing USA magazine was unfamiliar to me at the time.
Uh-huh.
It's a trade publication for the ballroom dancing industry. And the page on the letter to the editor was, Dear Dancing USA magazine, I recently read your article about the Aragon Ballroom in Chicago.
Mhm.
Back when I was the tango king of Chicago, it was a beautiful place to be. And, it is such a shame that it has fallen into disrepair and is now hosting rock and roll shows. Signed, Gilberto Granados Lopez.
Oh.
So what is this? And I look at it, and the issue of the magazine was from the previous month. So help me out, play detective. What do we know about him?
He's out there somewhere.
He's alive.
He's alive and well.
Right.
Yeah.
What else do you think we know about him?
He's still paying close attention to dance.
Okay,
He's
fair
still
enough.
very interested in it.
Right, he's very prideful.
Might still be dancing.
Talk to me about the magazine,
He owes a subscriber,
right? Because he probably didn't pick that up at Walgreens, did he? Right?
Yeah, he subscribed most likely to Dancers Weekly or whatever.
The Dancing USA magazine.
Right.
Right. Okay, so that's what I think too. This guy's a
Mhm.
subscriber. Now I run into the problem. How the hell do I find out anything about him from that? This is pre-internet, Nick. So this is 1996 when this is going down, 95, 96. And so I start calling around to dance studios in Chicago. And I find an Arthur Murray dance studio on Lincoln Avenue who takes my call. And I said, this is the FBI calling. I got a crazy question. Do you subscribe to Dancing USA magazine? And they go, yeah, we got a bunch of old copies sitting in the waiting room when the kids come in for tap dance lessons. The parents look at it, they're bored out of their minds. I go, can you do me a favor and go grab a copy and bring it to the phone? Guy comes back to the phone, opens it up, and I go to the front 3 pages. You're going to see like the masthead where it has the editor and all that. Can you tell me where this magazine's published? It was published in Des Moines, Iowa. I was like, all right, thank you very much. And so I called Des Moines Directory Assistance, get the number for Dancing USA magazine. Call up. This is simple times. I explained that I was an FBI agent. I'm looking for a fugitive who I believe is a subscriber. Can you check your subscription records and tell me if you have a subscription for Gilberto Granados Lopez? Lady comes back and goes, yeah, yes we do. And she gives me the address where he gets the magazine every month in Mexicali, Mexico. So,
Still something though.
something, but again, you come back to the idea that Mexico's not going to.
Yeah.
This isn't such a case that the FBI is going to fly SEAL Team 6 in to get him.
Yeah, you basically just gotten confirmation of what you kind of knew in the back of your head.
Right. But I still kind of failed in my ostensible mission to catch this son of a bitch.
Yep.
And so I go back and I have an idea a couple weeks later. I thought, you know what? Why don't I send a letter to him? Ooh. So I hop on Microsoft Word, create a letterhead that says the Fletcher Group, and I write a letter to him. It says, Dear Gilberto Granados Lopez, my name's Tom Fletcher. I'm a TV producer for the Fletcher Group. We've been assigned by PBS to do a documentary series on America's greatest ballrooms. Ooh, we're aware of your reputation as the Tango King of Chicago and your reputation with the Aragon Ballroom. And we want to fly you all the way to Chicago and have you interviewed at the Aragon Ballroom by famous actor and tango dancer Robert Duvall.
You got him on the hook.
Did you know that Robert Duvall was a tango dancer?
I did not know.
But I bet he did.
Well, that's true. That's very true.
So if you're interested in doing this, please give me a call at this number. We really hope that you will help us recapture the glory of the Aragon Ballroom. Signed, Tom Fletcher. The phone number I gave was a little landline phone sitting on my desk that was only to be used for undercover operations. So put a stamp on it, a couple stamps, go to Mexico, send it off. I'm thinking, well, this is the biggest long shot in the world. A few days later, 5-6 days later, the phone rings, that undercover phone. I answer the phone. Hello, it's him. It's Gilberto Granados Lopez.
Wow, that's got to be a crazy feeling having him on the other end of the line.
And Nick, he is so excited to be part of this documentary. He cannot wait to come out to the Aragon Ballroom, recapture his glory as the Tango King of Chicago, and be interviewed by his hero, actor and tango dancer Robert Duvall. And so I said, okay, well, we'd love to fly out there. What dates are good for you? We pick a date in December 1996, a couple weeks into the future. I said, I'm going to send you a round trip ticket. I go pay, we use an undercover credit card, a round trip ticket, mail it to him there in Mexico. And so here we are a couple weeks later. I'm standing there, pre 9/11, end of the jet bridge, little sign in my hand, Gilberto Granados Lopez, watching people get off the plane. Person after person after person is getting off the plane. None of them were Gilberto Granados Lopez.
No.
Eventually, the crew starts to get off. The guys with the balloons start to get on. And just as I'm getting ready to fold up my sign and head back to the office with my tail between my legs, I see him walking down the jet bridge. He'd gotten older over this time as a fugitive. Being a fugitive will age you, Nick.
It's stressful.
He's shuffling down. He sees me holding up a sign with his name on it, and his eyes lit up, and he starts walking a little faster. He walks up and he goes, Mr. Fletcher? Mr. Lopez? He puts his hand out to shake my hand. I put my hand in his hand, put it behind his back, put the handcuffs on, and take him in.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you actually solved that first case that they threw you.
It was crazy. No one was expecting it. I was the last guy who expected, but yes, that was like my first case out of the gate, and I was able to solve that one. Funny little epilogue. So he ends up getting sentenced by the same judge who actually proceeded over his trial. He had not retired. He gets 8 years in prison. And so here's a little epilogue to the story. Time marches on. The 9/11 attacks happen. I make it to a terrorism squad. I'm flying around the world trying to stop the blood money from going to Al Qaeda and other terrorist groups. And my phone rings at my desk. I answered, FBI, Special Agent Simon here. And there's this voice on the other end of the phone going, he's here. He's here. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Who are you looking for me? Is it the wrong number? He's here. He's here. I'm like, who is here? What are you talking about? It was the banker. Gilberto Granados Lopez served his entire sentence and got out of prison and went to the bank to get his Social Security money from years ago. I had never told the bank manager that I had caught him. He had been sitting there for 8 years with my business card sitting by his desk just in case Gilberto Granados Lopez.
Can you imagine how excited that bank manager was when he walked in that day?
Can you imagine how crestfallen he was when I told him that this guy has been, I forgot to tell you, I caught him 8 years ago. He has paid his debt to society. Give him his money and tell him I said hi.
He had been waiting for that day all 8 years.
This was the most exciting day of his life, and I stole it from him.
That's awful. Do you remember how he reacted?
The banker?
Yeah.
Oh, he was a professional about it.
Of course.
But you know that this was a big day for him. He
Yeah.
was so excited.
Yeah.
And he probably had like any number of the staff there, like kind of doing song and dance numbers for him, and all he wants is his money to stall him until young FBI agent Simon
Oh, yeah,
gets there.
perfectly orchestrated to waste his time. He was ready for it.
He spent 8 years rehearsing, briefing the staff, holding up the photo.
Every new hire that they had, they were training.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah,
when
yeah,
Gilberto
yeah.
walks in,
I stole
here's
his
what we
thunder.
do.
I stole his thunder. Yeah.
Wow, so you actually solved that first case, which I'd imagine probably helped your career a lot early on.
I think it helped my reputation in Chicago as a guy who could make cases. I mean, by that wasn't my only case, right? At some point, the Tango King capture took a long time. It became kind of a pet project for me.
Mhm.
But I'm being assigned, like, at that point, I'm on a bank fraud squad. So I'm being assigned actual bank fraud cases and showing some success at investigating financial crimes. And then having to catch that fugitive was just sort of a funny story that I've gotten to tell for the past 30 years.
Was there anyone you remember from early on that managed to get away or elude you guys?
Oh, yeah. I had a case, man. This case still haunts me. John and Julianne Demetrian. This is when I was in Honolulu. They were running a mortgage repair company. So, like, people who had bad credit, who wanted to get a mortgage on their house.
I'm going to need them.
Who had fallen behind on the mortgages to their house. And so they're facing the potential of foreclosure because they've fallen into some financial hard times, maybe they bought too much house or whatever. What they did is they were basically creating a company that would basically repair your credit and allow you to stay in your house mortgage free. But in order to do that, you had to sign your house over to them. And then they were doing all sorts of financial gains. And eventually the houses get foreclosed upon after these guys get loans on the house and to suck whatever equity is left out of them. So John and Julianne Demetrian were getting rich, and lots and lots of good people in Hawaii were getting homeless. And so John and Julianne Demetrian, much like the Tango King, come in and plead guilty to mortgage fraud. But the federal system of criminal justice is very humane. If you're not considered a flight risk or a danger to the community, you are not being held in jail awaiting your sentences. You go home to get your affairs in order, have sex with your wife for the last time or whatever, and then you come in for your sentencing. And even then, after your sentencing, you don't have to report to the Bureau of Prisons for 90 days later. Somewhere in that window of time, after they plead guilty in their sentencing, we all show up at the sentencing, and John and Julianne Demetrian are gone. They disappeared, and they became fugitives. And we were able to, in Hawaii is sort of a funny place to be a fugitive, right? Because you begin immediately, first thing you do, take a look at the airplane records and boat records. Who's left the island? Because, you're going on a cruise ship to Los Angeles, there's going to be a record.
All that's reported.
You're hopping on Delta, United American, or Hawaiian Airlines to head back to the U.S. mainland, that's going to be somewhere. John and Julianne Demetrian weren't on any of those lists. They had disappeared. And they sure as heck weren't in Hawaii, right? Because they're radioactive there. What we later found out is that they had fallen in with the sovereign citizen movement. You ever heard of those guys?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's
I've heard plenty about them. Fascinating.
Yeah, crazies. But there was a rich sob sit in Alabama who was going to be starting a new government called the Republic of the United States of America. Not to be confused with the existing United States of America.
Yep.
And he had a rich doctor who was kind of like one of his acolytes, one of his followers, who chartered a plane to get John and Julianne Demetrian flown out of Honolulu on a private plane from Honolulu to, I think, Salt Lake City, Utah. And then it was like an underground railroad of sovereign citizens transporting them to a trailer in Dothan, Alabama. And then the trail goes cold. I ended up retiring from the FBI years later, and they are still at large. They outsmarted me. They never caught me, and I never caught them. And here we are today. So I'm here to say to your viewers, John and Julianne, if you're watching, let's grab a beer. Let's bury the hatchet, grab a beer, we'll talk, celebrate old times. I'm not an agent anymore. I would love to catch up.
Yeah, it's over with now. You know, it's all, you're not after him anymore.
Yeah, now I'm not after them anymore.
That's right. That's right.
That case has been reassigned to better and smarter agents who also get to catch them. So
Wow, that's fascinating that they just
Some-
disappeared.
sometimes they get away.
How do you think they disappeared? Like, what possibly could have
Well, I
happened?
think what happened was John got online, met this guy who wanted to form this new version of the United States, and said, "Listen, I'm a financial whiz. I would love to be your Secretary of the Treasury,"
Mhm.
and basically convinces this guy, the sovereign citizen guy, who's going to start his own nation and overthrow the U.S. government, that he's going to be so pivotal toward funding this new government that he wants to form that that can only happen if you help us escape. And then he helped him escape.
That guy seems like the kind of guy who's already on the FBI's radar.
He's
before John came into his
He's
contact.
serving, I think, like a sentence right now.
Probably fitting.
Well, yeah, these guys don't pay taxes. You know, they,
Yeah.
they don't have like license plates in their cars. You know,
Yeah.
they're marching to the beat of their own drummer.
Yeah, they're racking up charges by the day.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
sure, it
exactly.
sounds like.
For a government they don't believe exists, so it's nothing to that.
Do you think John and his wife are still out there? Are they alive?
100%. 100%.
Wow. What makes you think that?
I think they're still in contact with their parents through kind of secure kind of VPN style app-based stuff. Yeah. Last I heard that they're still very much in touch with their parents, checking in with them, letting them know they're alive and well.
You think they're still in the U.S.?
I don't know that. I don't know that. Here's what I do know.
What if you can create your own website by saying, "This is what I want"? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want, bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials, like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator, I got some products that need description. So I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that lands. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high-quality image in seconds. You can have some real fun with this. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what you want, and there it is. I may not be an artist, but that's art. If you're ready to build something you love, head to Wix.
The government has their passports.
Yeah.
But, you don't have to be James Bond to leave the U.S.
Yeah, you can definitely figure it out without your passport.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they slip over to Mexico. Next thing you know, they're a flight to the Philippines or something.
Yeah.
There's any number of good guesses, but there's still a reward out for their heads. So
Yeah, I think Hawaii was probably the most difficult part for them to get out of. Once they got out of Hawaii, they got a lot more.
we've had plenty. I chased a ton of fugitives when I was in Hawaii, and as long as they're on the island, we're going to catch them, right?
Mhm.
Because there's 1 million people who live in Hawaii, and then about 1 million tourists on any given day. Tourists don't care about anything, so they kind of leave them out of it. But the people who live in Hawaii, it's a pretty small community. I mean, you take a look at any American city, 1 million people is not that big. And
Yeah.
so and everyone there watches local news because they're obsessed with everything local, and we control the local news. There's not a lot of crime in Hawaii. So when I wanted to get a story out there on the local news, I called my reporter friends, and next thing you know, I'm leading the news that day, kind of asking people to cooperate to help find this fugitive, or help us on the hunt for John and Julianne Demetrian. And so so I'm positive they're not hiding in Hawaii. It would just be so impossible. I mean, it's been like a decade too, or more that they've been at large.
Wow, that's got to be so frustrating to be pursuing them for that long and just.
You don't. I mean, you don't take it personally. I mean,
Mhm.
all I can do is all I can do.
Yep.
And so yeah, it's. But I guess my greater point, and it's a very simple question. I'll give you a very long-winded answer. Is you can't catch them all. There's successes and failures, and you hope that over the balance of a 26-year career, you're able to help out and keep Americans more safe than the ones that get by you. It's like a hockey game.
I like that. That's a good way to sum that up.
Yeah.
I like that. So, you had mentioned how once 9/11 happened, your career pretty much took a 180.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, it was a crazy day, but getting past that,
In the great American Southwest, I bid you all good. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be on God's great earth. And that's the whole earth, whatever time zone. Welcome. This is Midnight in the Desert, and I'm Art Bell. And tonight, baby, it's all you. All of you. That's right. Anybody who wants to get in tonight can get in, and I'm about to tell you how. Only 2 rules to our show. No bad language. Don't need it. And only 1 call per show. Well, okay. Let us thank everybody. Telos for the great sound. And, oh, it is great, too. Let me tell you. Telos and Joe Talbot here in front. What are the odds of the big guy in Telos being right here in front? Almost 0, right? So he was here, and here we are. Keith Rowland, my everlasting webmaster. Dr. J, producer. All of you. The Bell Gab website. People love Art Bell. The Midnight in the Desert group. And a whole bunch of other groups that are springing up. Stream guys, getting it to you. LB.net, getting it to me. And, of course, sales. Peter Everhart, he's like the guy who gets the money. So, that's all out of the way. As I said, open lines. Anything goes tonight. Now, I have asked for your best paranormal experience, whatever that would be. I've had, a few in my life. And so that leads me to believe that a lot of you have had them too. So I'm sure you have one that you would like to tell us about, perhaps the scariest or weirdest one, whatever that may be. We're open to it. Couple of items before we get started. Under a microscope, an expert eyes, that wing fragment you've seen so much about lately, is being carefully examined by many. Looking and looking, no clues. Well, nothing we have been told about yet, other than it's a 777 piece. Has to be the one, right? And this news, despite all the bombs we have dropped, actually billions of dollars spent, 10,000 extremist fighters killed. The assessment is the Islamic State, ISIS, is no weaker than it was when we began. So we have bombed them into a stasis, a state of stasis. In Marana, Arizona, the police department there is reporting what they consider to be a ghost in their radio. Now, this is no normal thing. This is officers saying, somebody is saying, some woman, stop talking to me. Stop talking to me, like a screaming woman. No technical explanation from those who know about that stuff. They checked it out. So, they think it's possibly a ghost in the radio. There are ghosts in the radio, folks. And by the way, on the subject of ghosts, I've got one I want you to see. It's a ghost hunter's catch, and we put it up on artbell.com. Now you're going to have to look very carefully. Look near the cannons. That's what I'll tell you. Look near and behind the cannons. And you'll get to see it. It's pretty freaky. I'm pretty big on paranormal, as you know. And there's a couple of items here that I think you might want to know about. Real history, stuff verified over the years, really paranormal, stuff science cannot explain at all, but science admits it happened. Events actually that changed history. How about the blessing of the Roman Catholic Church itself? For some encouragement, the miracle of the sun, as it's called, was finally recognized as an actual biblical miracle on 13 October 1930. That's about 20 years after the event itself, and it was a doozy. At about lunchtime on Sunday, October 13th, 1917, the little town of Fatima, Portugal, thousands gathered beneath storm clouds, which were interrupted by an opaque, spinning disk in the sky, which then blasted a dazzling ray of light down upon the onlookers, many of whom claimed to have seen the apparition of the Blessed Virgin Mary in it. Well, it really happened, folks. It was viewed by somewhere between 30,000 and 100,000 people of varying ages, and has since been confirmed as a miracle by the Roman Catholic Church, despite some theories about space dust, probably swamp gas, tricks of light, things people say. Nobody has explained what all those people saw. And then there's one more I thought I'd lay on you. To most time travel fantasies that involve changing history, the catalyst for a butterfly effect throughout history is more often than not somebody dying. You kill Hitler, maybe stop Abe Lincoln from dying or something. And of course, history changes, right? When somebody dies, you're removing a person's decisions and their actions all from the world. Which is why the poltergeist curse. Remember the movie Poltergeist, right? The girl sort of clawing at the television set. You remember that movie, a lot of you. That's why that movie had such a ineffable effect on history for most. Poltergeist curses simply that people keep making unnecessary sequels. And now a remake of Hooper's classic haunted house movie, or else maybe it's being damned to hear your near-it-all friend endlessly tell you how Spielberg really directed it. Spielberg is, he may definitely feel responsible for the untimely deaths of dozens of people. This is a true story involved in that film. He okayed the use of real human skeletons. You know that? Not props. In the very first movie, and since then, an unexplained curse has claimed the lives of most of the main cast in violent and tragic circumstances, and even the novelization writer was killed in a car crash. A few things to think about. All right, now you're going to get the phone lecture, and then we'll break briefly and come back, and it's all yours tonight, really all yours. I'm serious. I enjoy these nights perhaps more than any other, simply because, I don't know, because it's you and because it's open lines and because I don't know what's coming and I don't screen calls. So here comes the How to Sound Better in the Digital Age lecture. We've got a very good phone system here. So if you call in on the phone, try and use a landline. If you can't use a landline, try and use a cell phone that has 5 bars lit up. And if you can't do that, then just do the best you can. Now, beyond that, we have, and of course, we have a public number. Let me give it to you. It's area code 952. You might want to write this down. 952-225-5278. 952-225-5278. That's the public number, and there's plenty of lines, so you've got a chance to get through. Now, number 2, Skype. In the digital age, boy, can you sound good on Skype? If you've got a headset mic on a computer, and you've actually hooked it up to Skype and set it, it's going to sound like $1 million. It's going to sound like you're sitting in the studio. But if you don't have a computer, no problem. If you have a smartphone, boy, are you in biz. You know, if it's an iPhone or an Android, gonna have that awesome mic. It's like Ford and Chevy, right? Everybody argues about what's better. Doesn't matter, they're both actually good. And what you can do is put Skype on it. Just download Skype. It's a free download. Once you've done that, become familiar with it. It'll work just fine with your phone. All you've got to do is put in what I'm about to tell you. MITD 51. If you're in America or Canada, you put in MITD 51. And even though I don't connect with you as a friend, doesn't matter. It'll be then in your list of contacts, and you can just punch it and dial me. It's that simple. And if you're overseas, if you're outside the country, anywhere else in the world, actually, same thing. You've got a smartphone, it'll put in MITD 55. MITD 55. And then it'll be in your contact list. You can punch it, and it will dial us up, and boy, will you ever sound good. Just don't leave it on the speakerphone. So these are the tips for sounding really spiffy in the digital age. Oh, by the way, I was on the air with Tom Likas for about an hour earlier today. That was pretty cool and fun. And, you know, we talked about radio and we had a good time. Now it's our turn. We're going to have a good time with you. Any sort of paranormal event that you want to tell us all about, maybe freak us out a little bit. That's tonight. That's now on Midnight in the Desert.
It is the night, my body's weak. Must run, no time to sleep. I've got to fly like the wind to be free again. And I've got such a long way to go, such a long way to make it to the border of Mexico. So I ride. Yeah, that's all on blue. Sirens in my head. Wrapped up in silence, all circuits are dead. Can I go? My heart.
You can see here what they did. More than one ingestion is using the primary URL on the HP Chromebook live stream. There's also a much longer delay on the visual for the Lenovo ThinkPad.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. This show, Midnight in the Desert, covering the entire world, every time zone. I'm Art Bell. It is my pleasure to be here this evening. We have a witch on tonight, a real witch. You know, you need to take a look at her, too. She is either a witch or a judge. Actually, she's only one at the moment. All right, so we only have two rules on our program, and they are no bad language. We have no need of those bad words. Children listen, or youngsters anyway. Besides, if you call up and use a bad word, I will have tonight's guest cast a spell upon you, and you won't be able to reproduce or even practice. And then only one call per show, that's the other thing. So, news today. Well, the first news is I had a bad car day. You ever have a bad car day? We had two cars up at the dealership for separate problems. When does that happen? Today. All right, so that's just my bad day. In Las Vegas, a bad day for a 777. I saw it in flames. It was an aborted takeoff. According to the FAA, the left engine was thoroughly on fire. More trouble for the 777. Who knows exactly from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones. All covered like a blanket by this program. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, and it's a joy to be here. I'm going to
9-second delay on the Lenovo ThinkPad. HP Chromebook looks like it's not recording anything, and it has that primary URL is being used by the Everett Police upstairs, who are trying to perpetrate murder, the only felony they've not made actionable, reported to the FBI because of their superior officers
with our guest,
in 2017.
Linda Godfrey, and
also, the only felony not made actionable from my July or my August tort claim of 2024, which preceded their kidnappings and my illegal detainment.
And then a shock for you. Donald Trump signed the pledge. He pledges that no matter who the Republican nominee is, he will support him. So I guess he's to the point now where he figures he's so number one that he's going to be the nominee. So why not? Right? Because there were threats looming if he didn't do that. And threats for the Republican Party, too. Tom Brady also having a good day. He will start in the game. because he beat the league. Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell will not be at the beginning of the game. Well, probably because he figures the crowd will boo him. So Trump signs, Brady plays, and that's about as good as the news gets. Oh well.
They're
There
acting
is
so
sort of
anxious
one
upstairs, and
different
they
news
had
story.
people come in the middle of the night
This
that it's
again
very
comes
likely they were
from,
planning on coming here in the morning
website
hours
that
like
I
they like
visit
to do for
regularly.
kidnappings.
It gives a perfectly, I would say, rational,
Especially since they've been
scientific
fucking up my
explanation.
sleep and they know it.
Explains autoscopic phenomena. That means like, out of body, right? Or doppelganger encounters. These explanations discard the notion
That
of
speculation
an
is
actual
based on their
soul
criminal conduct.
becoming temporarily separated
3+
from
years in the
body, and
making in
instead
many instances.
insisting it's nothing more than powerful hallucination invented by the brain. Now, this is such. Well, anyway, let me read it. Frankly, the possibility that our brains are powerful enough to cause us to hallucinate leaving our body is even more unnerving than simply believing the soul can travel. Discussions on subjects like these lead to wondering how come some people can believe in the paranormal at all. Well, apparently the answer lies in the way some people process things. This really gets bad. Intuitive thinkers generally tend toward believing in things like UFOs and ghosts and other supernatural phenomena, which honestly sounds like a vaguely insulting way to say that intuitive thinkers are kind of dumb. That's absolutely awful. And really, really, really untrue. Oh, yeah, one more item. This is pretty freaky, actually. Scientists in Russia, actually in Kazakhstan, are puzzled because it seems 60,000 antelopes have died. It is a mass die-off, not of a species, but damn close, in a way. Can you imagine that 60,000 antelopes got sick and just keeled over? It is a die-off. And they have no idea why. But the story caught my eye because it made me wonder if there could be someday. I mean, how many die-offs have we seen, huh? Things from the sea beaching themselves, birds crashing to the ground for no reason that we can figure out, bees committing virtual suicide. I wonder if one day Mother Nature doesn't say, we need a balance. And right now it's tipped toward Earth having problems with so many humans. Let's have a die-off. Now, how would that go? Maybe, just a little thing, like a germ or a bacterium of some sort. Or who knows? But I mean, if there can be these die-offs that we continually see in the animal world around us, then it seems to me that we should always be on the lookout for all the little things that at first don't seem a big problem. Anyway, this is, one more thing to shock. If that all wasn't shocking enough, tomorrow night. Now, some of you know, and some of you don't know, but a number of years ago, on another show in another galaxy, I interviewed the most amazing guy whose name was Mike Markle. Now, I affectionately dubbed him, and it stuck, really stuck, Madman Markham. I called him Madman because of, frankly, some of the things he did. Well, I'm talking with Madman, and he'll be here tomorrow night. Madman has agreed to come back on the radio. This is not a guy who likes the limelight. Not a guy who likes the limelight at all. And for a guy who doesn't like the limelight, it might be recalled he gave out on the air his phone number and address. He's not there anymore, so Anyway, the ensuing 4 days, I think he got no sleep. He got a bunch of money in the mail. The world went nuts. Madman Markham back on this program. No, on this program for the first time. From the high desert. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in God's universe and all his time zones. And that would be all over the world. We cover every single bit of it. This is Midnight in the Desert. Good evening, everybody. The rules for our program are ever so easy and short. No bad language, and only one call per show. The usual thank you list includes Telos, Joe Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, Stream Guys, LB.net, Sales, of course, Pete Eberhard, I should say, and TuneIn Radio, which carries us to the masses. All right, a couple of items right off the bat. Hundreds of government employees. I guess you heard about this whole thing with Ashley Madison, right? These are people, life is short, have an affair, that kind of business. Well, apparently they got hacked, and apparently they got threatened, take your site down, we don't like it, or we'll release the hack. They didn't take down the site, the hack got released, and now we find that a lot of the names on it, according to the AP, are assistant district U.S. attorneys, an information technology administrator in the executive office of the president, a division chief, an investigator, and a trial attorney in the Justice Department, as well as a government hacker at the Homeland Security Department. Good heavens, Betsy. A lot of scrambling going on out there. President Jimmy Carter has cancer, and now he's got brain cancer. He will be treated, but, it's getting pretty serious. The Dow fell about 358 points. This is all over China fears. A global sell-off, as it were. The U.S. stock market endured the worst, performance in 18 months on Thursday, driven lower by another slump in Chinese shares, so we'll have to see what happens there. Coming up in a moment, I know a lot of you have been awaiting this. Brendan Cook is one of the founding members and key spokespeople of the GIS. He's been on the forefront of EVP research, ghost photography, and the use of modern technological devices to capture what goes on in the spirit world for nearly 20 years. He's done all this by being on a number of TV shows, documentaries, and lectures. His knowledge and at times skepticism, and that's a good thing to have, has been important by giving real people comfort or the advice they need to delve deeper into what's going on at their homes or businesses. Most of all, he's done this by being sought after as a guest with his radio partner, Barbara Macbeth, for over 14 years. His perseverance to challenge what we know about the spirit world and people's mindset has him a pioneer in ghost investigating. People have changed their perception of what is real of ghosts in the GIS core beliefs. They are just people. His research with Barbara and the GIS has brought forth new concepts of ideas of what is possible, could be possible. Barbara and Brendan have been working together to bring this research to the public for 17 years. Now, Barbara Macbeth says her roots are in Louisiana. Louisiana, isn't that how they say it? And her grandparents practiced spiritualism there before relocating to Utah with other members of her family back in the 1940s. Barbara and her grandma were very close. Her grandma shared many of her theories, beliefs, and experiences with Barbara when Barbara was growing up. Her grandma had a great influence on Barbara's outlook of life, death, and the hereafter. She taught Barbara never to fear what you don't understand, but to try and find answers. And Barbara lives that, I might add. And that all of us are stronger than anything we face when dealing with the unknown. Having ghostly activity in the house was a natural occurrence while growing up, and Barbara believed that everybody's house had activity just like hers. Barbara has independently researched and studied the spirit and ghost phenomena for over 50 years now. She has conducted lectures and presentations, conducted ghost tours at locations where the ghost phenomena has been experienced by many different people over many, many years. She has also been co-spokesperson on behalf of the Ghost Investigators Society, a USU documentary on television and radio. She is leery of anybody who claims to be a so-called expert in any aspect of the subject of ghosts and haunting. She believes that there are simply too many unknowns about it for anyone to claim such a title. She believes that a ghost is the essence of a conscious soul of a person who has lived on Earth. That's a good definition. A ghost had a physical body, but the consciousness continues after death. She believes that whatever kind of personality we have while we're physically alive continues and is retained after physical death. Good to hear. Or at least fragments of it. The EVPs that have been recorded have every range of emotion and personality which clearly come through those recorded strange sounding voices. So, coming up in a moment, the GIS. And this is one you're going to want to be warned about. This will be a little bit scary. So, be warned. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert, Art Bell, at your ghostly service this night. The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding back at your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art. All of your calls for a bit, everybody, of course. There's one other thing I wanted to mention. The Time Traveler opportunity to subscribe at the $5 price expires at 11:59 Pacific Time tonight. So in other words, you get about a little less than 3 hours to join. Now, when you join at $5, you get frozen there, grandfathered in at $5, because it's going to go to $7.99 after 11:59 Pacific Time tonight. So again, a little less than 3 hours to join, and that gets you a lot of things. You know, you can download all our old shows. You can download last night's show, this show tomorrow morning, and or any old shows. And it also allows you to use the wormhole. Speaking of which, let me take a quick look at it. So anyway, that's the deal. Keith reminds me to remind you to use your correct email. Be sure that you're using the email that is your email. People tend to use their wives' or husbands' emails or something like that, and it gets all messed up and has headaches. All right, here we go. I would like to welcome two voices that we've not heard in a very, very long time. It really has been a long time. Brendan and Barbara, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's good being with you again.
Good to hear your voice, Barbara. It's been, a long time.
Very long. I'm a lot older than what I was.
Me too. How about you, Brendan?
It's so strange not saying good morning.
Yes. I mean, the old show began what at 10, so it was evening too. I try and say good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody because we actually cover the entire world now.
Right, you're right.
Pretty awesome. So what you two do is to various locations, all kinds of locations, when you have time, and you record. Let's see if I can remember this correctly. Originally, you used to record the two of you with tape decks and microphones and all that, and then if I recall correctly, you switched at some point to digital. Is that right, Brendan?
That is correct.
Nothing special is done. We should tell you the GIS. There's a lot of new listeners. I mean, it's been years. So the GIS is an organization of how many now?
It's still the same 5.
5.
So the original 5 that in 1998 when we started.
All right.
Same Barry, Jenny, Roger, Brendan, and myself.
Okay. Brendan, stay good and close to the phone for me because you guys are on extensions. That changes things a little bit. It always did when I talk to you. It's always been the same. All these years, not one thing has changed. Yeah.
Yeah, and I still don't have a cell phone.
Really?
Really?
You may be the only person I know without one. Are you like,
I don't want one.
you're holding out?
No, I don't want one.
You don't want
I
one?
will just use smoke signals at some point.
Uh-huh.
I just won't use them.
All right. So anyway, the point is that GIS is a non-profit. That's a very important point for people to know. It's non-profit. You're not trying to make money from this. You're not writing books. You record the voices of those who have, is it fair to say, passed away, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Barb, you really do feel these are people who were once in physical bodies. These are not demons or anything like that.
No.
So the reason the Unit 207s had a hard-on for the HP Chromebook is because they still believe that the Lenovo ThinkPad isn't going anywhere except for to their TV and Chromebox and encoder upstairs. Boy was tripping out. He was flipping out upstairs, and then he got so excited because he manually went in and changed the stream key and the URL link for the server. I'm telling you, boy, you're going to spend this weekend in King County Jail and feel that your excitement and anxiety you should have fucking ignored. You've all added conspiracy to commit murder to your indictments. And I do want to remind you, the same thing is true that was true on April Fool's Day. Anyone and everyone that's been outside of my door or windows since April Fool's Day is getting convicted for that. Past, present, and I assure you, future. So, big boy, now that your anxiety is quelched, I want you to hold on to that feeling this weekend when you're in jail, or next week when you're in jail. And of course, once you've been sentenced and you're thinking about me 10 years from now, I want you to think of your anxiety and how you did it. You did it. You proved that you absolutely are guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, along with everything else. Be proud of yourself. And don't forget, when you think these devices have a disabled camera and no data, you're wrong. All of your devices will immediately stop working 90 seconds before you're detained. So when that happens, put your shoes on. As you can see, Unit 207's upstairs blocking the live stream from initiating with the use of their criminal encoder to do what? To obstruct and tamper with evidence. They're not going to do a fucking thing. I hope they do show up today. I hope you guys show up today so you can spend the weekend in King County Jail and I can fucking eat. You think I'm joking, but believe me when I say I'm not joking at all. Not at all. Not at all. Come on downstairs, fools. And I assure you, you're all going to be thinking about me all weekend. She's right. She's right. Suck it. That's what I want you to think of my retort to you being. Suck it. Okay? When you're sitting in your little cement room, just remember I said suck it.
Summertime. The sun grows bold, the spirits restless, and the fabrics utterly unwearable. Why, just last week, a seance in the East Parlor was nearly undone by a perspiring medium in rayon. Ghastly. Thankfully, the antiquarium has made an acquaintance with a rather enchanting purveyor of modern-day elegance, Quince. I acquired a pair of 100% European linen shorts, cool to the touch, deceptively simple. Their Italian leather sandals, sturdy enough to outrun a curse, yet elegant enough for the antique dealer. The price? You'll swoon. They commune directly with artisans. I dare say, should you find yourself beckoned to a seaside ceremony or merely your mortal brunch, don something from Quince. I use them, and you should too. Give your summer closet an upgrade with Quince. Go to quince.com/happenings for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/happenings. Dress well. One never knows who or what they might summon.
Today, we'll attempt a feat once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. It requires merely one thing, a SoFi personal loan. With it, you could save big on interest charges by consolidating into one low fixed-rate monthly payment. Defy high-interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stunt to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
A equals H.
Ah, right on time, dear friend. Some lots arrive all at once, blunt, obvious, demanding to be seen. Others arrive in pieces, whispers in the walls, dust in the corners, sounds that don't belong to the hour. Lot 84 is one of those. 2 items. High Priestess Emily brought in especially for you. Unconnected by origin, yet curiously linked by sound. Knocks, taps, rhythms.
Chromebook has an over 30-second delay because the Everett Police Department and every imbecile in Unit 207 wants to spend their weekend in King County Jail, which I'm fine with. I'm hungry. So let's hope they fucking do something. Let's see what the delay is here. I'm snapping my fingers.
Beneath the earth near a ruined barn. one no longer listed on any local surveys. It still
Only a
carries
9-second delay on the Lenovo thing.
stone, iron, and when held, some claim to hear giggling. Others say the bell rings on its own, always just out of earshot. It's been cataloged under one name. We call this first story The Cellar. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk.
I'd be curious to know how many police officers are going to be arrested in front of their kids and wives this evening. That's something I'd like to know.
By the Obsidian
Or rather
Covenant.
this morning. Whatever time
Recent
you plan on
initiates
making an
include
appearance.
Chloe, Ash Cash, Blake
If any of your
Gazelle,
officers that are going to prison, which would be each and every officer from the North and South Precinct that did not blow the whistle that knows my fucking name, per the fucking FBI. That's per the fucking FBI.
Castle Sapeda,
Any cop that knows my name in the
Jody
North or the
McGrath,
South Precinct who didn't
and
blow the whistle is
Tammy
going to jail.
DC.
Prison. Some only
We are
for
ever
2 to 5
appreciative
years,
of your
though.
devotion to the
So
order.
I hope you do it
Go
while
to
kids are in school so their
theobsidiancovenant.com
parents don't have to be arrested
to
in front of
receive
them.
the
Do it between 9 and 2 today, you
Now,
cowards.
Where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the
Because it is supposed to be a
antiquarium of
blitz
sinister
sweep.
happenings
It's supposed to be a blitz
and
sweep.
odd goings on.
And we're in the week of June 20th today. A week the FBI has been talking about for 10 months straight if you go to my old live streams. Just saying, do it while the kids are in school. Bad enough that their moms and dads that were cops are in jail because they're actually completely federal felons and domestic terrorists. Stalkers, child abusers, kidnappers, assaulters, obstructors of justice, impeders of federal investigations. They're already going to have to learn that hard fact about their mommy and daddy. So do it while they're in school. Come between 9 and 2.
I was sent to investigate a missing child. What I found still haunts me. I took early
Hopefully
retirement
nobody's
2
going to
months
miss their
ago.
kids' sports games or
They say it
recitals
was
this
voluntary,
weekend, too.
If you read
I
between
mean,
the
summer
lines,
starts
the
today.
transfer, the psych eval, the months of leave before I resigned. You'd see the truth. Now, I've never told anyone what really happened in Barley Hill. Not the chief superintendent, not the shrink they assigned me. Hell, not even my wife, who thinks it was just burnout. It wasn't burnout. I know what I saw. And more importantly, I know what I heard in that cellar. But I'll start at the beginning.
Truth be told, I'm glad their kids are going to learn the reality about their mommy and daddies who were police
Barley Hill is a
officers, but
speck on
actually
the map
child
in
abusers,
Northumberland.
child endangerers,
2 rows of
kidnappers,
cottages,
assaulters.
1 pub,
I
1
feel
post
relieved for
office.
them. It'll probably save them a
fields
lot
that
of
go on
money when they're
forever.
adults, knowing ahead of time that their
The kind
parents
of
were
place where
complete
time
hypocrites
folds in on
and then went to
itself.
prison for being the worst of
I was
the
stationed
worst.
nearby in Hexham and sent out to assist local plot when a girl went missing. Her name was Abigail Shaw, 12 years old. Disappeared on a Tuesday afternoon between school and home. She should have walked back with her friend Lucy, but told her she was cutting through the woods to take a shortcut. Except there was no shortcut. Just miles of dense forest and farmland. Her parents were frantic, understandably. I met them the night she vanished. Good
Truth be
people.
told, though, even though you guys think you have everything rigged up here, I don't think you're going to do a goddamn thing today. Oh, you might come knocking and stomping and squawking,
Mrs.
but I think you're going to do exactly what you did in March. And I don't think you'll have that much time. I think you think that you can wait till next month and try and cut off the internet criminally and illegally,
The Barley Hill Constable.
and I don't think the FBI is
Man
going to
named
let you.
Pritchard.
I think you need to act and act fast so you can be detained and arraigned
No
promptly.
CCTV in the village.
That's what I think.
No reports of strangers.
But I think you're cowardly.
No signs of struggle.
And I don't believe that anybody is volunteering to be inside of my house,
dogs and drones
knowing
by the
that
next
it's
morning.
going to be immediately superseded with
We
all of your
every
long
square meter
humming
of woodland
detainments.
for 3 days.
So I kind of think you're not going to do a damn thing, and I'm just going to sit here continuing to starve and suffer.
Not a thread of clothing.
And I also think you probably intercepted the SOS message that Russ was supposed to give to the sheriffs yesterday.
Then, on the fourth day, we found something. It was a dog walker about 2 miles from the village.
Oh, and don't forget, according to the FBI, there are people they're going to be detaining and arraigning that aren't even in Washington State. They're not even in the state, and they're getting detained and arraigned. Same time as the Blitz Sweep. So I would love it if the Blitz Sweep was today. I'd like to eat.
Pink, satin, with a tiny silver bell. Abigail's mother confirmed it was hers. The barn itself was unsafe. Roof half
And then, of
caved
course,
in,
you're going to have to deal
floor
with the
rotted.
fact that if one of your officers pulls a gun and shoots me in the head, you're going to be convicted for murder, and your kid will add that to your dossier of credentials. My mommy and daddy were police officers, but really they were child abusers, thieves, fraudsters, perjurers, ADA and civil rights violators. They were stalkers. They were illegal detainers. They held a woman for almost a year straight, hostage in her house, except for when they kidnapped her, cut her wrist, drugged her, all of which she reported over half a year before that because they'd been premeditating it from upstairs for over 2 years. And then they broke into her house while she was kidnapped at that location and shoved their USB devices into her laptops to prevent her from being able to record video and audio because they planned the murder. Yeah, my mom and dad, they were a really bad police officer.
Smelled like old stone and wet iron.
So they went to prison. Come get your fucking prize. Life in prison without parole, you cowardly, dirty cunts. You're not even going to fucking show up. Or you're going to show up banging on the door and have one of your fucking Nimrod co-conspirators trying to break in for you like you've done a few times. Remember, those looking at the lengthiest prison stays, anyone and everyone sticking to the always fraudulent and perjurous claim that a fucking thing you did was reactionary and not the premeditated series and sequences of felonies they were. And then remember, the state of Washington is going to go, quote, hardcore on their indictments for you, per the FBI. Turns out they don't very much like paying people for 3+ years to be nothing but federal felons, the sort that they should be putting in jail.
6 feet up, alive, written in chalk, still fresh.
Come and get it. Oh, but you won't be coming to get it. No, you guys will wait. You wait to try to cut off the internet next
They
month.
lifted Abigail's prints off the shoe.
But you don't have that time, babies. You don't have that time. The FBI is not going to let you wait till next month, so you should act fucking now. Quit dragging your fucking heels.
We interviewed every villager twice. I walked the woods alone some nights, flashlight in one hand, recorder in the other.
Past, present, future, and every officer who knows my name that didn't blow the whistle is not going to be able to work in law ever again. Ever again.
Turn on in the middle of the night.
Ever again.
Voice memos I didn't make. Then came the voice. 3 times over the next week, I woke to a faint knock on my guest house door at precisely 2:11 a.m. Each time I opened it to find no one. On the 3rd night, I stayed up and recorded the hallway. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, my stomach turned. At 2:11 a.m., the camera shook slightly, then captured my own voice, whispering, "She's in the orchard." Except I never said that. I didn't tell anyone. Didn't want to be pulled off the case. Instead, I went back to Greaves Orchard. Daylight this time. I paced the area around.
I'm restarting the story. I got a little distracted. Anyway, I just like to remind everybody, I did start my period today, the one that you made me miss last month from your fucking crime spree due to malnourishment. Now, I'm not authorized to talk to you when you show up here. I'm only authorized to aim the camera at you. And I don't think you will fucking show up. I think you'll send your henchmen and women like you sent my disabled sons to perpetrate a breaking and entering and endangering them. After 3 weeks of incessantly yapping about it upstairs, your hypocrisy is so disgusting that I cannot wait for those of you that are going to prison to be exposed for what you really are. Your legacy will be all of the crimes you've perpetrated against me. And I'm talking now because you know I can't talk when or if you show up, but I truly don't believe your cowardly asses are going to fucking show up, which is a shame because the FBI is not going to give you much longer. And I would like for this to be over quickly. Oh. Happy Friday! Woo!
I acquired a pair of 100% European linen shorts. Cool to the touch, deceptively simple. They're Italian leather sandals, sturdy enough to outrun a curse, yet elegant enough for the antique dealer. The price? You'll swoon. They commune directly with artisans. I dare say, should you find yourself beckoned to a...
Oh, and if you think that I am curt, wait till you hear what the federal judge is going to have to say about your fucking conduct. Wait till you hear that.
Seaside ceremony, or merely your mortal brunch. Don something from Quince. I use them, and you should too. Give your summer closet an upgrade.
Intentional misconduct. Oh,
Quince.com
that's an understatement.
/happenings for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/happenings. Dress well. One never knows who.
You guys are so cowardly that I literally am like, I don't want to put on makeup because I don't even think your dumbasses are going to show up.
We'll attempt to feat one
I wish you would. I wish that you fucking would. But really, I'm like, don't put on your makeup. These chickens are going to continue being chickens until the FBI pulls them out.
By consolidating into one low fixed rate monthly payment. Defy high interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stunt to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Remember this quote from the FBI. Most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North-Everett Precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. And in this case, it does indeed constitute domestic terrorism.
Obvious.
The kidnappings go a long way in the prosecution for domestic terrorism. Remember?
Whispers in the walls. Dust in the corners. Sounds that don't belong.
Come and get it. But you won't. You'll probably show up banging on the door or try and send John and Erica in again for you. You know, your pattern of criminal conduct. But you just remember, you can keep delaying it. You can, but you don't have that long. You have less than 14 days before the FBI is going to grab you and physically put you in jail if you don't fucking show up like has been the plan.
Rhythms too deliberate to be dismissed. Too faint
The
to be
plan that
trusted.
was reported in 2017, the one and only remaining felony, to cut off video and audio footage,
With a small silver bell
and to shoot me in the head and claim that I was doing something that elicited that so it would be deemed a suicide.
One no longer listed on any local surveys. It still carries a scent. Stone. Iron. And
Again,
will
I don't think you're going to show
some
up. I'm not
claim
even
to
put on my
hear
makeup.
giggling.
I'm going to expect some
Others say
knocking
the
and
bell rings
swapping.
on its own. Always just out of earshot. It's been cataloged under one name. We call this first story The Cellar. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Chloe, Ash Cash, Blake Isaf, the Big Bad Wolf of California, Kristen DeBose, Romy, Alexandra Cruz, Castle Sapita, Jody McGrath, and Tammy DC. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On. I was sent to investigate a missing child. What I found still haunts me. I took early retirement 2 months ago. They say it was voluntary, but if you read between the lines, the transfer, the psych eval, the months of leave before I resigned, you'd see the truth. Now, I've never told anyone what really happened in Barley Hill. Not the chief superintendent, not the shrink they assigned me. Hell, not even my wife, who thinks it was just burnout. It wasn't burnout. I know what I saw. And more importantly, I know what I heard in that cellar. But I'll start at the beginning. Barley Hill is a speck on the map in Northumberland. 2 rows of cottages, 1 pub, 1 post office, and fields that go on forever. The kind of place where time folds in on itself. I was stationed nearby in Hexham and sent out to assist local plot when a girl went missing. Her name was Abigail Shaw, 12 years old. Disappeared on a Tuesday afternoon between school and home. She should have walked back with her friend Lucy, but told her she was cutting through the woods to take a shortcut. Except there was no shortcut. Just miles of dense forest and farmland. Her parents were frantic, understandably. I met them the night she vanished. Good people, salt of the earth types. Mr. Shaw was shaking so bad he couldn't hold his tea. Mrs. Shaw kept glancing at the clock every few seconds, like if she stared hard enough, time would reverse. The Barley Hill constable, a man named Pritchard, was already out of his depth. No CCTV in the village. No reports of strangers. No signs of struggle. I took over coordination and brought in dogs and drones by the next morning. We combed every square meter of woodland for 3 days. Nothing. Not a footprint. Not a thread of clothing. She'd vanished like smoke. Then, on the 4th day, we found something. It was a dog walker about 2 miles from the village,
near an abandoned farmstead, the old place called Greaves Orchard. The dog had gone ballistic near the collapsed barn and started digging at the earth. That's where we found the ribbon. Pink, satin, with a tiny silver bell. Abigail's mother confirmed it was hers. The barn itself was unsafe. Roof half caved in, the floor rotted. But below it, there was a trapdoor, sealed with rusted iron bolts. And this is where things get odd. The floor above that trapdoor hadn't collapsed. There was no way the dog could have smelled anything through solid oak beams and a foot of earth. But it did. And it led us to that exact spot, like it had been called there. We broke the lock. The air that came up smelled like old stone and wet iron. We descended. The cellar was far too large, carved into the bedrock with old tools. Pritchard said the farmhouse had no records of underground storage. No history, no maps, not even local gossip. But here it was, 15 feet underground, with stone shelves, iron hooks, and something that looked a lot like restraints bolted to the wall. We searched every inch. No girl. Just one small shoe, tucked behind a broken crate. And carved into the wall, 6 feet up, alive, written in chalk, still fresh. That word stayed with me. We brought in forensics.
Forgot to
They
feed
lifted
Google.com
Abigail's prints off the
on
shoe.
the HP
The
Chromebook.
ribbon
Just
too,
started at 6:01 a.m.
Nothing else. No DNA. No signs of anyone else. We interviewed every villager twice. I walked the woods alone some nights.
Logged in
flashlight in
as
one hand,
guest
recorder in the other.
on HP Chromebook too, by the way.
That is when it started. At first, it was small things. My mobile would turn on in the middle of the night and start recording. Voice memos I didn't make. Then came the voice. 3 times over the next week, I woke to a faint knock on my guest house door at precisely 2:11 a.m. Each time, I opened it to find no one. On the 3rd night, I stayed up and recorded the hallway. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, my stomach turned. At 2:11 a.m., the camera shook slightly, then captured my own voice, whispering, "She's in the orchard." Except I never said that. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to be pulled off the case. Instead, I went back to Greaves Orchard. Daylight this time. I paced the area around the barn. Found nothing. But the feeling. That pressure behind the eyes. That wrongness in the air. It stayed with me. woman named Mags Willoughby. She lived alone at the edge of the village, nearest to the orchard. She'd seen something, she said. Her voice trembled over the line.
2 nights ago, I saw a girl running across the field.
Did you recognize her?
She looked like the shore girl, but she wasn't right.
Not right. How?
She's barefoot, mud up to her knees, but her clothes were torn. Her face, it didn't look scared. It looked calm, like she was walking in her sleep.
Okay. Where'd she go?
Towards the barn.
I stayed out there until dawn. Nothing. A week passed. The official search was scaled down. The press moved on. But I didn't. The case got inside me. I barely slept. Ate standing up. My wife said I talked in my sleep, muttering about cellars and chalk and ribbons. Then one night, a storm rolling in over the moors, I returned to Greaves Orchard one last time. The barn was creaking in the wind. The trees swayed like they were trying to whisper to each other. I descended the cellar steps with my torch and recorder. Everything was as we'd left it. Empty. But the word alive was gone. Scrubbed clean. In its place, one word, newly written in shaky chalk. Colder. I turned. Heart pounding. A sound behind me. Soft. Delicate. A giggle. I spun and caught it in the beam. A girl. Pale. Dirty feet. Wearing a nightgown. Abigail. She just stared at me, smiling. I reached out, but she stepped backward into the darkness and vanished. I ran to the spot. Nothing. Just stone wall. I don't know how long I stood there, torch shaking. Eventually, I left. Didn't sleep that night. Didn't go back the next day. They found her 3 days later, wandering along the roadside near Hayden Bridge. Disoriented, clothes cleaned, no bruises, no injuries. Dehydrated, but otherwise unharmed. The doctors said she'd been fed recently. No signs of trauma. She didn't remember anything. She just kept repeating the same thing.
The man in the cellar was nice.
They assumed it was a coping mechanism, a way to process fear. But I knew better. I asked to see her one last time. Off the record. I just wanted to ask a single question. I sat across from her in the hospital room. She looked at me calmly, swinging her legs off the side of the bed. Abigail. Was the man in the cellar old or young? She tilted her head.
He didn't have a face.
They closed the case. Everyone celebrated a miracle. The girl who came back. But I know what I saw in that cellar. And I know what I heard. Because the night after she was found, I played one of the voice memos from my phone. It was my voice again, muttering over and over. She's not the same. 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 Then silence. Then a child's voice. Soft. Like it was speaking right next to the microphone. Yeah.
Spooky. That was a spooky story. I feel like I'd be more afraid of getting a fucking
it's
voice
gone
message
quiet
from
now.
myself.
It's the answer that
Oh
worries
no,
me.
it's an audio doppelganger.
You see, some echoes don't
If you
stop
see your
when the
doppelganger,
object is
all the
returned to
Jews
the
do
shelf.
believe, but if you see that, that means
They
you're dying.
carry
ASAP.
room to room, wall
I don't know if
to
it
wall,
applies to voices, but
until they
that would
find
freak me
someone
out.
willing to listen back.
Voice memo from self.
I should check the eastern cabinet. There's been movement in the glass. And if I'm not mistaken, something's knocking from underneath.
Oh, I'm
I'll
tired.
return shortly.
I know you guys had plans for this morning, but I think I'm gonna go to sleep since you've been fucking with my sleep so horrendously. And my nap yesterday was me dreaming about being shot because of your fucking crime spree. And remember, I started my period today, which means I have a zero tolerance for bullshit today. I'm not allowed to talk to you when you show up to break in again and stalk me on the exterior. So I'm glad we had this talk this morning. Just tell anybody who's volunteering to go to the live stream off from the HP Chromebook or the Lenovo ThinkPad and listen to my memo from the last 20 minutes.
Deceptively simple. Their Italian leather sandals.
And remember, as usual, the signs say it all. Arrest your fellow co-conspirators and domestic terrorists. Or embrace your prison sentence.
I dare say, should you find yourself beckoned to a seaside ceremony or merely your mortal brunch, don something from Quince. I use them, and you should too. Get your summer closet an upgrade with Quince. Go to quince.com/happenings for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/happenings. Dress well, one never knows who or what they might summon.
Today, we'll attempt a feat once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. It requires merely one thing, a SoFi personal loan. With it, you could save big on interest charges by consolidating into one low fixed-rate monthly payment. Defy high-interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stunt to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi.
That electrical tape's holding up.
Terms and
Usually
conditions
it's
apply.
legal.
NMLS 696891.
Hello, I'm Malik.
I'm Jamie.
And this is World Gone Wrong, where we discuss the unprecedented times we're living through.
Can your manager still schedule you for night shifts after that werewolf bit you?
My ex-boyfriend was replaced by an alien body snatcher, but I think I like him better now.
Who is this dude showing up in everyone's old pictures?
We are just your normal millennial roommates processing our feelings about a chaotic world in front of some microphones.
Find World Gone Wrong in all the regular places you find podcasts.
Also, one more thing. Whistleblowers, remember, you will be detained, but you're not going to be getting naked or having anyone's hands shoved up your ass, and you're not getting an indictment. Laheim.
I got a speaker from your shop recently, and it has worked really well, but when I'm not using it, I hear steps. I hear movement around my home. It's been getting louder and louder, and I can't get away from the sound. because anytime I'm home, I just hear it just thumping away. I don't know what to do. It's back, and I can't make it turn off, please. Some speaker goes, and it doesn't stop. Take it back.
End of messages. Still with us? Good. Because the ribbon was only part of the message. Now we come to the other. A plank of flooring, roughly 3 feet in length. Smooth on one side, as though touched by small hands again and again. Along its surface, faint indentations. 3, 2, 4. Always the same. We've labeled it the tapping board. It was recovered from beneath a child's bed. The house was sold twice before anyone dared remove it. But when they did, they found scratches beneath. Names, dates, and something else. Harder to explain. The second story in Lot 84 is titled, My Mom Used to Hide Under My Bed.
I was born in 2000. Grew up in a small town in northeast Ohio. We had one of those little ranch-style houses, all on one floor, 3 bedrooms. It was just me and my mom for most of my life. My dad left when I was a baby. She was a good mom, from what I remember. We didn't have much money, but she made sure I always had what I needed. She worked as a waitress at a restaurant in the center of town. Always tired, but always kind. We'd watch movies together at night. She'd tuck me in, kiss my forehead, and tell me she loved me. I felt safe. Except at bedtime. I must have been about 6 or 7 the first time I noticed it. One night, after she tucked me in, I heard the floor creak after she turned off the light. Not out in the hall, right by my bed.
Also, I don't know if it was a whistleblower or if it was a felon that's going to prison or the Bureau, but whoever made the photo a block of cheese, that was
slow,
funny.
Heavy.
That was funny.
Right underneath me.
Mom?
I called for her louder. After a few seconds, she crawled out from under the bed like it was the most normal thing in the world.
Go to sleep, sweetheart. Mommy's here.
The next night, same thing. I heard her crawl under right after lights out. The soft thud of her knees and hands against the floorboards. The shift of the mattress as she settled in. I was too little to really question it. I thought maybe it was just a game she liked to play. But the older I got, the more I realized it wasn't a game. It became a routine. She'd tuck me in like normal, turn off the light, and then she'd get under the bed. Every single night. And then she started doing little things. She would tap on the wood under my mattress in these odd rhythms. 3 taps, then 2, then 4. Sometimes it sounded almost like a song. Other times like random patterns. If I moved or sat up,
I am putting the litter box
she'd
on the
stop
chair.
until
Do
I
not
lay back
pee or
down.
poo on the chair, Hunter.
A couple times, I caught her peeking out from the foot of the bed. I'd feel eyes on me and look down, and there she was. Her face just visible in the dark. One eye glinting in the faint light from the hall. No expression, just watching.
It's right there. You smell your potty box? I put it in the chair.
I stopped sleeping well. I'd lie stiff under the covers.
I don't want you to potty on the chair. That's why I stuck it
call for her. If I tried to leave the bed, she'd grab my ankle. Not hard, just enough to stop me. Then she'd giggle again.
You were
soft, weird giggle.
You were holding in your cat pee.
I never told anyone. How do you explain something like that when you're a kid? I figured no one would believe me. It wasn't every night that something scary happened. Some nights she'd just lie there quietly. I'd hear her whispering to herself sometimes. Words I couldn't make out. Soft and steady. Like she was talking to someone I couldn't hear. This went on for years. During the day, she was totally normal. Made my lunch, helped with homework, joked with me, hugged me. I remember trying to work up the courage to ask her about it once when I was around 10.
Mom, why do you sleep under my bed? Oh, buddy, I don't do that. You must be having silly dreams.
But that night, she was there again. And the tapping was louder. By the time I was 9 or 10, I stopped looking under the bed. I started sleeping on the couch when I could get away with it. Eventually, when I turned 11, she told me I was old enough to have a lock on my door. She never came back into my room. I don't know why she did it. I don't know what changed. She passed away when I was 23. Cancer. In her last weeks, she was confused a lot of the time, drifting in and out. But one night, while I was sitting by her bed, she grabbed my wrist and said very clearly,
I kept you safe, you know. You were never alone at night.
I still don't understand what she meant.
CBIWLKPIBCCP.
In my opinion, this is the scariest episode of the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings. Feed the pig.
Ah, summertime. The sun grows bold, the spirits restless, and the fabrics utterly unwearable. Why, just last week, a seance in the East Parlor was nearly undone by a perspiring medium in...
First, though, I want to see what episode or podcast it will roll into when this is over. Is it something I can sleep to or not?
medium in rayon. Ghastly.
Exclusive audio clip.
The Kennedy Cougars this Saturday.
And beyond.
Today, we'll attempt a feat once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. It requires merely one thing, a SoFi personal loan. With it, you could save big on interest charges by consolidating into one low fixed-rate monthly payment. Defy high-interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stunt to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hello, Toxic Avenger fans. You know what that theme song means. It's time for another exclusive audio clip from The Toxic Avenger in theaters August 29th. This time, we bring you the sounds of someone cooking breakfast and be part of a winning team. Toxie, Toxi.
Ah, summertime. The sun grows bold, the spirits restless, and the fabrics utterly unwearable. Why, just last
Well, Unit
week,
207 is
a
blocking
seance
my
in the East
ability to
Parlor
push
was
the
nearly
forward
undone
button while
by
they were trying to use
perspiring
10 different
medium in
websites to
rayon.
plant device data onto my device.
The Antiquarium has made an acquaintance.
So we might just listen to this story on repeat while I take a nap, a reprieve, or I try to. Whilst my attempted murderers continue coordinating, yip-yapping away, and hacking.
Sturdy enough to outrun a curse, yet elegant enough for the antique.
I really do hope you guys come
Price,
today because I would like for this to be
yours
over with and for you to be exposed, detained, arraigned.
I dare say, should you find yourself beckoned to a seaside ceremony
Facts.
or merely your mortal brunch, don something from Quince. I use them, and you should too. Give your summer closet an upgrade with Quince. Go to quince.com/happenings for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/happenings. Dress well, one never knows who or what they might summon.
High interest debt is one of the toughest opponents you'll face. Unless you power up with a SoFi personal loan. A SoFi personal loan can repackage your bad debt into one low fixed rate monthly payment. It's even got super speed, since you can get the funds as soon as the same day you sign. Visit SoFi.com/power to learn more. That's SoFi.com/POWER. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hello there, friend. Come on in and make yourself at home. Just so happens your pickup today is a little off-putting. So I've been storing it as far back here as possible. Let's see. Ah, there we are. Soaked and stained in gore and filth. This large section of cloth has been to hell and back, that's for sure. Used as a blindfold of sorts. Unfortunately, there is nothing to shield you from the darkness about to befall you. To embark on this journey the way it is intended, you will be needing your apparatus on hand from the shop. Presenting my phantasmagoric accentuator machine, a true miracle of modern science. Listen carefully, as I will be calling out numbers from 1 through 7 over the course of your nightmare. Simply scratch the corresponding space on the card, give it a sniff, and bring the story to life in ways you've never imagined. It's vital that you do not interact with anything on the accentuator unless you receive my specific instructions. The ancient magic imbued in your machine is chaotic and unpredictable, so it's best just to play it safe. Capiche? Now set your contraption down, preferably on a hard surface at arm's length, and let's give it a test. Scratch the circle labeled 1. Let the smell of the cedarwood paneling of the shop awaken the senses. Good. See? You got it. Well, I suppose it's time to get ready for this horrid slice of terror I call Feed the Pig. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings-on. Number 2.
I slowly opened my eyes. My head was swimming, and a dull pain surrounded my throat. I was thirsty. That was the first thing I noticed. I licked my dry lips as my surroundings faded into focus. My body ached, and I realized it was because I was tightly bound to a metal chair in the middle of an empty room. The barren concrete walls were stained and dirty. The floor beneath my bare feet was cold and slightly wet. A single bulb lit the room, dangling from the ceiling by a string. It cast moving shadows, and I blinked back at darkness. An open door stood before me, but I couldn't see anything but the wall of an hallway. I tried to clear my head, tried to remember how I got here. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself not to panic. I slowly breathed in and focused my thoughts desperately, trying to summon some recollection of why I was here. I couldn't remember anything. I opened my eyes and exhaled, my parched throat throbbing. I could hear sounds echoing off the hallway walls outside the door. Screaming, clanging, howling, all very distant, but that did nothing to help calm my nerves.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?
The dark hallway remained silent except for the constant echoes. I shut my mouth and tried to wriggle free of my bindings, but the rope was knotted impossibly tight. I fought back against my imagination as it flooded my mind with horrific scenarios of what awaited me. If I could only remember. Suddenly, footsteps erupted from outside the door, a rapid patter of small feet. My hopes rose, and I trained my attention on the door, praying it was help. A young boy ran into the room dressed in a red onesie, complete with padded feet. Stretched over his face was a plastic devil mask. The eye holes revealed massive blue eyes that greeted me curiously. Taken aback, I opened my mouth to speak, but that's when I noticed something was off. His eyes were huge, impossibly round and bulging from their sockets. It sent a shiver of unease down my spine, but I shook it off. This child might be able to free me. Hey kid, can you get me out of here? The boy took a step closer, cocking his head but remaining silent. I rattled my bound arms against the chair. Cut me through, please. I shouldn't be here. This is some kind of mistake. The boy eyed me behind his strange mask and stopped directly in front of me. He leaned close and whispered, his voice like wet silk.
You did a bad thing.
No, this is a mistake. I didn't do anything. The boy's enormous blue eyes suddenly filled with sadness.
Oh, you did a really, really bad thing.
No, I'm sorry. I don't remember. Just please get me out of this chair. Suddenly, before either of us could speak again, a man came charging into the room. He was overweight and dressed in overalls, his grizzled face twisted in seething anger. He was holding a sawed-off shotgun in his arms. I didn't do anything. I'm not supposed to be here. The big man ignored me and instead grabbed the kid and shoved him hard against the wall. The boy grunted as his back struck the concrete and his eyes rose to meet the grizzled man's. Wordlessly, the man raised his shotgun, placed it against the boy's forehead, and blew his head off. Chunks of gore spattered the walls as shock slugged me in the stomach like an iron fist. My ears rang, and time seemed to slow as I watched in horror as the headless body crumpled to the ground. My breath rushed back into my lungs, and time seemed to readjust. Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck? The man ignored my screams as he bent down and picked up the boy. He slung the ruined corpse over his shoulder and walked out the doorway. Suddenly the hallway erupted with malicious laughter, a chorus of voices all howling in glee. I shut my eyes, the voice deafening as absolute terror filled my every pore. After a few moments, the laughter faded and I cautiously opened my eyes, unable to believe what I had just witnessed. I jumped as I realised there was another man standing before me. He was dressed in a simple white button-down shirt and jeans. His brown hair was cut short, and he appeared to be in his early 30s. His green eyes were dull and lifeless. His full lips pulled down at the corners. What's going on? Where am I? I cried, new fear pooling in my stomach like hot blood. The man crossed his arms.
So you're the new one, huh? You people disgust me.
He shook his head. Questions bubbled off my lips, but he waved them off with a sharp chop of his hand, slicing the air and demanding my silence. He ran his tongue over his teeth, sneering.
You look like you already seen some of the horrors this place holds, huh? Yeah, I can tell by the look in your eyes. You're terrified. You've seen something, haven't you? Doesn't seem all that bad now, does it, looking back? You've been here 5 minutes and already you're shitting your pants.
Where am I? What do you people want? The man crossed his arms behind his back.
I bet you want to get out of here, don't you? I bet you'd like to get back to your home, your family, everything. Oh, I'm so sure you would.
Please, whatever I did to you, I'm sorry. I really am, but I don't remember. The man rolled his eyes.
You didn't do anything to me. You did it to yourself. You really don't remember, do you?
I shook my head and felt tears brimming in my eyes, liquid fear. The man looked at me with contempt.
You waited until your wife left for work. You went out to the woodshed and you hung yourself. You're dead.
The recent memory rose in my mind like a monster from a bog. My eyes went wide, as much as I wanted to deny it. He was right. I had killed myself. The incident tore from my brain like a bullet train and left me reeling.
I'm Danny, by the way.
The man said, ignoring the shocked look on my face.
And I'm number 2 here. I run the orientation process. I want to make this quick because I am so fucking tired of repeating this thing to you suicidals. You get one question before I begin.
He stared down at me and I scrambled to organize my thoughts into something cohesive. This was all horrifying. Why had I killed myself? I fought against the fog and panic, and the mist of confusion slowly began to lift. I had just lost my job. Yeah, that was the start. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced more of the memory to emerge. I had lost my job, and I was about to lose the house. My wife, Tess, she found out and she was going to leave me. I didn't have any way out, didn't have any options. Getting fired had come out of the blue, and I didn't have much in savings. I was broke, soon to be homeless, and my wife hated me for it. There was something else. Yeah, that's right. She'd been cheating on me. I'd seen texts on her phone while she slept one night, and it confirmed my suspicions. My life had degraded to shit, and I'd run out of options. Humiliated and ashamed, I had decided death was my only option.
Hey, fucker, do you have a question or not?
I was sucked back into reality and I asked the only question that mattered. Is this hell?
That's always what you people ask.
He began to pace back and forth in front of me.
No, this is not hell. It's not heaven either. This is the Black Farm. And no, I didn't name it that. This is where God sends the souls who have ended their own life. The suicidals. You see, he doesn't really know what to do with you. And neither does the devil. There are genuinely good people who kill themselves. It seems cruel to banish them to hell for all eternity for a moment of weakness, right? Personally, I think God and the devil were just tired of arguing about it. And so they send them here, to the Black Farm.
Did God create this place? I asked, growing more and more confused.
Sure, at some point. But he lost control of it when he put the pig in charge.
What's the pig? I asked, unsure I wanted to know the answer.
Can I fucking finish? God created this place eons ago, put the pig in charge, and then forgot about it for a while. Well, when his back was turned, the pig decided to use his new powers to try and create his own little world. This mess you see around you is the fractured remains of that experiment. The Black Farm used to be a lot nicer, but the pig wanted things to be different. He wanted to create his own vision. These people you see, these monsters, they're the pig's attempt at creating functioning life instead of mirroring God's earth. These mutated, horrible creations are full of sin and hatred. These little fuckers run rampant here. Unabashed. This place is fucking chaos. The Black Farm is a circus of freaks and monsters. And it's your eternity.
Fear pulled my gut like thick oil. No, this couldn't be my end. I didn't believe in stuff like this. This wasn't real. I could wake up soon and realise I was just having a nightmare. That had to be it. Danny stood before me and lightly slapped my face.
Hey. Don't go into hysterics on me. I haven't finished yet.
I raised my teary eyes to meet his. Danny smiled.
You can always feed the pig.
My breath pushed from my lungs like burning steam. What does that mean? Danny spread his hands, still smiling.
It's as simple as that. Feed the pig, and there's a chance he'll send you back to your life.
What happens if it doesn't?
You get sent to hell. So flip a coin if you have one. Stay here with us or feed the pig. If you choose to stay, I'll let you go. I'll let you go out there,
He said, pointing towards the door.
but let me assure you, what awaits you at the end of the hallway, well, let's just say hell isn't that much worse.
I swallowed hard, trying my best to digest everything. Why wouldn't I try feeding the pig, whatever that meant? If there was even a sliver of rope, I would take it. An eternity in this place, the Black Farm, be sent to hell or feed the pig. I would do anything for a chance to go back. This nightmare made my problem seem like nothing in comparison. Danny raised a hand before I could speak.
I'll let you think on it a while. I'll be back later.
I want to feed the pig, I cried, not wanting to spend another second in this awful room. I could hear a woman screaming down the hallway, her cries rising as something meaty pounded into her. My breath came in sharp pulls and my throat burned. Danny noticed the noise and grinned.
Sounds pretty bad, huh?
He said softly as a woman's voice creaked with agony. Something was still slamming into her, the sound of beating flesh igniting my imagination with horrors.
Please, just let me feed the pig. I don't want to stay here any longer.
Danny turned away from me.
I'll be back later. Enjoy your time alone. Really, think about your situation. Weigh your options. And remember, you put yourself here.
With that, he was gone, leaving me in a dim room. Tears streamed down my face. The woman didn't stop screaming for hours. At some point, I fell into a semi-sleep. The darkness in the room seemed to press in on me and my eyes fluttered shut. My body ached, and my throat was an halo of fire. Thirst raked at my windpipe like sharp glass. My lips felt like crumpled paper. My head thundered like a drum. The room swam in and out of focus and my mind drifted towards the horrific sounds that never ended. I was lost in an haze, unaware that something was sliding into the room until I felt a sharp prick on my big toe. I jolted out of my daze and my bare foot ignited with pain. I screamed and tried to move, but my bindings held me tight. The room rushed back into focus and I blinked in agony as I felt blood trickle between my toes. I looked down for the source of the pain and I felt a scream crawl up in my throat. Staring at me was an armless man. He slithered on the floor like a worm, his bald head scabbed and filthy. His legs were wrapped together in barbed wire, forcing him to wriggle his body to move. His eyes were lidless and wide. Two bloodshot white orbs stared up at me with hungry intensity. His teeth had been removed and replaced with long screws which jutted from his bleeding gums like a broken rock formation. Around his neck was a chain leash, which I followed across the floor to an open door. The end of the leash was held by a tall, naked man. His body was hairless and flabby, covered in similar scabs like his pet. A dirty bag was pulled over his head that hid his features except for a single red eye that peeked out at me from a creep cut in the cloth. He stared at me and groped himself, his breath heavy and laboured. As the armless man wriggled towards me, his master started to masturbate. I screamed as the screw-filled mouth bit at me again, and my cries seemed to stimulate the naked man even more. Stop it! I screamed, horrified. I tried to kick at the man, doing my best to avoid his sharp metal teeth. I brought my heel down on his head, and he screamed as his face bounced off the floor. A moan of pleasure escaped the bagman's mouth, and I turned away as a mist of black sprayed out onto the floor. There was a rattle of chains, and I turned back to see the two of them leaving. The armless man dragged by his neck out the door. I looked at where the bagman had ejaculated. I saw a puddle of dead ants. I I vomited on myself. Thick, chunky curds of bile and slime.
Get me out of here! I don't belong here!
I listened to the two men retreat down the hallway. The clank of chains accompanied by the sound of flesh being dragged across the concrete. I screamed again. But I knew no one was going to help me. I spit a wad of phlegm and bile onto the floor, ridding my mouth of its sourness. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't easy. After some time, I heard someone else approaching. I'd been in a miserable lull, my mind a blank canvas of dark despair, but the noise roused me from my trance-like state. The muscles in my arms burned from being restrained for so long that I shifted them desperately, trying my best to prepare myself for whatever horror was about to walk through the door.
Looks like our dear narrator is having a bit of trouble adjusting to his new situation. While we give him a bit of a breather, I'm just going to run and take my famous Halloween cookies out of the stove. Why don't you give number 3 a scratch? Chocolate chip. Back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Ah, summertime. The sun grows bold, the spirits restless, and the fabrics utterly unwearable. Why, just last week, a seance in the East Parlor was nearly undone by a perspiring medium in rayon. Ghastly. Thankfully, the antiquarian has made an acquaintance with a rather enchanting purveyor of modern-day elegance, Quince. I acquired a pair of 100% European linen shorts, cool to the touch, deceptively simple. Their Italian leather sandals, sturdy enough to outrun a curse, yet elegant enough for the antique dealer. The price? You'll swoon. They commune directly with artisans. I dare say, should you find yourself beckoned to a seaside ceremony or merely your mortal brunch, don something from Quince. I use them, and you should too. Give your summer closet an upgrade with Quince. Go to quince.com/happenings for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/happenings. Dress well. One never knows who or what they might summon.
At Arizona State University, we're bringing world-class education from our globally acclaimed faculty to you. Ranked #1 in innovation for 10 consecutive years and #2 among public universities for employability. ASU isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university. Online, that's a degree better. Explore more than 300 undergraduate, graduate, and certificate programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Today, we'll attempt a feat once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. It requires merely one thing, a SoFi personal loan. With it, you could save big on interest charges by consolidating into one low fixed-rate monthly payment. Defy high-interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stunt to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone and have a great day.
Hey, I just wanted to call and say thank you so much for pointing us in the direction of this amazing carving knife set that we bought from your store. I mean, it is bar none the best knives I've ever used in my entire life. I mean, I can't remember where you said they came from. They had that weird goat head engraving on them. I mean, they must be European or something, but man, oh man, they cut through anything. I mean, just earlier today when I was preparing dinner, I was cutting some vegetables that are usually a nightmare, cutting through them like butter. did some onions, some peppers, and then when I got to the roast, the meat, oh, man, it cut through the meat. So nice. Every slice was perfect. It couldn't get enough. And then when I cut my dog's head off, just went through so clean. And it needed more. I needed more meat. So I took my arm. That was beautiful. But I need more. It needs more meat. What? What's that, honey? Oh, sorry. My wife just got home for dinner.
End of messages.
And here they are, my delicious chocolate chip cookies. Scratch number 3 and inhale that fresh baked goodness one more time. Because it's all downhill from here. Let's get back into it and see what's next on the agenda for our poor friend. Shall we?
Trying my best to prepare myself for whatever horror was about to walk through the door. Footsteps drew closer, and then a woman walked into the room. She stopped at the doorway and looked at me. One of her eyes was missing. A dark, cavernous hole in her skull.
Number 4.
Her hair was ratty and wild. A brown tangle like a forgotten nest. Her skin was pale and filthy, and she was dressed in rags. I couldn't tell how old she was, but there was maturity in her one good eye.
Still thinking?
What? She took a step closer.
Are you still deciding whether you're going to feed the pig or not?
I looked at her cautiously. Yeah, I am. Who are you? What do you want? I tested my bindings again before asking. You killed yourself too. You're a person like me. You're not one of those creations.
Breaks my heart you have to ask.
She touched the hole where her eye should have been.
Though I can understand your caution. Yeah, I'm suicidal. I've been here a long, long time. But that was my choice. I decided to chance it here.
I motioned with my head towards the door. What's out there? What's all this? She exhaled heavily and leaned against the wall.
I can't even begin to describe this place. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You walk down that hallway and go out into it, and you have to see it to understand.
How bad is it? Why all these mutated people hurting and killing each other? She let her head loll back against the wall.
It would take years for you to fully understand this place. Years you don't have. Right now, you have to make a decision. Stay or feed the pig. They tell me hell is worse than here, but it can't be by much. Monsters and suicidals roam the Black Farm, killing, brutalizing, and then you wake up and wonder how long you can survive before something else kills you. It's an endless cycle.
So why didn't you stay? Why didn't you feed the pig? I don't even know what that means, but I would do anything for a chance to go back. I can't stay here. I just can't. She smiled sadly at me.
Why? Why did I choose this? It's simple, really. I'm a coward. I was a coward when I was alive,
and I'm a coward in death. When it came down to it, when the moment presented itself, I chose to stay here. I didn't know what awaited me outside. It boiled down to a simple choice fueled by my own fear.
What is the pig? What does it do to you? She suddenly turned to go.
I'm afraid that's for you to find out. But let me warn you. Think hard before you make a decision. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave.
What do I do? She paused and took one last look over her shoulder. Her eye darted around and she dropped her voice to a whisper.
Feed the pig.
And with that, she was gone. I sat in silence once again. My mind was spinning, desperately turning over my options. I still couldn't fully understand the situation I was in. It was too much, too overwhelming. The other side of death wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't know what I expected, but it wasn't this nightmare. Questions crashed over my mind like cold waves into a sinking ship. How was I supposed to make a choice when I didn't even know what my actions entailed? This place, the Black Farm, I couldn't stay here. But what if I went to hell? What if I didn't get sent back? I'd be out of the fire and it's the frying pan. My existence would forever be damned to unending misery. Here, though, here there were people like me. Suicidals. It wasn't all monsters and mutilated murderers. Maybe I could hold up somewhere with them. Try to skate together a possible existence. Surely that would be better than getting sent to hell. Nah, this wasn't going to be how I spent my eternity. I refused to let it be. If there was even the slightest sliver of hope, I would take it. I didn't want to wonder what it could have been. I didn't want to be tormented by doubt. I would feed the pig and accept whatever fate chose for me. When I boiled it down, that was the only option left. I would feed the pig.
Hey! Hello? Danny! I've made my decision, Danny!
After a couple of seconds, I heard footsteps echo down the halls towards me. Danny walked through the doorway, an annoyed look on his face.
I've made my choice. I'm gonna feed the pig.
Sounds like you really thought a lot about it since I left you.
You'd do the same thing if you were in my place.
I was in your place once, and I chose differently.
My eyes widened, and then Danny wrapped my entire head with a strip of thin cloth, blinded me. I sucked in as much air as I could, but each lungful felt empty. I felt Danny cut me free from the chair, and my body sighed as my stiff muscles were released. I rolled my shoulders and my hands were released, and I moaned with relief. I dug my fingers into my back and stretched, my bones creaking.
Keep your blindfold on and follow me,
Danny said, pulling me up. My legs shook as I put weight on them, my thighs trembling after their long cemented position. I groped blindly in front of me as I found Danny's shoulder. I rested my hand on it, and he walked us out of the room. As we entered the hallway, I could suddenly hear the sound I hadn't heard before. The clank of metal, a long, fleshy, tearing noise. Something vomiting. These sounds sprang to life in my ears, painting the darkness before my eyes with imaginary scenes of horror. I gripped Danny's shoulder tighter, stumbling behind it, my heart thundering. I heard something trailing behind us, but Danny didn't seem to notice. Or if he did, he didn't care. flesh slapped the concrete mere inches behind me, and I suddenly felt a hot breath on my neck, and the click of a wet tongue against my gums. My breathing became even more laboured as fear choked me. Going to feed the biggie, are ya? Something whispered in my ear. I felt something press against the back of my head, and I tried not to think about what it might be. It was wet and slimy, and I heard the thing chuckle. He's a hungry piggy. You make sure he gets his meal now. The thing whispered again, its voice low and unlike anything I'd heard before. It was a series of grunts and moans jumbled together to form broken words. To my relief, I heard the thing retreat back to wherever it had come from, and I continued to follow Danny. He remained silent as we walked, and I could feel shifts in the air. The thick heat gave way to a cooler, almost pleasant temperature. But then it kept decreasing, and soon I was shivering violently against the cold. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a breeze on my face, like we were outside. I didn't hear Danny open any doors, but nothing about this place was natural. It was like reality blurred and bled into itself, like reels of a film melting together, teeth chattering. I was suddenly blasted with intense heat, and I gasped.
Number 5.
My feet tripped over themselves as the terrain changed, and I was suddenly walking on what felt like warm iron. My ears were filled with the sound of blazing furnaces and the clash of working machinery. I couldn't see it, but I felt like there was a vast open expanse overhead. I smelled ash and tasted dirt on my tongue, sweat already forming along my spine. Suddenly I crashed into Danny as he came to an halt. I backed up a few paces quickly, and I muttered my apologies. I could hear movement in front of us, the rustle of chains and the odd clicking sound on the metal floor. Someone else too. Something. Snorting. And then the room filled with a deafening sound of an immense pig squealing. I covered my ears, head splitting from the high-pitched wail. I grit my teeth as the noise echoed off the metal and faded into a series of snorts and grunts. It sounded absolutely enormous.
I brought another one,
Danny announced, a slight tinge of respect lying in his voice.
He wants to feed the pig.
I waited, expecting to hear some answer, the cloth around my eyes sealing my sight to darkness. I realised my knees were shaking, and my back was coated in sweat. I was terrified.
If that is what you wish,
Danny said, and I felt him bound on my hand. Apparently some unseen conversation had just happened, and Danny took my wrist and pushed me forward.
Approach the pig.
My whole body trembled, and my knees locked into place. Robbed from sight, I raised my hand trying to get my bearings. The heat and ash filling my head with nausea. I felt like I was going to throw up, my stomach rolling like a dead sea. I didn't know where I was, or what horror lay before me. I felt lost and tiny, and a fresh splash of tears dripping from my eyes and soaking into the cloth around my face.
Please, let me see what's happening.
Danny was suddenly behind me, pushing me forward. He guided my hands towards something as we stepped together in unison. Even with the cloth around my face, I could see a giant mass of towering darkness before me. It was a spot of black on an already darkened canvas. As we walked forward, I was suddenly assaulted by an horrendous smell, and I gagged, turning away.
Number 6.
Danny's grip tightened, and forced me to continue. I could sense something just in front of me. A living, shifting mass of flesh. The smell increased to a wretched level, and I gagged again. Then hot air was being blown on my face. A blast of heat that came in repeated short bursts. I vomited into my cloth. The source of the smell stemming from the hot air. I choked as the bile gushed over the fabric, soaking it and momentarily cutting off my oxygen. Danny slapped my hands away, and I took a few seconds to steady my breathing again. I was crying now. Fear and misery collapsing my willpower. The wet coughs stunk as I sucked in soggy breaths. My own stomach acid coated my skin, and I begged for all this to be over. And then something squealed directly in front of me. I felt my bladder go. I was standing before the pig. It was the source of darkness in my obscured vision, a fat, titanic creature that filled my senses with every breath it blew into my face. Danny raised my hands, and I suddenly was touching the pig's snout. I recoiled immediately, but Danny forced my hands back. His fur was stiff and brittle, and as my shaking hands explored up its nose, the size of the animal became clear to me. It was gigantic and had way over a ton. Its flesh wiggled under my sweating hands as it opened its mouth slightly. My fingers curled around teeth the size of kitchen knives, and I realized its mouth was absolutely cavernous. The pig squealed again, and I heard its hooves clack against the ground. It sounded like thunder rolling across an open field in the middle of summer.
Take this blindfold off, please.
My legs turning into jelly. Danny had taken a few steps back, and I heard reference in his voice.
You don't want to do that.
I jumped as the pig nudged me with its nose, the wet circle of flesh squishing against the length of my face. I shot it away, raising my hands and emitting a cry of fear.
Feed the pig.
Danny instructed, his voice like cold steel now.
You made your choice, now live with it. It's the only chance you have of going back. Or maybe the pig won't like how you taste and send you to hell. There's only one way to find out.
My eyes widened behind the vomit-soaked cloth.
Won't like how I taste.
Climb into its mouth.
My bladder let go again, and I felt warm piss run down my leg.
You got me.
Danny's voice hardened.
Climb into its mouth and don't stop moving forward until it's done with you.
Please.
I begged, turning towards Danny's voice, reaching out blindly.
Please. There has to be some other way. Don't make me do this.
I was a mess of snot and tears, my words bumbling from my mouth like a toddler. Danny stepped forward and spun me back to face the pig.
Do it. You made your choice. It'll be all over soon. This is your only chance.
I could feel the pig breathing onto my face, its snout mere inches from mine. The smell and the heat it emitted made me want to vomit again, but I held it back.
Number 7.
This was insane. This wasn't happening. My mind spun and twisted in chaos and fear. There had to be some other way. I couldn't do this. I could not do this. Suddenly I remembered the words of the woman. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave. This was my only chance to get back to the world of the living. I had made such a terrible mistake in killing myself. If I could go back and change my life, I wouldn't have to spend eternity here. I could change my ways, ensure a spot somewhere else, somewhere away from the pig. But what What if it decided to send me to hell? How much more suffering could I endure? I had to take the chance. Please, God, if you can hear me, please, have mercy on me. My shaking hands reached out for the pig, and I grasped its thick fur. I felt it slowly lower its head and open its mouth. It was waiting for me. Its thick, hot breath stinking in my nostrils. This was it. No turning back now. I slowly gripped his teeth and pulled myself forward into its jaws. Its head was pointed downward, and so I immediately fell onto my stomach at a 45-degree angle. Its wet tongue squished under me, and I was shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Tears soaked my blindfold, and my heart crunched against my ribs. I slowly reached forward and found another tooth to grab onto. Gritting my teeth, I pulled my body inward past my knees. The pig raised its head, and I was suddenly completely horizontal on its tongue. Saliva and mucus dripped around me, and the heat was so intense, I almost blanked out. My knees clacked against his front teeth as I pulled myself even deeper. Its inner cheeks pressed in around me, squeezing my body like a soaking, fleshy coffin. Crying, terrified, I reached ahead of me and found more teeth. I pulled myself deeper into its mouth, and I felt my feet slide past its lips. My whole body was coated in slime, and I openly wept, grasping in the darkness for another tooth. And that's when the pig started to chew on me. I screamed in crushing agony as my body was compressed between its massive teeth. I heard my legs snap instantly and felt wet bone pop from my skin. I shook violently as my body spasmed in shock, a mangled twist of blood and pain. Its tongue shifted me in its mouth, and I felt it bite down on my shoulder. My eyes bulged in their sockets as I howled. A hot pillar crunching down on my collarbone. I threw up violently, unable to control myself. The pain overwhelming. Keep crawling, screaming, bloodshot eyes rolling wildly. I reached forward with my good arm, wetly searching for another tooth. I gripped my teeth, blood squirted between them as my fingers wrapped around something solid. The pig dipped down again. Its tongue twisted my body so its molars could snap down on my knees. The pain poured darkness, and my howling screams forced my eyes to remain open. Jesus, make it stop! I bellowed, my trembling hand still gripping the tooth out of me. Please, just make it fucking stop! I ground my teeth together so hard they cracked, screaming as I slowly pulled my body deeper into the mouth. Something was changing. The tight walls of his throat squeezed my head, and I realised I was almost through. Come on, you fucking cunt! Come on! I begged. Vocal cords cracking. I reached ahead of me and grabbed onto a thick wad of flesh. My head felt like it was splitting, and the pig bit down on me again. I gasped. Blood exploded from my mouth in a great gush of red. It pierced through my stomach, obliterated my insides like bloated noodles. Darkness rushed in on me, and it was too much shock to even scream. With the last of my strength, right as the blackness took me, I pulled myself forward one last time and felt myself slide down his throat. Darkness, falling, Screaming. I was screaming. Heat. Heat so intense. I thought I'd melt. Clanging. Something was hammering on the metal. Colours and images flew past me so quickly. I could only make out their shape. Blood poured into my eyes. I felt like I'd keep falling forever. Suddenly my eyes snapped open and I was falling. My breath rushing back into my lungs in a great wave of purity. My face bounced off the wood floor, and I cried out as I felt my nose break. I tasted blood and saw stars. I had stopped falling. There was a ring of burning fire around my throat, and I felt impossibly thirsty. I was lying on the floor. I slowly opened my eyes again, and the darkness began to fade. Like morning mist under a hot sun. Colours blended together and shapes came into focus. I was in my woodshed. I reached up around my throat and gasped at the source of heat. It was the rope I had hung myself with. But now it was severed, releasing me from the grip of death. Relief rolled over me in overwhelming waves of thanks. I curled up on the floor and sobbed, tears dripping from my eyes into the dirty floor. My body shook, unbroken as I wept, wet, hoarse cries rising from my quivering lips. I'd been spared. I was alive again. From my spot on the floor, I turned my eyes upward, my voice cracking. Thank you, God. Oh, thank you. I fell into another fit of uncontrollable sobbing. I promise I won't waste my life again. I promise I'll make things right. I'll fix everything. I don't know how long it was before I got up. Time seemed to stretch for eternity. My mind refused to rebuild. The horrors of what I had just witnessed crushing me. But I knew I would do everything I could to make the most out of my life. I was going to live every day to the fullest. I would devote myself to helping others in dark times. I would reach out to as many suicidals as I could and try to save them from what awaited on the other side. I didn't want anyone else to have to witness the horrors of suicide. I didn't want anyone else to have to feed the pig.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. Please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. a member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 064, Feed the Pig. Written by Elias Withrow. Starring Rahul Kohli as the man, Richard Brake as Danny, Katie Parker as the woman, Jade Shand as the boy. Featuring Stephen Knowles as the antique dealer. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. Theme music by the Newton Brothers. Additional music by Coag and Vivek Abhishek. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Antiquarium Pod. Call the Antiquarium at 646-41-7197.
Today, we'll attempt a feat once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. It requires merely one thing, a SoFi personal loan. With it, you could save big on interest charges by consolidating into one low fixed-rate monthly payment. Defy high-interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stunt to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hello, Toxic Avenger fans. You know what that theme song means. It's time for another exclusive audio clip from The Toxic Avenger in theaters August 29th. This time, we bring you the sounds of someone cooking breakfast and listening to the news. Enjoy.
Bonnie Dimble here live from New Chemistry High School for varsity tournament season. Coach Stanwyck, what can we expect from the Crimson Beaks this year?
New Chem is gonna nuke them.
Wouldn't want to be the Kennedy Cougars this Saturday, huh?
Man, fuck the Cougars. Fuck the Cougars.
Oh my God. So watching games, we have a special
Okay, that's great. Do you want to be part of a winning team? Want to stand up against the forces of evil, like the Kennedy Cougars and beyond? Join the fight at I'mWithToxie.com and then see The Toxic Avenger in theaters on August 29th. That's I'mWithToxie, TOXIE.com.
This video is designed to help you relax or fall asleep. Before we begin, if you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. Many years ago, I used to work the night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the season, it wasn't too bad, mostly families and tourists. We had on-site security back then. However, in the off-season, the winter months were different. The cheap weekly rates we offer attracted a lot of creepy people. The idea was supposed to be to make money in the off-season by renting to snowbirds, older retired people who came to the beach for about a month through the winter. It did not always work out that way. The cheap rates made it possible for a less than desirable element to become long-term residents. I've discovered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical assaults, and more during the winter months. Working the third shift, I would meet some interesting people. The cold weather would mean some homeless people would come in to get warm and grab some free coffee. I wasn't supposed to let them, but it's not in me to be cruel. I would let them grab a coffee and get warm for a minute, as long as they didn't cause trouble. As you can see, night shift in the winter made for some crazy and sometimes creepy stories. I have a lot, but this one is one that stands out because it didn't end well for me. I had a great night up to this point. I had gone to an indie wrestling show with my best friend before work. In fact, I had agreed to come in an hour early the next night for the young lady that worked the second shift in exchange for her working an hour late for me. Ironically enough, I met Terry Funk that night, a wrestling legend known for his hardcore matches. Little did I know I was about to experience this kind of violence for real. I was supposed to be there at midnight due to her working over an hour for me. I normally came in at 11 p.m. I counted the register, and she briefed me on her shift as to what had happened, as per usual. As she was leaving, my friend Andrew arrived. He worked second shift maintenance at this hotel and the other two hotels our company owned. He would regularly stop by after work, go grab us some food, and we would play World of Warcraft on our laptops after eating for a while since business was slow. He was just getting my money for the food, getting ready to leave. I was excited, telling him about how much fun I had at the wrestling show and showing him my Terry Funk t-shirt that I was so proud of. I was just walking into the back office to put the shirt up when I heard the doorbell indicating a customer had entered. It's true what they say, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I had turned around when I heard someone say something loudly, but I still couldn't make out what they had said. I had just reached the doorway when I saw Andrew fall down in front of me. The next thing I know, a guy walks around the corner and punches me in the head with a short steel pipe in his hand. It staggered me, and I fell to the ground. Before I could react, he hits me in the head with the pipe. I suddenly heard another guy that I hadn't even noticed. He was panicking because he thought that one of us had ran to get a cop. They left out the door. I was finally able to get to my feet. I tried to call the police from the phone in the back office, but it was having issues. I slammed it in frustration. I was hurting and scared, really freaking out. I realized that they could come back, so I ran and locked the door. I didn't know where Andrew had gone, and that worried me. I called 911 and started to notice the blood pouring down my head. I told the operator I had been attacked and needed an officer in an ambulance. I then called Travis, the manager of the hotel, to tell him what had happened. He thought I was messing with him at first because when we got bored, we would usually prank each other. I finally convinced him I was not joking. So he told me he was heading over straight away. The cops and the ambulance pulled up, and I opened the door. It was at this time I found out that after they sucker punched him and knocked him down, Andrew was able to amazingly jump over the desk and escape. He ran out just as a cop was driving by, which he ran to flag down for help. I ended up in the hospital emergency room, where I had to have 10 staples in my scalp, and they gave me morphine for pain. I had no way to get home after being treated, but the doctor and nurses took pity on me and paid for a cab. My plan was to go back to work because this was December and Christmas was coming. I had 3 kids and needed all the hours I could get. When I got back to the hotel, the IT guy Ted was there with his wife Barbara, who also worked at the front desk. She was shocked to see me. She thought I would still be in the hospital. I thought I had only been hit in the head once after being punched. But the video which Ted was pulling for the police showed a different story. After I went to the ground, the guy had hit me not just one time, but 10 times in total. I kept trying to grab the pipe and get up, for some reason. I do not remember that. I guess I was knocked pretty hard. He kept punching me and hitting me with the pipe until his friend told him that Andrew got away and then got the cops. The 2 of them then ran out. I was given a room at the other hotel, and Ted and Barbara gave me a lift there as I was in no condition to drive due to the morphine. They also gave me a paid week off to heal. They switched me over to the other hotel on the night shift for a month, just in case they were after me in particular. We never found out why they chose to attack me. The police thought it might be a failed strong-arm robbery due to Andrew getting away and me not just going down. Not knowing why they attacked me really shook me up. Even though I was at our other hotel when I came back to work the night shift, I was still nervous. I tensed up every time the door chimed. I couldn't afford to quit. As I said, I had 3 kids I was supporting. They never caught the guys as far as I know. A detective stopped by about 2 months later when I was working the second shift. He showed me several mugshots and asked me if any of them looked familiar. I never got a great look at them as it all happened so fast. I had seen the video, which wasn't the best quality. Even so, 2 of them looked very familiar. I pointed them out, and he asked me how sure I was. I told him honestly, like 85%. He then yelled and asked me if I wanted someone to go to jail for attempted murder on 85%. I was stunned into silence. I was the victim. I was attacked for no reason, and he is yelling at me like it's my fault. I was too busy being attacked to get a good look at them. I no longer work at a hotel on the night shift, and I'm glad because it's just too dangerous in this area. Night shifts at hotels can be risky, and after my terrifying experience, I decided it was time for a change. For a while, the memories of that night haunted me. The feeling of being so vulnerable, the pain from the attack, and the lingering questions about the attacker's motives all weighed heavily on my mind. But over time, I began to heal, both physically and emotionally. I found a new job with better working hours and conditions, which provided me with the opportunity to spend more time with my kids. The sense of safety and security that had been shattered during that fateful night gradually returned. Life moved on, and I left the hotel industry behind. I learned that sometimes it's necessary to prioritize your well-being over financial concerns. My new job allowed me to support my family while maintaining a more stable work-life balance. I never did find out what motivated the attackers that night. They remained at large, leaving behind a trail of questions and unresolved mysteries. However, I chose not to dwell on the past, but to look forward to a brighter future. Though the scars on my scalp served as a physical reminder of the harrowing night, they also symbolized my resilience and ability to overcome adversity. It was a chapter of my life that had come to an end, and I was determined to write a new, safer, and happier story for myself and my family. I need to preface this by saying that I don't believe in ghosts or any other kind of paranormal activity. This is not an attempt to convince people of their existence. What I will say is that I have an open mind regarding things that I can't explain using logic or reasoning. I know something happened to me, I just don't know what. And nothing I've heard so far has come anywhere near a satisfactory explanation. But then, that's what had me freaked out about it. If I could just chalk it up to seeing a ghost or witnessing a glitch in the matrix, as I've heard people call it, or any of that, at least I could draw a line under it and move on. But I can't. Because I have no idea what happened that night, and neither does anyone else. I used to work for a security company that contracted overnight work for large office buildings in downtown Houston. Some of the buildings were real nice places, and their security offices had all kinds of amenities that others just didn't have. The only problem was they made for some of the most boring overnight shifts you could possibly imagine. Tough guards can be exhausting and dangerous, but boredom is a different kind of poison altogether. So you understand what I say. Out of all the places that I could have expected my scariest night working security, these places didn't get anywhere near the top 10. One of the buildings we worked at had a bunch of different offices on each floor with a layout, each one being shaped like a letter U. Each of the floors was owned by a different company for the most part. Anyway, so most had a different design but the same layout, and part of that layout were those polished metal plates that sat on the corner of each corridor. They were positioned at the 90-degree angles in the U shape. At first, I figured it was just an odd design choice. Then I figured out that they were like mirrors. If someone was walking down the connecting corridor and you couldn't see them, you'd be able to see a little movement in the polished metal so you wouldn't run into anyone or get a fright. Kind of clever, right? Well, listen to this. One night, I'm working the overnight shift with 2 other coworkers. When it comes my turn to perform a physical sweep of the building, we have most of the building mapped out with cameras, but no security guard worth his salt relies on electronics. So every half hour, one of the guards would take a quick walk around each of the floors just to make sure everything was A-okay. Most of the guys would just take elevators up and down, but it was around this time that I decided to take the stairs a few times a night to get some exercise. I was a few pounds heavier than I wanted to be, and walking up even 5 or 6 flights of stairs sucked. So I took as many flights as I could, then took the elevator the rest of the way. It also helped kill time on those hellish shifts. Anyway, this one time, I managed to hustle all the way up to the 9th floor, which was totally a new record for me. But I was completely out of gas. I literally had to lean against the wall to catch my breath, making sure to stay in the stairwell's blind spots so my coworkers wouldn't watch and laugh at me. Once I had myself together again, I walked out into the corridor and towards the first bend in the U-shaped layout that I mentioned earlier. As I got within a few feet of it, I froze. For the first time in the whole time that I'd worked there, I saw a reflection in a polished metal mirror thing. It wasn't crystal clear, but it was absolutely different to how it usually looked. I had the usual reflected image ingrained into my memory because I saw it hundreds of times a night. I could clearly see someone standing in the connecting hallway, wearing what looked to be the same kind of security uniform as me. I called out, thinking it was one of my coworkers. Then the white shirt shape suddenly moved out of sight. Now, right away, I thought this was a prank. I caught them trying to scare me. So, as I'm walking around the corners, I'm kind of calling out, "Hey, I know you're there. I saw you in the reflection." I get around each corner, but I don't see anyone. I assume the guy had ducked into one of the conference rooms or offices as a backup. I checked all of them, and they were all empty. I called down on my radio to make sure someone was really up there with me, and they're just hiding in a closet or something because they're a bunch of immature idiots. The second I heard both guys talking on the same radio, I felt myself getting just a little bit freaked out. Either I was having some kind of weird episode after power walking up those 9 flights, or my eyes were playing tricks on me, or something very bad was happening. So, naturally, I'm starting to get a little worried. Not majorly worried, just a little. I decided to take the elevator the rest of the way. I was still concerned about my health, but then as I'm walking back towards it, something happened that makes me feel cold just to think about to this day. It felt like someone walked up behind me, and it felt like it was fast. I heard the footsteps that definitely weren't my own, and I felt that feeling of imminent danger you get when someone rushes you from behind. I turned, had my hand on my sidearm, ready to defend myself. But there was nothing there. Just an empty corridor with me standing in it. I can't even really think of the words for the kind of fear that I was feeling in that moment. The best that I can come up with is it was like a physical force, and that fear hit me and pushed me towards the elevator in a speed walk. I was convinced that someone was up there with me. But at the same time, they either had to be psychic or a ninja to rush up on me like that, or at least make me feel like I was being creeped on. None of it made any sense, and more, I was thinking that there was something wrong with me, not that something weird was going on. Once I was safely in the elevator, I called down to my coworkers and asked them to watch all the cameras on the 10th floor for any kind of movement. They replied, asking if I was all good or if I needed help, probably because they could hear the state I was in. But I told them to shut up, watch the cameras, and tell me if they could see anything or anyone. I was expecting a no, in which case I had to accept that I was having some kind of medical emergency and maybe even call 911. I heard about people having strokes or heart attacks and how they can feel confused or panicked, so that's all my hypochondriac mind was thinking about. But then, as my radio crackled to life again, I heard the next thing they said, and I swear to Christ that I felt like I was going to throw up. My coworker came back with, "Yeah, there's someone up there with you. We're headed for the elevator right now." I sent it down to the ground floor, and if I'm being honest, I was weirdly relieved. I wasn't about to have a stroke, and I wasn't going crazy. There really was someone up on the 10th floor, and they were about to get messed up for scaring the living daylights out of me. We swept all the rooms together, calling out to this potential intruder the whole time, saying things like, "Come on out, and you're only getting trespassing," and even saying things like, "This is a heck of a way to get yourself shot." We were just bluffing, and it wasn't a huge issue that we didn't find this intruder. They could have easily used the stairwell to escape to another floor. But instead of going and hunting them down, we just headed back down to the security office, watched the cameras, and waited for the real cops to show up. On the way back to the office, I asked my coworker what exactly he'd seen on those security cameras, and it turns out he hadn't seen anything definitive, just enough blurry movement on the edges of a monitor to know that someone was definitely up there. And they seemed like they knew where the camera's blind spots were. This is what really sent alarm bells ringing for my coworkers. Stuff like that suggests someone has cased the place, done a little recon in the daytime, possibly disguised as a client or employee. They'd know where to go to get whatever they come for, as well as how to get there without being spotted straight away. A lot of people have asked me how this person could have gotten into the building in the first place, and didn't that bother me at all? The question did bother me, but we're not trained to waste time thinking about how. We're trained to react to intruders as and when they occur, to focus on either locking them down for the cops or getting them out of the building without anyone getting hurt. You focus on the how afterward. In the moment, you focus on the intruder. Anyway, we watched the cameras, called the cops, and tried to work out where this intruder could have gotten to while avoiding all the security cameras. We stared at the cameras for maybe 15 to 20 minutes before the cops showed up, and we didn't see any movement. When the cops arrived, we helped them sweep all the floors and offices to make sure no one was around. They were pretty thorough about it, opening up closets and checking under desks. But still, we found no one. Even the cops said that it must have been spooky for whoever was up there alone, which sounded like the understatement of the century. But right then, when we were dealing with the situation, I was sure that it wasn't just me going nuts. The situation was resolving itself, so I was relatively calm again. When the cops left, we switched on the alarm systems for floors 9 to 13, meaning if anyone entered those floors again, we'd be instantly alerted, and a 911 call would automatically be issued. No alarms were triggered that night, so we figured the episode was pretty much over and done with. We'd have to talk to the head of security about it, and there was no doubt that he'd be very interested in how he let something like that happen. But no one expected to get fired. In the weeks afterward, I I realized how much the experience had affected me. The longer I went on wondering about it, the worse the feeling got. I thought I had put it behind me, but it turned out to be a major error in judgment on my part. Or maybe I just ignored my feelings. I thought about what could have made those noises and reflections. What could have given me that feeling like someone was rushing up behind me? After thinking about it for long enough, I decided that I didn't want to work there anymore. When I was told that I couldn't pick and choose which guard shifts I was on, I was left with no choice but to seek employment elsewhere. I'm not afraid to admit that I was scared of whatever happened up there. Rather than going down some crazy rabbit hole trying to explain it, I thought it was better just to walk away and start fresh someplace else. It's never happened again, nor anything like it, but you can bet your bottom dollar that if it does, I'm out of there. A couple of years ago, I was living in Colombo, in Sri Lanka, at a small hostel on the outskirts of the city. The hostel catered to long-term guests, so I got to know everyone who lived there pretty well. Among the residents, there was a guy named Raj, and Raj served as a middleman of sorts in the local casinos. The casinos in the area were incredibly shady places filled with Russian mobsters and other low-life criminals from China and India. While the casinos were technically legal, they managed to continue their operations through bribery and government coercion. I visited one of them once, and it was a surreal experience. Now, my friend Raj's job was to take online bets from Indian clients and then place those bets physically in the casino. Essentially, he played with their money and acted as the intermediary, allowing individuals to play from another location. He participated in some high-stakes games, handling large sums of money for some powerful people. It was a recipe for disaster waiting to happen. One night, Raj messed up big time. One of his clients managed to gain access to his online system and stole all the money his other clients had deposited to play with. The amount stolen was significant, with some losing well over $50,000, a fortune in this area. We only found out about the theft after Raj's sudden disappearance, and we discovered a cryptic note left in his bed, saying, "It's sad, don't look for me, I'm leaving." Among other things, the guy had vanished overnight. We filed a police report and waited to hear anything. After a few days, the police returned to the hostel, asking if someone who knew Raj could join them. The locals in the hostel were afraid to go with the police, so I volunteered. They took me to their headquarters, leading me to the back where I was shown photos of a body cut into pieces. It was Raj, brutally dismembered and dumped into the nearby sewer canal by an unknown assailant. They brought me there to identify the body, but they never found out who was responsible for this gruesome act. The images from those photos have haunted me, and I'll never forget them. I left the hostel shortly afterward. Raj might have been involved in some shady activities, but he didn't deserve such a gruesome fate. I work as a baker for a small bakery in a tourist town. I'm regularly at work around midnight most nights. I'm pretty close to the local strip of bars and clubs, so I hear late-night partygoers, sirens a few times a night, and people yelling. That kind of stuff. The weirdest story, which started out creepy but didn't end that way, was when I opened the door around 4 a.m. to someone knocking. The only reason I opened the door is because my boss had literally just texted me saying we might be getting an early delivery, so I thought it was that. I opened the door, and no one's there. I glanced around, thinking they knocked and ran back to their truck to start unloading. Then suddenly, someone steps out of the shadows, looking like Slender Man. I panicked but hold it together pretty well. Once they got out of the shadows, it obviously wasn't a monster. It was just a tall, skinny girl with no pants on, no shoes, and a shirt that obviously wasn't hers. This poor girl then asks me if she can borrow a phone. It clicks in my mind what could have happened, and I tell her to come in. I let her use my phone. She tries to call her boyfriend and tells me that essentially she just woke up after passing out. She didn't know where she was, and I was the only light on the street. I didn't ask what happened to her, but she was saying something about pulling a firearm earlier and was hyperventilating over the cops being called on her, so I didn't call them. Her boyfriend never answered the phone, but I helped her figure out where our hotel was. Luckily, it was on the same block we were already on. I couldn't leave to walk with her or drive because I had a million things in the oven. I actually gave her my phone with the place pulled up on Google Maps and the flashlight on. She walked there, made it back okay, showered, took a nap, and brought me back my phone later in the morning. She hugged me twice and thanked me profusely, and I'm just sitting there like, damn, I didn't think I was getting my phone back. But I'm glad it worked out okay. I don't know if she was assaulted or just the type to strip when drunk or what, but she seemed okay after having been back to her hotel room. It could have gone a lot worse for her, so I'm glad I was the door she knocked on. God, did she give me a heart attack at first? A few years back, when I was doing any work I could get, I took up this gig at the 24/7 Walmart. It was a bit more rundown than your typical Walmart. Dimly lit aisles, flickering fluorescent lights, and an eeriness that only an empty Walmart at 3 in the morning can provide. So picture this. I'm stocking shelves in the cereal aisle, just trying to keep myself awake with a monotonous routine. And then, out of nowhere, this guy saunters in. He's tall, I mean basketball player tall, with long strides that make him seem like he's on some sort of mission. There's hardly anyone around, and this dude's pacing down the aisles like he owns the place. Kind of weird, but not out of the ordinary Walmart weird. Just a late night shopper with a peculiar vibe. I'm busy stacking cereal boxes when I catch sight of him again. He's standing at the end of the aisle, staring at me with this grin that could send shivers down your spine. The lighting's wonky, casting these creepy shadows that don't help my nerves. Before I can even process what's happening, he's right there, right in front of me. Close enough that I can smell the alcohol on his breath. He shoots me this look, like he's got the juiciest secret in the world, and then he says, I've done something very naughty. What the hell? I try to laugh it off, brush it away with a nervous chuckle. But he's not having it. He keeps staring, that grin still plastered on his face. It's late, it's quiet, and the place is kind of creepy already. But this guy, he's turned it up to 10. He starts following me, aisle after aisle. Every time I turn around, there he is, watching and grinning. It's like he's playing a twisted game of hide and seek, and I'm not even a player. More like the unwilling target. I try to go about my work, but I can feel his eyes on me, like they're drilling holes into my back. Then, out of nowhere, he starts humming this tune. It's faint, just under his breath, but it's off-putting as hell. I can't put my finger on where I've heard it before, but it's that famously creepy whistling song. I decide to take a breather and head to the break room. Maybe I can shake him off and catch a few moments of normalcy. My coworker's in there, and we're shooting the breeze about assignments and exams, trying to keep things light. But the whole time, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. And guess what? I was right. I spot him at the entrance to the break room, just standing there, staring right at me. I freeze, and I swear the room got colder in that moment. I point him out to my coworker, and when he turns around, the guy's vanished. I glance at my coworker. I couldn't read his expression. I ask him, "Did you see that?" He looks at me. The confusion is obvious in his eyes. See what? Clearly he saw nothing. I realize that he missed the entire encounter. It was only me who saw him. I run my fingers through my hair, feeling a mixture of paranoia and frustration. Never mind, I mutter, dismissing the topic. Maybe I'm just letting my imagination get the best of me. It was late and I'd not slept properly in days. My coworker's not as intrigued as I am. He's focused on the task at hand, more interested in getting his work done than in delving into whatever nonsense I was talking about. We head back to our posts, and I'm still rattled. I can't shake the image of that guy's grin. Hours pass, and I try my best to concentrate on my tasks, but the unease is a constant presence in the back of my mind. I keep glancing around, half expecting him to reappear. That creepy grin plastered on his face. And then, out of nowhere, he's back. My heart skips a beat, and my hands tremble. It's like a nightmare come true. He's standing there, that same grin on his face. My breath catches in my throat. Before I can even react, he's sprinting towards me, his steps quick and purposeful. Panic surges through me, and I freeze. What does he want? My mind races, but my body is paralyzed. He grabs me and easily picks me up. He starts shaking me and shouting in my face. And then, as if from a distance, I hear a shout. My coworker's voice cuts through the fear. Hey, what's going on? He's running towards us, his footsteps echoing in the aisle. The guy releases his grip on me, his attention shifting to my coworker. And in that split second, I find my voice. I scream as loud as I can and start beating on the guy. My coworker arrives, his presence enough to make the guy hesitate. He turns and bolts, disappearing down the aisle. I'm left shaking, my heart pounding. My coworker rushes to my side. He looks seriously concerned. Are you okay? He asks me. I nod, I'm completely out of breath from the screaming. We're both shaken, both trying to make sense of the madness that just unfolded. We call the police, and as we wait for them to arrive, I can't help but replay the encounter in my mind. What was that guy's deal? Why did he attack me? The police arrive, and we recount the bizarre events. They search the area, but the guy is long gone. I tell him what happened and try to describe just how creepy and weird he was, and I mention that he said he'd done something naughty that night. Suddenly, there's like 4 more cop cars pulling up, and they're taking this real seriously. My manager sent me home for the night and told me I didn't have to come in tomorrow. I checked the news the next day and saw that there had been a hit and run nearby with a suspected drunk driver killing a family of 3. The description of the suspect was almost exactly the same as the guy who attacked me. What the hell was this guy's problem? As far as I know, they never found him. I check the news occasionally just to see if he comes up, but I've not seen anything since. My name is Martin, and I'm a 29-year-old librarian in a quiet suburban town. The tranquility of my daily environment made what happened over the past month all the more shocking and unsettling. I never imagined that my quiet life would be disrupted by a persistent stalker, especially not someone who initially seemed to be just another patron interested in literature. It started subtly enough with a new visitor to the library. Her name was Eliza, and she introduced herself on a busy Tuesday afternoon, asking for recommendations on contemporary fiction, which was my area of expertise. She was polite, enthusiastic about my suggestions, and seemingly just another lover of books. Over the next week, Eliza visited several times, and our interactions remained purely professional, centered around discussions of authors and book genres. However, things gradually started to change. Eliza began showing up at the library every day, timing her visits to when I started my shift. At first, I was flattered by her interest in my recommendations, but it soon became clear that her visits were not just about books. She started bringing me coffee exactly how I liked it, without me ever having mentioned my preferences. Then, small gifts began appearing on my desk, bookmarks, a scarf, and even a paperback copy of a rare book I'd mentioned once in passing. I tried to set boundaries, explaining that while I appreciated her enthusiasm, the gifts were unnecessary and somewhat inappropriate given our librarian-patron relationship. Eliza seemed to take it well, or so I thought. Her behavior escalated quickly from there. She started waiting for me in the parking lot after my shifts, offering to walk me to my car, which I politely declined. One evening, I noticed her following me as I went to a nearby cafe after work. When I confronted her, she just laughed it off, saying it was a coincidence since she liked the cafe as well. The situation took a darker turn when I started receiving emails from her late at night. The messages were long, detailing how much she thought we had in common and how she felt we were meant to be great friends, if not more. I was firm in my response, asking her to stop emailing me and to maintain a professional distance while at the library. This confrontation led to a brief period of calm, and I hoped that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. One night, I found a letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my car. It was from Eliza, expressing her hurt over my rejections and her conviction that we were destined to be together. This was followed by more letters, each more intense than the last. She began showing up at places I frequented, a local bar, the gym, even a friend's birthday party I mentioned in passing during one of our early conversations at the library. I've since reported the situation to the local police, who are keeping an eye on my workplace and home. I've also installed security cameras at my house. The stress and constant vigilance are taking a toll on me. I'm more cautious, more suspicious, and I feel like I'm losing the peaceful life I once loved. This ongoing situation has shattered my sense of security and privacy. I never expected that my job, providing people with knowledge and resources, could lead to such a personal invasion. I'm Rachel, and I've been dealing with something pretty scary that all started when I ghosted someone from a dating app. His name was Mike. At first, our chats were light and fun, but then he got intense real quick. He'd send long messages about how he felt we were meant to be and how he saw our future together. It was way too much for someone I hadn't even met, so I decided to stop responding and eventually blocked him. About a week after I blocked him, I was at my usual coffee spot, trying to get some work done. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone who looked like Mike. I told myself it was just my imagination. After all, I had never met him in person. I only knew him from photos. But then, it happened again. I was shopping for groceries, and I saw someone from behind who looked just like him. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence. The town isn't that big, and it wouldn't be weird if we ran into each other occasionally. However, it started happening too often to ignore. I was at the gym, and I saw him again. This time, he was much closer, and there was no mistaking who it was. My stomach dropped. I had no idea how he would know I'd be there. I finished my workout early and left as soon as I could. The real shock came when I saw him outside my workplace. That was when I knew this wasn't random. He was following me everywhere. Each sighting made me more anxious. I couldn't understand how he found out where I would be. It was like he knew my schedule. After the incident near my work, I confronted him the next time I saw him at the coffee shop. I asked him outright if he was following me. He just smirked and said, "Isn't it funny how we keep running into each other?" It wasn't funny at all. It was creepy. I told him to stop following me or I would call the police. He just laughed and said, "See you around, Rachel." I reported him to the police after that. They took my statement but said they couldn't do much because he didn't break any laws. I started changing my routine, avoiding my usual places, and being more cautious about my privacy settings online. Despite all this, I still feel uneasy. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if he's there. It's exhausting and scary. I'm trying to keep a record of everything for evidence in the future. It's been a wake-up call about how careful you need to be, even with seemingly harmless online interactions. My friend says that I'm partly to blame because I was leading him on, speaking to him for weeks and encouraging the deep conversations. But it's not my fault that I lost interest. Surely some online dating app shouldn't be surprised when I block them without explanation. It's not like we ever even met. My name is Emily, and I've been dealing with something pretty unsettling for the past few weeks. It started off as small, weird occurrences, but it's escalated, and I'm not sure what to do about it anymore. It's gotten to the point where I felt the need to share my story here, just to see if anyone else has been through something similar or has any advice. It began about a month ago. I'm a freelance graphic designer, so I often work from coffee shops for a change of scenery. One day, I was at my usual spot, a cozy little cafe downtown, when I noticed a man sitting across the room. He was staring at me, not glancing or looking, but staring intensely. It made me uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off as him just zoning out. People do that sometimes. However, the next day, I saw him again at a different coffee shop. This time, I was sure it wasn't a coincidence. He had that same intense gaze. I left shortly after arriving, feeling a cold prickle down my spine. Over the next few days, I started seeing him everywhere I went. Whether I was at the grocery store, the gym, or out with friends, he was always there, lurking a distance away. He was always wearing dark, nondescript clothing and a baseball cap, trying to blend in, but always watching me. I decided to confront him the next time I saw him, which was at the public library. I walked up to him and asked why he was following me. He just smirked and said, "You're very interesting." Then he walked away before I could respond. His reaction sent chills through me. It wasn't just a misunderstanding, he was deliberately following me. I started taking different routes and varying my routine, but he always seemed to find me. One evening, I was walking home from a friend's house and noticed him a block behind me. Panic surged through me, and I quickly ducked into a busy restaurant and called a cab home. When the cab arrived, I saw him standing across the street, just watching. That night, I couldn't sleep well at all. Every noise made me jump, thinking he might have found out where I lived. The next morning, I filed a report with the police. They took down the details and told me to call if he approached me directly, but there wasn't much they could do without a direct threat. A few days passed without incident, and I began to hope that maybe he had given up. But then, I started receiving letters, no return address, just hand-delivered to my mailbox. The letters were creepy, talking about how he enjoyed watching me, how he felt we were meant to be together, and how he knew we would be together soon. I installed security cameras at my home and changed all my locks, but the letters kept coming. Each one was more unsettling than the last, detailing what I wore on certain days and what I did. I provided these to the police, who started an official investigation, but they haven't made any progress in identifying him. It's been weeks now, and the anxiety is wearing me down. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. I've stopped going to my regular spots and rarely meet with friends. I feel like I'm becoming a prisoner in my own life. Just yesterday, I saw him again, standing under a streetlight near my house as I came back from a late grocery run. He was just standing there, staring up at my window. I don't know what he wants, but I've never felt so scared. The police are keeping a closer watch now, but it feels like this nightmare is never going to end. I just want my life back, but I don't know how to get rid of him for good. My days are now filled with a pervasive sense of dread, and despite my best efforts and the involvement of the police, the harassment has only intensified. About a week after spotting him standing under the streetlight near my house, things escalated in a way I hadn't anticipated. I started receiving not just letters, but packages. The first package contained a photograph of me walking my dog in the park, a park I hadn't visited in weeks, taken long before I even knew he was following me. On the back of the photograph was written, "Beautiful as always." The realization that he had been watching me for much longer than I thought sent a new wave of terror through me. I installed a more advanced security system, including cameras that covered every possible entry point to my home and made sure that I was never alone when I went out. I began to rely heavily on delivery services to avoid leaving my house. Despite these precautions, the packages kept coming. One contained a necklace that I had lost months ago at a local gym, another a set of my favorite books with specific passages marked "Passages about Love and Destiny." Each new package felt like a violation, as if he were peering into the very core of my private life. I handed everything over to the police, who assured me they were doing all they could to catch him. They posted a patrol car near my home during the night, which provided some comfort, but it wasn't enough to stop the fear. Then, 2 weeks ago, I received a video message sent to my email, which had been hacked. The video showed clips of me at various locations over the past few months, all taken from afar with a shaky, handheld camera. His voice was overlaid on the video, a deep, distorted tone, saying, "I can see you, Emily. I'm always with you." The invasion felt so complete that I broke down, unable to understand how he could have filmed me so often without my noticing. I decided it was no longer safe to stay in my home. I packed up some essentials and moved in with a friend in a nearby city, leaving my place under surveillance by the police. My friend's house is in a gated community with strict security, which made me feel a bit safer, but the change in scenery hasn't helped much with the anxiety. I'm jumpy at every sound, and I keep the curtains drawn at all times. Despite these precautions, yesterday, my friend received a delivery meant for me. Another package, but this time to her address, which I had told no one about. It contained an old t-shirt of mine when I donated to charity a year ago. There was a note, "You can't hide from me." The realization that he had found me even here, in a place I thought would be safe, was paralyzing. The police are now considering this stalker a serious threat and have escalated their efforts, but so far they have not been able to identify him. I'm considering hiring a private investigator, as I feel like I'm running out of options. The thought of living like this indefinitely is unbearable, and I am desperate for a resolution. My name's Alex, and I'm a 34-year-old software developer living in rural Virginia, commuting daily to a small office about 30 miles from my home. The journey typically takes me along Route 27, a quiet stretch flanked by open fields and occasional dense woods. It's usually peaceful but somewhat eerie after sunset. Yesterday evening's drive started like any other, but it took a turn that left me rattled. I'd been replaying the events, trying to make sense of them. As I was driving home around 6:30 p.m., the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting the last of its orange glow. That's when I spotted a woman standing by the side of the road. She was thumbing for a ride, looking remarkably put together with a neat appearance and a small backpack slung over one shoulder. Normally, I adhere to a strict no hitchhiker policy, but something about her prompted me to pull over. Perhaps the way she seemed more like a stranded commuter than a typical hitchhiker. She introduced herself as Sarah as soon as she got in. She said she was headed to the next town over and was meeting friends. She seemed friendly enough at first, making small talk about the weather and local news. However, I noticed she deftly avoided any personal questions about where she was coming from or her reasons for being out here alone. It was strange, but I initially chalked it up to her being private. About 10 minutes into the drive, Sarah pointed to a poorly maintained service road, suggesting it was a shortcut. Knowing the road well enough and its reputation for being less than safe, especially at night, I told her we were better off on the main route. That's when the atmosphere inside the car shifted palpably. Sarah insisted, growing increasingly urgent. Her insistence was alarming. Why was she so desperate to get us onto a darker, more secluded road? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as her demeanor changed from friendly to frantic. Despite her protests, I kept driving, trying to keep the conversation light, but she wasn't having it. Her agitation escalated quickly from there. She started raising her voice, her words tinged with panic, saying things like, "You don't understand, we need to go back." It didn't make any sense, and it was starting to scare me. I decided I needed to get to a public place where there were other people around, so I headed for a gas station I knew was up ahead. As I pulled into the brightly lit road, Sarah suddenly snapped. She lunged for the steering wheel, trying to force us off the road. I struggled to maintain control of the car, my heart pounding as I managed to stop the vehicle safely in the gas station parking lot. She didn't wait around. As soon as I hit the brakes, she bolted out of the car and disappeared into the night. Shaken, I sat in the car for several minutes, trying to calm down. I eventually went inside to speak with the attendant, who suggested I report the incident to the police. The officers took down my information, but seemed doubtful anything would come of it since no one was hurt and nothing was stolen. The drive home after that was tense, and every shadow seemed threatening. When I finally got home, I double-checked all the locks and tried to unwind, but sleep didn't come easily. The whole experience made me question my judgment. It was a harsh reminder of the risks of picking up strangers. I keep going over it, wondering what could have happened if she had managed to steer us off the road and what her motives might have been. I'm still processing everything, feeling a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. I've decided to stick to my initial instincts from now on. No more deviations, no more hitchhikers, no matter the circumstance. It's just too unpredictable, and last night was a little too close for comfort. It was around 11 p.m. last night when I realized I was out of a few kitchen staples, milk, eggs, and some bread. So, despite the late hour, I decided to make a quick trip to the supermarket nearby. It's usually pretty empty at that time, which is how I like it. No lines, no waiting, just a quick in and out. When I got to the supermarket, the parking lot was nearly empty, just a few scattered cars that probably belonged to the night staff. Inside, the bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the usual pop music played softly through the store's speakers. I grabbed a basket and made my way to the dairy section first. As I turned into the aisle for milk, I noticed someone else further down the same aisle. He was a tall man, wearing a bulky jacket, which was odd given the mild weather we've been having. He wasn't looking at products on the shelves. Instead, he seemed to be just standing there, which struck me as odd. I tried not to pay too much attention and focused on finding the milk. After grabbing it, I headed over to the bread aisle. That's when I noticed the man again. This time, he was a few feet away, seemingly examining the bread, but as I approached, he didn't move or pick anything up. Instead, he just watched as I made my selection. A prickly feeling of unease crawled up my spine, but I brushed it off, telling myself he was probably just deciding on what to buy. I moved on to the eggs, and that's when things started to feel really off. I could see him again, out of the corner of my eye, now on the opposite end of the eggs aisle, just standing there, still not shopping. At this point, I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut that something was wrong. Was he following me? Or was it just a coincidence that he was in every aisle that I went to? Trying to shake the feeling, I decided to test my growing suspicion by doubling back to the dairy section under the pretense of forgetting something. I peeked around the corner before entering the aisle, and sure enough, he quickly moved into the same aisle from the other end, still keeping his distance but unmistakably following me. Now genuinely worried, I decided to skip the rest of my shopping and head straight to the checkout. I walked quickly, glancing over my shoulder. He was still following, trailing a few aisles behind. When I reached the checkout, there was only one cashier working, and thankfully, no line. I placed my items on the belt and kept an eye on the entrance to the checkout area. As I was paying, I noticed the man had stopped at the end of an adjacent aisle and seemed to be watching me. My heart raced as I grabbed my bags and walked briskly towards the exit. I made sure to pull out my phone, pretending to make a call, thinking it might deter him from doing anything if he thought I was talking to someone. Once outside, I hurried to my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. Just as I was pulling out, I glanced back at the store entrance. He was standing there, just outside the doors, watching me drive away. The drive home was nerve-wracking. Every set of headlights behind me made me jump, worried that he might be following me. When I finally got home, I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I've been trying to rationalize the whole incident. Maybe he was just a socially awkward person who didn't realize how his behavior came across. But something about his demeanor and the way he was methodically moving through the store just doesn't sit right with me. I think I'll be avoiding late night shopping for a while, and maybe even look into getting some groceries delivered instead. The whole experience left me rattled, and I've been on edge since. There's a part of me that hopes I'm just being paranoid, but another part that's deeply unsettled by last night's encounter. If nothing else, it's a stark reminder that you can never be too careful. It was such a weird experience, and even though I wasn't hurt or anything, I'm probably going to shop in the daytime from now on. This happened just an hour ago, and I'm still on edge. I need to get this off my chest. I often hang out late with my buddy Mark, especially on weekends when his parents are away. Tonight, though, felt different from the start. We decided to explore the abandoned house at the edge of town. It's an old, supposedly haunted mansion that all the local kids dare each other to visit. It was around 9 p.m. when we started walking. The air was unusually cold for a summer night, and a thick fog was rolling in, dimming the streetlights to mere halos in the mist. The old path to the house was overgrown, the branches clawing our clothes as we pushed our way through. We were halfway there when I heard it, a faint whisper. It was so soft I thought I'd imagine it, but when I looked at Mark, his face was pale, and he'd stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I nodded, and we listened. There it was again, a whisper, but this time it called my name. Chills ran down my spine. We were alone, but it felt like someone or something was watching us. Trying to shake off the fear, we continued, with the mansion now looming ahead, its broken windows like dark eyes watching us. As we stepped onto the property, the air grew colder, and the whispers seemed to surround us. Mark wanted to turn back, but I convinced him to keep going. We were already there, after all. We entered through the back door. The inside of the house was worse than the outside, peeling wallpaper, dust all over the floor, and the air stale with the smell of decay. We used our phones as torches, the beams of light cutting through the darkness. As we explored the ground floor, every creak and echo made us jump. When we found the staircase, I hesitated, but curiosity pushed me forward. Upstairs, the atmosphere tightened, the whispers grew louder, and now I could almost make out sentences. Warnings. Leave, they said. Go back. Mark grabbed my arm. We shouldn't be here, he said, but I pulled away, drawn to a room at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and that's when we saw it. A large figure. It was shadowy and indistinct, standing by the window. It turned towards us, and though it had no eyes, I felt it staring right into my soul. We didn't wait around to find out what it wanted. We ran as fast as we could out of the house, down the path, and didn't stop until we reached the safety of the streetlights. We're back at Mark's house, the doors locked and the lights all on. We're trying to process what happened. Mark is convinced we saw a ghost, the spirit of old Mr. Miller who died there alone. I don't know what it was, but every shadow now makes me jump, and the whispers, I can still hear them if I listen hard enough. What do we see in the Miller house? Was it just our imaginations, fueled by the ghost stories we've grown up with, or have we stumbled upon something truly supernatural? I don't know if I'll ever go back to find out, but one thing is clear, I'll never forget the fear I felt tonight. I'm Jamie, a 32-year-old freelance photographer from Portland. I've always enjoyed the peace of late-night drives. There's something calming about being alone on the road, the city lights fading behind you, and the open space ahead. But a few nights ago, a drive I thought would be relaxing turned into a nightmare I can't shake off. It was a Friday night. Around midnight, I decided to take a drive out of town using a rural stretch I frequently use to unwind. The road is known for its solitude and natural beauty, and I thought it would be a good way to decompress. The drive started smoothly. The city lights disappeared, and all I could see was my headlights cutting through the darkness. The road is narrow and winding, flanked by dense trees. The isolation has always felt peaceful to me, but tonight something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the night seemed heavier. About halfway through, my car began to sputter. I initially thought it was a minor issue, but soon the engine lost power completely, and the car coasted to a stop. I tried restarting it, but nothing worked. My phone had no signal, so calling for roadside assistance was out of the question. The situation was starting to feel dire. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and locked the car before starting to walk. My goal was to find the nearest town, which I knew was several miles away. The woods on either side of the road felt like they were closing in on me. With only my flashlight for company, I trudged on, trying to ignore the sense of isolation that grew with every step. After a couple of hours, I saw a distant light. It was faint but visible, and it gave me hope. I quickened my pace, my exhaustion temporarily forgotten. As I approached, I realized the light was coming from an old farmhouse. I was relieved but apprehensive. The place looked abandoned and decrepit, but I had no other options. I knocked on the door, my heart racing. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and a man in his 60s, with a grizzled beard and a wary expression, peered out. His eyes were sharp and seemed to study me carefully. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I explained that my car had broken down and that I walked for hours to get help. The man introduced himself as Earl and seemed to take pity on me. He agreed to help and said he'd drive me back to my car with his tow truck. As we drove back to where my car was parked, I tried to make small talk to ease the tension. Earl was polite but distant, and his eyes kept darting to the road behind us. I started to feel uneasy. Why was he so jumpy? When we arrived at my car, he got to work hooking it up to the tow truck. I watched, my exhaustion making me feel vulnerable. Earl worked quickly, but his movements seemed a little too practiced, almost mechanical. My sense of unease grew stronger. As he was finishing up, he suddenly stopped and turned to me. "You know," he said, "it's not safe out here at night. Lots of folks have had problems. You're lucky I came by." I forced a nervous laugh. "I appreciate it. I'm just glad I found you." Earl's eyes narrowed. "You're very lucky. There are things out here you don't want to encounter." I was about to ask him what he meant when I heard an engine growling in the distance. Earl's demeanor shifted. He seemed suddenly alert, almost anxious. "We need to get out of here," he said sharply. "Now." Before I could react, Earl shoved me towards the tow truck and jumped into the driver's seat. I barely had time to process what was happening before the truck lurched forward, dragging my car behind it. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road and his grip on the steering wheel. "We've got to get to town." There's no time for explanations. The drive was tense and silent. Every so often, I'd glance in the rearview mirror and I could see the truck in the distance, pulling up exactly where we just were. I felt a growing sense of dread. Who were those people, and why was Earl so intent on avoiding them? As we approached the edge of town, Earl finally spoke. "They're the reason I stay away from people, why I keep to myself. They're dangerous." I was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who are those people?" Earl shook his head. "It's better if you don't know. Just stay away from this area. It's not safe for people like you." He dropped me off at a gas station on the outskirts of town, and I thanked him, but my gratitude was overshadowed by confusion and fear. Earl didn't wait for my response. He drove off quickly, leaving me with a sense of foreboding that wouldn't leave me. I finally got my car towed to a nearby mechanic and made my way home. I was exhausted and shaken, the events of the night replaying in my mind. I've tried to make sense of what happened, but the fear I felt is still fresh. I don't know what Earl was hiding or who those people were, but I'm certain that night was more than just a series of unfortunate events. I've learned to be more cautious on my night drives and avoid that place altogether. That stretch of road is no longer my peaceful place. So, thanks for the help that night, but I wish you had been more forthcoming. And to anyone driving out there, be careful. Some things are better left unexplored, and some roads should be avoided, especially when the darkness hides more than you can imagine. I'm Alex, a 28-year-old graphic designer living in Denver. I've always been drawn to the quiet, solitary nature of late-night drives. There's something about the stillness of the world at night that helps me clear my mind and escape from the daily grind. But a few weeks ago, a routine drive turned into a nightmarish ordeal that still haunts me. It was a Saturday night in early June, and I had been working long hours on a major project at the office. I was exhausted and needed a break from staring at my computer screen. So, around midnight, I decided to take a drive on Route 54, a highway that bends through the countryside just outside of Denver. It's a route I've driven many times before, and while it's remote, it's always felt safe and familiar. As I headed out, the city lights of Denver gradually disappeared behind me, and the road stretched out in front of me, illuminated only by my headlights. I had the radio on low, playing some mellow tunes, and I felt the usual sense of calm that came with driving through the quiet night. About an hour into the drive, I noticed something odd. A car was parked on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking. I slowed down, my curiosity piqued. The car was a beat-up sedan, and it looked like it had been there for a while. I couldn't see anyone around, but it was strange to see a car in that condition in such a desolate area. Should I stop and see if they need help? I thought to myself. I've always been the kind of person who wants to help others, but the isolation of this stretch of road made me hesitant. I continued driving, convincing myself that it was probably nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I drove on, I started thinking about how late it was and how far from civilization I was. The darkness seemed thicker, and the quiet seemed more oppressive. The only sounds were the hum of my engine and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan following me, but it was just empty road behind me. A few miles later, I saw headlights approaching from behind. I was relieved to see another car, and I hoped that maybe they would have some insight into the situation with the broken down sedan. As the car drew closer, I noticed it was an old pickup truck. It passed by quickly, but something about it made me uneasy. The driver didn't even glance my way, which was strange considering we were the only vehicles on the road. I tried to brush off the feeling of unease and focused on the drive. But as I rounded a bend, I was hit with a sense of dread. The road ahead was blocked by a large, makeshift barrier made of wooden planks and old tires. I had no way to get around it, and the barrier seemed intentionally placed to block the road. What the hell? I muttered, my pulse quickening. I stopped the car and put it in park, trying to think of what to do next. My phone had no signal out here, so calling for help was out of the question. I was completely on my own. I turned off the engine and got out of the car to inspect the barrier. It was crudely built, and it didn't look like it had been there for very long. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out how to move it. I was about to start pushing the planks aside when I heard a noise coming from the woods. It was a low, shuffling sound, like footsteps dragging through the underbrush. My breath caught in my throat. I scanned the trees, but the darkness made it impossible to see anything clearly. I didn't want to panic, but the sound was growing louder and closer. Suddenly, the pickup truck I had seen earlier came into view again. It was moving slowly and seemed to be circling back. My first instinct was to get back in my car and lock the doors, but I knew I had to do something about the barrier if I wanted to get out of there. I was frozen, caught between the fear of the unknown and the practical need to clear the road. The truck stopped behind my car, and I saw the driver get out. It was a man in his mid-40s, with a grizzled beard and a weathered face. He looked at me with a curious expression and then at the barrier. I felt a mixture of relief and suspicion. "Need some help?" he called out. His voice was gruff but not unfriendly. I hesitated before replying. "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to move it." The man walked over and started helping me with the barrier. We worked in silence. I was clearly on edge. I glanced at the truck and saw a toolbox in the back. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about this whole situation. As we moved the last of the planks, the man started talking. "This area's been having some trouble lately," he said. "Strange things happening." "What kind of strange things?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged. "Just rumors. People say there's gangs out here causing trouble, taking things that ain't theirs, breaking into places they don't belong. It's enough to keep people on edge." I felt a chill run down my spine. I saw a car back there with its hazard lights on. "Did you know anything about that?" The man's face tightened and he looked away. "Nope, haven't seen it." We finished clearing the road, and he offered to follow me until I was back on main route. I was grateful, but still uneasy. As we drove, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan or the man's truck following me. Eventually, we reached a more populated area with streetlights and a gas station. I thanked the man and went on my way. I didn't look back, not wanting to see if he was still following me. When I finally got home, I was exhausted and shaken. The whole experience felt surreal, like something out of a horror movie. I couldn't stop thinking about the broken down sedan, the mysterious barrier, and the man in the pickup truck. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I asked around, but no one seemed to know anything about strange occurrences on Route 54. I considered reporting it to the authorities, but what exactly would I tell them? Looking back, I'm still not sure what I encountered that night. The only conclusion I could come to was that there had been some trouble in the area and the man in the truck set up a barrier to control who was going up and down the road. The memory of that drive still sends shivers down my spine. I've learned to be more cautious and to trust my instincts. Late night drives used to be my favorite way to unwind, but now they're a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. This happened back in my university days when I was on the way back from a trip with my friend. I guess I must have misread the map, or we took some kind of shortcut because we got lost somewhere on the mountain roads. My friend was driving, and I was supposed to be the navigator. It was the one job I had. It was around 8 p.m., but it was already really dark since we were in the shadow of the mountains. I noticed a white truck up ahead and said to my friend, if we followed the truck, we would probably get back to a main road in no time. I thought it was a pretty solid plan, considering I had no clue where we were, let alone what mountain we were on. We tailed the truck for a while, then realized we were going further and further from the main road and deeper into the desolate mountain roads. As the roads turned to dirt and became one-lane paths, the truck, better suited to these roads, sped up, and we lost sight of it. It was weird and kind of unlikely for the truck to disappear all of a sudden. There was nothing ahead of us apart from dark, dirty mountain roads. It was playing on my mind, but our priority was getting back to a main road. I was flipping through a map with a torch held in my mouth. There was no cell phone coverage. We were going further down the road when I noticed some lights behind our car. I looked in the wind mirror and noticed a white truck behind us, It was the same truck we had been tailing. I told my pal what I'd just seen, and we both watched the truck in the mirrors. We began to get a little creeped out by this. The truck then turned its lights off. Is it even possible to navigate these winding mountain roads with the lights off? It was getting really freaky now. I was nervous, and I could tell that my friend was even more nervous than me. I stated the obvious at this point. I think that truck from before is behind us. He's following us. As soon as I said that, I began to swear. My friend shifted nervously in his seat. He sped up to test my theory, and the truck behind sped up to catch us, still with its lights out. We didn't know what to do. We began to argue about it. It was incredibly tense. Then, suddenly, the truck behind us seemed to disappear. It felt totally hopeless. Whoever was in the truck clearly knew the roads. I really wish we hadn't decided to follow that guy. We kept going forward along the lane road, keeping an eye out for a chance to turn back, sending snappy, biting remarks to each other about how we could get out of this mess. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the truck swerved into our lane again and slammed on its brakes. My friend reacted in time, and once again, we were behind the white truck. He said, if we don't do something, it's gonna end bad. This was the worst. I've never felt so stressed out. A moment or two later, we reached a point where the road got wider, and my friend took his chance. We spun into a U-turn. There wasn't too much space to turn, so my friend's car kissed the guardrail on our escape. We noticed points in the road where the truck could have disappeared and appeared in front of us that answered the question of how it was possible, but we still had the unanswered question of why. Why was this guy doing this to us? We knew that we were on our way back to civilization, so my friend flirted while I kept nervously glancing over my shoulder to see if the truck was following us. I kept asking him to speed up, but I knew that he couldn't, and that truck could pop out of nowhere again at any moment. So, we kept heading down those dirt roads until eventually they became concrete again. I saw the lights of people's homes. And before long, we came across a non-franchised gas station. My friend immediately pulled in, and we skidded to a halt. My friend ran in and grabbed the clerk by his arm and frantically explained the situation. He asked the guy to call the cops and for directions to get off these mountain roads. The clerk didn't seem that interested in our plea for help, so we got him to go outside. My friend then said, "Believe us, there's someone chasing us." Okay then, if a white truck with all its lights off turns up at any second, then will you believe us? And just as he finished saying that, the truck arrived with its lights still off. It screeched to a stop a few meters away from the gas station, then it slowly turned around and headed back into the darkness. We weren't able to get a look at the driver, but we noticed something. There was some sort of logo and some text on the side of the truck. The clerk at the gas station said, "Oh, now I understand you. The guy's from the church." Maybe cult's a better word. I pressed him for more information, and it turns out that apparently the entire mountain is their territory. They own a village, and the leaders and the followers all live there together. I understand that there are cults, but I didn't understand why the truck was following us. I asked why they follow us, and according to the old fellow at the gas station, there are frequent attempts to escape by followers of the cult who change their mind. So the cult is very wary of cars getting anywhere near their village. Their reckless driving and relentless pursuits of anyone who gets close to the village is said to be the cause of numerous accidents up here in the mountains. I remember that the cult featured quite heavily on the news and in the media a few years after, but it seems to have gone radio silent since. I guess that guy who followed us was a lookout for escapees or for families trying to rescue their loved ones or something. It was a very creepy experience. I took in a hitchhiker who turned out to be legitimately crazy. I won't ever do that again, and hopefully, my experience will discourage you. I live in a foreign country, and I don't know about your country's sanitary measures against the epidemic, but at the time, we were no longer confined. It happened in September, 2 years ago. I was driving from my parents' house to a friend's apartment near our college campus. It was an hour-and-a-half drive. We had plans to spend the weekend together after not seeing each other for months. Even though the incident is not related to my friend in any way, it just hit me how dangerous it actually was when I started telling them what happened. I remember one of them saying, "This must have been the worst 45-minute drive of my life." I laughed at it back then, but it hits me now how true it was. I left quite late that day, around 9 p.m. I remember the sun had already set, and I was going to arrive late, which I didn't like, but I was used to the road as I'd often taken it. For a bit of context, it was an hour-and-a-half drive, and I would usually stop midway in a McDonald's parking lot to smoke a cigarette before carrying on. Just remember this for later. I saw the hitchhiker not long after I left my parents' house. I had driven for about 10 to 15 minutes or so when I saw him at the exit of a roundabout. He was a tall, slender guy with one of those tiny shoulder bags worn across the chest. I thought he was a guy in his 20s who had just been dropped off by his friends on his way back from a party or something. Which was stupid because it was still too early for a party to end. But that's not the first thought I had. I immediately felt sympathy and stopped. I opened the passenger side window and asked where he was going. I realized right away that he was way older than I thought, at least in his 30s. He had a really pale face, and the way he looked at me honestly freaked me out. The guy was going in my direction, to the town where I would stop midway to take a break. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. I just responded automatically. It was on my way, and he got in the car. Then I had the worst 45 minutes of my life. I don't mean to be dramatic, but it really was hell. I knew right away I'd made a mistake as I drove off because as soon as I started driving, he held his stomach tight, crouched in the passenger seat, going back and forth, saying he wasn't feeling good. I offered to open the window for some fresh air, but he said he just had to take his meds. Saying I felt uncomfortable is an understatement. I remember thinking I'd screwed up and that whatever was going to happen, I should not stop under any circumstances. The first thing I did was to ask him if he would be okay if I dropped him off at the city's McDonald's. I think he agreed, but either way, it didn't matter because I wasn't planning on stopping elsewhere. I was already freaked out. I thought I'd pretend to focus on the road and try to appear as calm as I could, and he kept talking during this whole time. I don't remember in what order it happened exactly, but I remember he asked me if he could look at my nails, to which I responded I was driving. He apologized and said I shouldn't worry because he'd never assaulted anyone. He told me his girlfriend was mad at him, wanted to break up with him if he didn't come back. He asked where I was going, what I was planning to do tonight, and if I was planning to have a long, steaming shower. He kept going, asking if I had a boyfriend and how we liked to do it. I said that was private and that I did not want to answer. He nodded and said that he used to be unlike me until he got arrested. He insisted twice that we were followed by cars. He asked me if I smoked and I said no. He offered me a cigarette. I said it's nice, but he didn't have to. He left a cigarette on the board, took out his phone at one point, and wanted to show me a picture of him and a picture of his mom, saying she was beautiful. I took a quick glimpse, and the thing was broken and had multiple straight black lines of broken pixels. It was reddish on the left and yellowish on the right, which made the picture really creepy. He got mad at that point because I was just taking a quick glimpse and he started talking louder, saying I didn't give a crap about what he was saying. I straight up said, "I'm listening, I can't watch, I'm driving." He calmed down immediately, said okay, and apologized, and wanted to show me another picture. He asked if this was my car. I said it was my parents'. Somehow, I did not want him to think I was rich or had any kind of money. I'm just a young student who has no money. Leave me alone. I lied, saying I had hit a deer last week and I was trying to focus and pay attention because I didn't want to break my parents' car. I hoped he would shut up. At some point, he was just straight up staring at me and muttered, "Poor thing," then straightened up and pointed to a road sign in a panic, saying, "I meant the road sign, poor road sign." Honestly, I think at that point I was thinking if he ever tried anything, I would crash this car with both of us in it into a tree. Because if I could not make it out, neither would he. I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't want him to get out of this easily. He screamed that his name was Archangel Michael. He asked my name, and I gave a fake name. He kept asking if I remembered his name, and suddenly crouched himself in a panic, going back and forth again, saying I should know his name. I just said okay. To be honest, that was the only thing I would say. In the end, when we got to the city where he had to stop, he asked if I could take him to the train station. It was almost 10 p.m., and I knew there were no trains, no lights, and surely no other cars or human presence. I told him we said we'd stop at the McDonald's, and he nodded and said, "Yes, yes." He said I was nice and put a coin on the board next to the cigarette. I stopped in the parking lot, didn't park, just stopped right there in the middle of the way where I felt the most exposed. He just left, saying, "See you later," and I drove away very fast. I never saw or heard from him again. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group, and I found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we went for a spring break camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town, before getting away into the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns into a dirt road, then a low maintenance road, and a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we came around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed with no lights or activity around either and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into a small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to a film. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running, but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached the fence, we noticed a sign, private property. Keep out. Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we expected. Less than 900 people, it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow and why the only route was through some dude's field on a busted outdoor road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. We shrugged it off as just a few crazy locals and took back down the dirt trail. As we rounded the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were still off and nobody seemed to be home. I suggested that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we were going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It was starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road and would still technically be on public land. We hiked back down the wooded trail and started scouting for a place to set up camp for the night, making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area. We discovered that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to the realization, he disappeared around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step over without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One set horizontal, supported at each end by two piles of rocks. There was a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Although a bit surprised at first, we shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. Hey, what the hell is this? Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. There was an orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a fumy smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the side of the boulders upstream of the items. There's a cave over here, he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls all three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. Shampoo, he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and the leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked out and ready to call our little story quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people of the house after a weekend of a few too many drinks, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa caught some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then, everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night, at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all throughout the day, whoever was using shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists, debating the shallow, freezing rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and ill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard were now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was completely silent. As I started to explain this to the rest of the group, I saw the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when something rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there, something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in the cave. We all look up, and whatever made the noise started shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, The only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up the stream. Realizing this almost by ourselves, and how open we were, we booked it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all tried to process what just happened. I take a look at the satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would have had to be large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, but we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger, and the same day, some high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours. Doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if indeed it was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight some teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods with something seemingly to hide would set up shop in a state park. That is until I checked my GPS again. That little route that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated, and we couldn't see that. The place we were at was still public land, for sure, but not quite what we pictured. I would like to state that this story might read like the plot of a 1980s horror movie that is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I try to camp with my buddy twice a month, now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than where a fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations for the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 10 to 15 minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. That depends on the favor, my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given that there were two of us and only one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I asked him what the hell was going on. He proceeds to tell us that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. Wait, what? I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. Is that the screaming we heard earlier? The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. We were just hanging out. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me and I told him to just back off and chill. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So, I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything. We only have a hatchet. My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished, then something horrible dawned on me. Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here? The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp down on the main trail. I just want to talk. Is what we heard him screaming? I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I'd never heard anything like it. It was a brutal scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's meaning would switch erratically from long and melodic to short punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this scary guy for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We come to find out they had taken 4.5 to 5 grams of mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy was a coworker of his and was fine for 3 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though he thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m., the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. He had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out of camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hoping he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. Hey, help, please help me. We tell Gary to hide, just in case, and we greet the man, with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun, holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, then he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned, and told Gary that he seemed cool, and if anything else happens to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid. And we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But the other guy, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder his friend, was not invited. To understand my story, you need to know a bit about trespassing laws in our country. We don't have any. As long as you are respectful and non-destructive, you can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing. So long as you leave the area as you found it. I used to love camping as a child. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There were always yachts bobbing just off the shore with people in them, and other campers lining up the beach. Most of them also had children or teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out, then got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I remember this because I got my dog in winter 2010 after picking her out that November. I got her from the shelter as a birthday gift to myself since I paid her adoption fee. She will be very important to the story later on. Let me tell you a little about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dog fighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is, but my best guess is a larger staffy mix. She is a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. By the time of this camping trip, I had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but as far as my family is concerned, dogs go on camping trips, so we all piled into the car, and she came with us. Unusually, none of the family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog, and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we left a bit later than normal, although I don't remember why, we arrived at sunset, not a good time to be building a tent. But we expected to arrive to other campers already set up, the beach illuminated by campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat, pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year, and I wanted her to have air. I always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we fumbled about in the dark on a beach in the middle of nowhere, it was pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big O shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying any attention to the road. I was complaining I was tired, as kids do. But my mom was. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom asked him if he had seen the car drive around. It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road, and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be security. I don't know why a random beach would have security, and I think what she meant was the Wildlife Trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their work. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger jam. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool, a junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, maybe 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, once he saw this, He got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here, and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit friendly with the guy and told him that was fine, we'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put her relationship with my dad above us. This isn't how it went down. From the black, like a wolf descending on its prey, took us all by surprise, most of all the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines representing nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife as it had been in the arm she latched onto. He kicked her, he punched her, and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, covered in blood. As quickly as we could, we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident. I looked Palmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I left it. We think what had happened was when the shouting started, she must have put a paw upon the gap I'd left for her, as it was an old car and had the manual windows, not an electric button. We think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We were all pretty scared, and since we had a dog with us, we couldn't book into a hotel for the night. My parents decided to just drive home so we could all feel safe, but first, we had to drive into the nearest town for petrol as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a gas station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer and stuck his head out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we didn't see him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting on the bonnet of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was too remote. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much petrol. We realized as we began driving, we were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had cover. They'd come to his home, or at least somewhere acceptable for the night, better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on petrol. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps so it wouldn't upset us, but we were really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big ready for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I don't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, we refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. My sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened, and they never got back to her after that. But apparently, the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he actually was that guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then, other than avoiding the crazy man on the beach? Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now, old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day, but I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken shelter to where her mother and siblings all found homes before her. Despite how badly people had treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. I paid £78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing if I hadn't been so insistent on a dog, I might have been killed. I've worked a few random jobs in my life. My first one was a summer job at 16 during summer break at a dairy farm. I absolutely hated it there, and it made it harder for me to find the motivation to even try finding work again when the time came. I don't really remember how I was first referred to the job, but the following summer, I ended up working as an office assistant for a self-employed photographer. My parents knew her because she used to be a member of their church, and my sister attended her 4-H program when she had it. By that time, her health had begun to take a hit, and she claimed it was a mixture of things from chronic Lyme to fibromyalgia. I had also been warned by my parents that she was a little off. She was very religious and claimed to have had real encounters with demons, even participated in some exorcisms. I'm an atheist and a skeptic, so I never took her stories seriously. Aside from the weird things she would tell me, she was mostly harmless, and working for her was not very hard. The job basically required me to do a lot of data entry, as well as help prep her photos with some minor editing. She would also make me add her company watermark before uploading them. They'd end up on a site where our customers could browse them and then pick which ones they wanted to order. She primarily photographed horse events, dressage, stadium and cross-country jumping, etc. And for the first several months my job was in her living room, which was basically my office space at the time. Eventually, I was talked into tagging along in shows where she trained me as a photographer, and soon I was shooting at the events along with her. It was boring work, I won't lie. I'm not a horse person. But things didn't get weird until a year later when I learned the hard way it was not her that I needed to worry about. She had 2 sons. One who was out of state, the other who was in the Navy. The latter of the 2, a guy called Nathan, I had only heard small things about. He was somewhere on the autism spectrum, but she was never clear on what exactly his diagnosis was. When he finally returned home and I met him for the first time while working in her living room, he seemed like a nice guy. A little odd, but not concerning. He was obsessed with movies, and being a bit of a movie buff myself, whenever he would venture to the living room to strike up a conversation, it would almost always be about whatever movies we were into or were excited to watch. I should point out here that I was 18 and he was in his mid-30s. At some point, he got it in his head that I was interested in him, though he never said anything directly to me. I had to find out about it from my parents. My mom worked as the secretary at the church, and Nathan somehow found out. I can only guess my boss had told him. One afternoon, Nathan showed up at my mom's desk and started gushing about his feelings. He talked about how much fun I was, how he loved talking to me, how he was planning to take me to the movies and take me to his church, and all these other plans he had for me. My mom was beyond uncomfortable, as was the pastor who happened to overhear it. And when I got home that night, she told me what had happened and suggested I make sure not to lead him on. I was completely baffled because I hadn't done anything. We'd never even discussed the possibility of doing anything together. I got even more uncomfortable around him over the next few weeks. I made an effort to acknowledge him less when he was around and keep the conversation short while stressing I had to do work. Eventually, he got his own place and moved out of his parents' house, so I figured the problem had solved itself. A couple years later, I had moved out, my boss's company had closed, and I was working somewhere else. I was friends with both my boss and Nathan on Facebook, and around that time I was finally coming out as an atheist, something I couldn't do while I was still living at home. One night, my old boss messaged me, asking about a ring I had on my finger. It was a black ring with a white solid star in the middle of the black circle. Already knowing where she was going with this, I told her it was just a ring. She started accusing me of wearing a pentagram because she didn't know what a pentacle was and that I was promoting Satan. I tried several times to explain to her that not only was it not that symbol, but that also paganism has nothing to do with the devil anyways, but she refused to listen, so I just ignored her. It was typical behavior of her and not worth the argument. The next morning, I had a message from Nathan telling me I needed to come to his church with him. I told him no, and the messages I received back gradually grew angrier and angrier. He went from asking to demanding I go with him. He told me I was lost and that I would not find the answers I needed by living the life I was. Eventually, he outright said he thought the fact that I was wearing a pentagram was disgusting and that I was opening myself up for possession. Knowing there would be even less of a point in arguing with him than there was with his mother, I went ahead and blocked both of them, deciding I was done with it all. Then he started showing up at my workplace. He would always search through the store until he found me, and then once he did, he would corner me and not stop talking to me no matter how many times I tried to dodge him or tell him I needed to get back to work. Eventually, the managers caught on and started intercepting him whenever he showed up. I wasn't making enough to pay the rent with that job, so I had to take up the second one. Within a week of working my second job, which was in a different town, he started showing up there. This time I told the managers who he was, and after that, every time he showed up, I was allowed to hide in the back room behind a locked door while they sped his order along and got him out. One of those many encounters, while I was hiding in the back, one of the managers was back there with me, inputting employee time punches into the computer when the both of us heard Nathan shout in our direction. I know you remember me. That was the last straw for them, and they told him his business was no longer welcome there. He stopped showing up at my other job as well for a while. Fast forward to a few years later, I was getting used to not having to look over my shoulder every shift or check the parking lot for his truck. Then one day, he reappeared. He was browsing a section I was walking past when he spotted me and got this deer in the headlights look. I made a beeline to the break room because just seeing him made me scared. After that, he started showing up regularly. I would always find ways to dodge and avoid him, but he would still eventually spot me and know I was still there. I was debating whether or not to tell the managers, because at this point it had been a while since he had done anything, and saying something just because I was nervous didn't feel right. Call me a coward or an idiot, but that was my thought process. What happened next made me regret not speaking up. It was bound to happen eventually, but one night he managed to catch me while I was at the customer service desk. He approached me and said hi, and I immediately started to look for someone to signal over so I could make a break for it. But before I could say a word, he said something that made me feel sick. "How's your little girl doing?" "She's 3, right?" I looked at him, horrified. I had him completely blocked from all of my social media. I had his number blocked. I was living at a new address, and I had not seen or spoken to his mother since she confronted me about my ring. I had not told either of them I was a parent now, or that I was married, and I was not friends with anyone who knew them. "How's your husband doing?" "He's good. He's a good man," I said, trying to reinforce the idea that I was not available to him and that I had no desire to have anything to do with him. Really? Where does he work? At this point, I felt like I was going to pass out. Thankfully, another employee approached, and I got the hell out of there. As I was leaving, he called out behind me. I'll see you again. We'll talk. We'll go out and do something together. We will. I reported him to the managers, telling them everything about the encounter, including all the information that he should not have had. They were able to pull up his face on CCTV, and while I have not heard anything, I'm guessing one of them finally managed to approach him because I haven't seen him since. This has been going on for 10 years, and I want it to finally be over. If he shows up again, I'm going to the police, but I'm seriously hoping it never comes to that. I just want him to stop. I haven't seen him since the incident with my managers. I think he may have gotten scared off. Turned out one of my coworkers used to work with him too at a different job, and she also made a complaint about him to the managers. I don't know what they did with that information afterwards, but I know he hasn't shown up since. It sounds like they plan to call the cops if he sets foot in the store again. With 2 employee complaints of stalker-like behavior, they refuse to ignore that. In 2002, I was 14 years old, starting freshman year. I was an awkward, nerdy girl that didn't know how to handle attention from boys, so you could say I made things worse for my situation. I had a knack for making friends with the weird people no one liked, but I tried to be friendly with everyone I met, so it wasn't a big deal to me. Unfortunately, that was also my downfall. Clubs were a big deal, and they actually had an anime club, so of course I was all about that. First club meeting, I sat next to a couple of friends and soaked it all up. I thought I was finally with my people. Then here comes Stalker Kid. I'd use his real name, but to this day I have no clue what it is. He sat in front of me, and being that person, I said hi. I could tell he was uncomfortable and didn't know anyone, so I was just being nice. And boy, did this guy cling to me for that one word. At first, he would just find me during lunch and just stand there mumbling things to me. He had such a soft voice, high-pitched, mousy little guy that you just felt unnerved when he spoke to you. The way he would look at you as he spoke, I could never look him in the eyes. After a while, it became more asking about my personal life and what I was into. Me being dumb and naive, I tried to be friendly and chat while feeling incredibly uncomfortable. After a while, me and my friends would move to different tables, benches, even hallways to avoid him, but he always found me. After about a year of this, my best friend finally told me that if I didn't tell him to F off, he would. I really didn't want him around anymore, so, sure, go ahead. So one day during lunch, here comes Stalker Kid with his signature greeting, barely above a whisper. Hey Nancy. My buddy just goes, dude, she's not interested, F off. Looking hurt, he shuffled away. I was like, man, you didn't have to be so hard on him, but thanks. I didn't see him much around school after that except for club days where he would just sit across the room and stare at me while my best friend glared at him. Cut to me being 16 and now driving to school. Minus the awkward club days, I didn't really notice anything from him. That is until an old gray beat-up car started parking next to me, extremely close. One day after school, he was waiting for me in that car. He started asking me how I'd been, talking about prom and all that stuff. I was trying to rack my brain on how he knew that was my car, unless he had been watching me before and after school. I started getting there later and leaving later to avoid him, because he was like clockwork. Finally, a boy I used to be friends with in elementary school was walking out with me and made a comment about how that guy is always next to my car and asked if he was my boyfriend. I immediately said no, and he's always following me around, and I hated it. It was really starting to freak me out. Bless this guy, because he walked right up to him and scared him off, threatening if he ever parked near me again he would kick his ass. I figured maybe that was enough to keep him away. So again, There was a small space where I would hear nothing of him except for my friends who had classes with him telling me how creepy he was. One friend had art class with him and said he would draw naked women constantly in his books. Junior year is wrapping up, and I started giving my best friend Jack lifts to school. He was on my way, so I figured why not. At some point, Jack started noticing that little gray car was always heading the same way after school and made a joke about Stalker Kid living next to him. Small world, right? I could only be so lucky. One day, as per usual, little gray car was following us, so we took a detour. Sure enough, he was with us every step of the way, and it was no longer a joke. We both started freaking out. I pushed the gas pedal as hard as my foot could push it and got the hell out of sight. A few other things happened. In order to get into prom, he had to ask someone from my year. So he asked some random girl from my softball team and then dumped her as soon as he got in. He then followed me all night. This includes to the after prom, where I had to avoid him the whole time. Our high school had a TV channel for kids to run, and during prom they would record the whole night. It took one of my friends to point it out, but throughout the whole video, it showed him behind me and following and staring at me all night. I didn't even realize. And the one that still creeps me out to this day is graduation for his class. I was scanning the crowd to see my friends who were graduating when I saw a hand wave as I passed by. I looked back, and of course it was Stalker Kid waving at me. How he picked me out of a cruise of thousands, I will never know. 2006 senior year was great. No signs of creepy Stalker Kid, to the point where I kind of forget about him. I graduate, I choose a college in town, get a job at a local retail store, and move on. Life was beginning to be normal. I work the gaming department, so you get the weird guys once in a while. One that I saw a lot was this little Mexican guy with glasses who never purchased anything but would just walk around from time to time. Then, Stalker Kid comes strolling in the doors and walks into gaming and just talks. I ask how he knew I worked here. He says his friends saw me and knew we were friends. I tried to radio for help for someone to come and get him out. Finally, a big guy from computers walks by and asks for my help in the back. Once he pulls me to safety, I tell him everything. From that point, security is aware and is told to watch for this guy. Of course, he wasn't doing anything physical, so all they could do for me is watch out for him. So every time he came in, they would tell me and I would dip back to the warehouse. I started seeing his friend, who he called Ninja, constantly, and all he ever did was walk around on his phone. I began to suspect he was texting Stalker Kid to tell him I was at work, because sure enough, 10 minutes later, he would come in. So I tested this theory and started walking randomly around the store. At one point, a friend who worked register asked why I would do this, so I had her take a walk with me on our break. I told her this ninja guy would follow us everywhere, even just going down a random aisle. Sure enough, he did, and she began freaking out. A few minutes later, I told her my stalker would walk through those doors. So I'm making my way to the warehouse, and out steps Ninja Guy from an aisle, and he shouts, "She's right here." I just stared at him, like, what the hell do you think you're doing? Stalker Kid walks up behind me and asks why I'm always running away from him, and says that he lost my number, and asks if I can give it to him again. I say sure, knowing damn well that I never gave it to him. I go to the warehouse to get a pen and paper. I wrote down, "This is where I work, don't ever come here again," and handed it to him. I told him and his friend to leave and call for security, who walked him out. Security tells me later that he also cried while they took him out. Later that day, as I'm leaving work, security offers to walk me to my car. I say sure. Stalker Kid is out by my car waiting for me, so this is where security says he's not having it, and calls the police, which we are conveniently next to their headquarters. He books it when he sees the car. A few years go by, nothing comes up. I buy a fancy new car and don't see him much. I'm thinking that did the trick, and I'm finally free. 2012, my buddies and I are leaving work, ready to hit the night at the bar, per usual. We were all walking out the door, where we all had to stand and wait to hear the alarm sound to verify it's armed. As we were walking out, I hear it. That awful sound. Hey, Nancy. I cringe, grab my friend's arm and turn. There he is leaning on his car, waiting. My friend recognizes him and asks what he wants. Guy says he just wants to talk to me. He said he did never see my car, so he didn't think I worked here anymore. His other friend is sitting in the back seat of his car just staring at me blankly. I start to think the worst. If my friends leave me here, something tells me I'm not coming into work the next day. Or ever. I'm terrified that he's had years of time to think about our last encounter where I wrote my number down and made him cry. I grab my friend's arm tighter. My friend kicks off, pretends to be my boyfriend, and rips into him. My friend is about 2 feet taller and much bigger. They get into it, and I'm just standing in the parking lot, and I'm just begging for my friend to kick his ass. He spooks stalker kids so bad that I'm pretty sure he pissed himself before getting in his car and booking it. Ever since, if he comes into the store, my friend stares him down from his office. Years later, I've moved on, gotten married, and moved out of town. Recently, we've moved back to start a business, and to this day, I still feel myself looking behind me at stores on the off chance that I randomly bump into him. He caused me to have anxiety, mental and emotional pain, fear, and trust issues for a decade. Even after moving on, I still feel the effects today, and I never even knew his name. I'll begin by giving a little background. At the time this happened, I was a 16-year-old girl working at a chain coffee place while in high school. I am 19 now, and in college, 7 hours away from this place. This happened at a time in my life in which I was super shy and had a tough time standing up for myself. In retrospect, I could have handled it a lot better. I used to work closing shifts with my best friend after school. It'd be from like 3 to 10 p.m. We worked at a relatively dead store, so we spent most of our time playing music and talking. We did our duties like taking the trash out and restocking, etc., although both of us always dreaded taking the trash out, as we had to go out back. The dumpsters were behind the store, in a dimly lit area next to a sketchy liquor store. One night a man came in pretty late. It wasn't unusual to have customers come near closing. It was just uncommon to see anyone we didn't already know. Our store was mostly just regulars. He was lanky and probably around 30. I mostly just remember his eyes. They were piercing, the type that never break a stare. I remember initially thinking he was attractive. Yikes. The way he spoke was short and concise, just ordering a small hot latte. I made his order, and that was it. I told my friend about how I thought he was attractive, and we then started referring to him as the small hot latte guy. We always called people by their drink orders. He came a bunch of times after that, each time staying a little longer and longer, talking a little more and more. One day he came with a woman, presumably his girlfriend. I remember I felt a little weird, like she was staring at me, or like they had spoken about me beforehand. She glanced over at him and said, "Wow, she is pretty." I didn't think much of it, said thank you, served them, and I thought that would be the end of it. He then began showing up and talking to me a lot without her. He started off as being friendly. I honestly don't even know what we talk about. Then he got kind of flirty. Initially, I was just flattered, but being underage and immature, I didn't even think about the fact that it was kind of alarming. He began to stay for a while. Sometimes he would bring a laptop or a notebook. I could feel him staring at me and listening to our conversations. But at that point, I wasn't getting creepy vibes from him, as my coworker and I had dealt with our fair share of creeps. He began by just giving little snacks or drinks. I would accept, but would never eat or drink them. It wasn't that I necessarily thought he had ill intentions, I just had a hard time accepting gifts. I remember one night he brought me a book about one of his favorite artists. I reluctantly took it but had tried to decline before. I remember telling him about one of my favorite musicians and sent him a link to a performance I really liked. He started being kind of sexual while still talking about the song. He then began talking super suggestively, and I would laugh it off and decline when he asked to send pictures. I began talking less and less and told my friend about the situation. She agreed that it was getting creepy and said I should maybe change my schedule. I told her I'd be fine. I'm stubborn. He'd still come every week at closing time, and he'd even stay in his car till we closed, meaning he'd watch me go to the back to take the trash out. It was time to take out the trash and lock up, so we got ourselves together. I was opening the door while juggling like 3 bags of trash and saw something on the ground. I was confused at first, but then realized what I saw. It was flowers and a note. I felt sick to my stomach and looked around the parking lot. I didn't see his car. I threw them away immediately and told my friend I didn't want to read the note. She read it and told me I had to. It was something to the effect of, "I've never felt so connected to someone. You're breaking my heart. Please don't do this. I'm sorry." Looking back, I honestly didn't lead him on, but initially I felt as if I was in the wrong. Nonetheless, we turned the corner to take the trash out and both prayed the parking lot was empty. It was not. Let's just say the trash was not going to get taken out that night. I continued working there and still worked there on my breaks from college. I had different hours after that. Nothing happened for some time until one day he appeared again, just before I was supposed to leave for college. It was around 3 p.m. It was busy. He came in, stared at me, and then he left. That was the last time I saw him. Looking back, I was so naive and could have handled the situation so much better. I am forever thankful to my friend. She really supported me that whole time. A year ago, I used to post my entire life to Snapchat. It was my go-to app for sharing bits of my life with friends and family. But then something happened that made me reconsider my online presence. One day, out of the blue, I received a friend request from an unfamiliar username. I didn't think much of it at the time and accepted the request without a second thought. It was just another random person, or so I assumed. Months passed, and I forgot about that peculiar friend request. My life went on, and I continued sharing snippets of my daily activities on Snapchat. Little did I know that someone was watching very closely. It started innocently enough, with an unexpected snap. I opened it, thinking it was probably a friend sharing a funny meme or a cute pet photo. But as the image loaded, my heart almost stopped. It was an eerie, edited version of an old Snapchat story I had posted months ago. Floating love hearts surrounded the image, and the caption read, "Can't wait to see you." The chill running down my spine was hard to ignore. How did someone get access to my old stories? Who was behind this? Days turned into weeks, and more edited snaps kept arriving. Each one featured pictures taken from my past stories. The captions became increasingly unsettling, referring to my personal life. "How was your McDonald's on Friday?" And another said, "I loved that movie you watched last night." The sense of being watched was inescapable. I felt exposed and vulnerable, as though a stranger had invaded my privacy. It wasn't long before I decided to check Snap Maps, the feature that lets you see the real-time locations of your friends. My heart raced as I zoomed in on the map. There it was, a bit too close for comfort, the location of this creep. He was nearby, and the thought sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary prank or trolling. It felt personal, like someone was playing mind games with me. Fear gripped me as I realized the mysterious friend was getting closer to my location. I knew I had to act fast. I began taking screenshots of the disturbing snaps for evidence. Then, I contacted the local authorities and reported the unsettling situation. The investigation that followed uncovered the identity of the creep. To my shock, it turned out to be someone I met at a party months ago. I'd been warned about how creepy and weird he was. He would just invite himself to parties and nobody wanted to be rude and kick him out, so we just tolerated him. To be fair, I had no issue with him and spoke with him a little bit throughout the night, but didn't see much of him. I guess being nice to the social outcast when everyone else kept him at arm's length was enough for him to become obsessed with me. They didn't end up charging him with anything, but they told him to leave me alone and explained to me that I could get a restraining order, but I didn't see the point. This happened a couple of months ago, December of last year. I started working a new job in the mall and had to work for most of Boxing Day. I was done at 10 and transit seemed to have ended at 7. I'm a student who didn't go home for the holidays due to this job and never had to deal with holiday transit hours. I decided to call an Uber and the driver picked me up right in front of the mall. We had a casual conversation during the drive back and he learned about where I worked and how I'm living on my own for the time being since my roommates went to their hometowns. Fast forward to the next day at work, around 6 p.m. This driver walks into the store and tries to strike a conversation with me, but I told him I had to get back to work. He also asked if we could hang out later, to which I said no, and he left. At the end of that shift, I walked out of the store, planning to take transit. As soon as I stepped out of the store, the driver immediately pulled up next to me and offered to give me a free ride back home. After going back and forth with me declining and him saying it's free, I decided to walk away and caught a bus home. I was pretty overwhelmed by the fact that he showed up to my workplace and waited 3 hours until I was done with work to offer me a ride home. I've reported this to Uber and they notified me that they suspended this driver, provided me with a full refund, and gave me a link to provide to the police if I plan on filing a report. Silly of me to give away information like that to a stranger, but I hope to never meet that driver again. He was about twice my age, he knows where my home is, and my name. Lesson learned. I was completely and utterly alone. They're a good way to clear my head when I'm stressed, upset, or overwhelmed, or for me to get a plan together to sort personal issues out. I've also done these long and lonely drives to get away from the toxicity of my household when I used to live with my parents as a means of coping with their alcoholism. Though now that I've moved out and I'm in a much better place mentally, I don't really have the urge to get in my car and just drive anymore. However, on the night this event took place, I was feeling pretty overwhelmed, stressed, and anxious with a cluster of personal issues I'd rather not get into. I felt restless and irritable around my boyfriend. I couldn't focus on anything else and decided I would take a drive to clear my head. My boyfriend was understanding and told me to be careful and to not be gone for too long since it was getting pretty late. I agreed, gave him a kiss goodbye, and left. I drove around our city for about 30 minutes, but I was still feeling on edge about everything transpiring in my personal life, so I decided to drive further north down those familiar, dark, winding one-lane highways. I kept the car at a steady 65 miles per hour, taking the turns at a slower pace in case a deer jumped out around the bend. I kept driving and was just admiring the vast empty darkness of the snow-capped fields and barren trees. It was honestly a bit creepy being all alone with no cars in sight in seemingly the middle of nowhere. The few houses miles back from the road were lightless, and the dead cornfields withered away, snow started to cover them entirely. It was like something out of a horror movie, and I half expected to see a ghost pop up in my rearview mirror or see someone clamber out from the patches of trees dotting the horizon. The only light came from my headlights, and even then I still strained to see through the inky darkness of the night. By now it was just after 11, and I told myself that once I made the familiar roundabout that would either take you to a small town or back up towards the city, I would head back to the city and home. That roundabout was still maybe 15 to 25 minutes away, but other than my imagination picturing the worst, I wasn't really all that concerned. I mean, I was by myself. I didn't have any other motorists to worry about, right? Wrong. As I'm rounding another bend, I notice a vehicle with its hazards flashing maybe a quarter of a mile or something away from me. It was some sort of sedan, dark colored, and was angled to where only part of it was on the shoulder while the rest was jutted onto the road, like they had to pull over in a hurry but didn't quite manage to do that. The driver's side door was flung wide open, and as I slowed my vehicle down and angled it towards the opposite side of the road to pass, I could make out what looked like maybe blood on the inside of the open door. I didn't see anyone on the road or in the car, and I was the only motorist in sight. In this part of the country, cell phone reception is pretty bad most of the time. But more often than not, you couldn't get reception no matter how hard you prayed, which was definitely the case when I took a glance at my phone to see if I had any service. So, a lone female on the road, at night, pulling up near a vacant vehicle that looks like someone had been attacked on the inside, with no cell service. Now, I'm no dummy. I've watched countless episodes of Investigation Discovery and Criminal Minds, and read far too many true crime books to know that this had bad and danger written all over it. But there was still a small part of me that worried something terrible had happened to whoever was in that vehicle, and I thought I needed help. These roads don't get a lot of traffic at night, and temperatures were well below freezing. If someone were hurt or in trouble, there was no one and nothing else to help them. Still, I erred on the side of caution. I was still driving my car, though a bit more slowly, and as I approached the vehicle, I rolled down my passenger window a bit, shut off the music, and called out, "Hey, anyone there? Are you okay?" I didn't hear a response. I worried they were passed out somewhere, but I wasn't about to get out and look for them. I told myself I'd call it one last time, and if I didn't hear anything, I would leave, and the moment there was reception, I'd call it in. And if I did hear someone, well, I'd figure out my next course of action then. So, again, I shout, "Hey, what happened? Are you okay?" There was silence for a while, and then I heard rustling in the shadows of the trees, followed by a rough voice responding to me. I was relieved at first, and was about to say something in response or possibly even stop my car and get out, when I noticed three things nearly simultaneously. As I inched my way past the front of the sedan, I noticed there was no damage to the hood or anywhere else on the vehicle, which I found to be strange considering the blood on the inside of the door. In my rearview mirror, I caught a glance of someone coming out from behind the sedan, and they were making their way towards my car, fast. The person didn't have any blood on them, nor did they appear injured in any way, and they were wearing a mask, not like a face mask for COVID, or a ski mask or anything normal, but one of those masks you would see in the Purge movies. And they were holding something in their hand. I don't know what it was. I couldn't get a good look, but from its length and shape my guess was maybe a tire iron or a crowbar or something. I don't need to tell you that I slammed on the gas as soon as I noticed those things, and drove like a bat straight out of hell. My heart thundering in my chest and my entire body shaking. My window was still rolled down in my haste, and the music was still shut off so I could very clearly hear someone, definitely a man, shouting at me, though I had no clue what they were saying. I just knew I had to get out of there immediately. I stole one last look in my rearview mirror as I drove away, mostly to see if they were getting in their sedan to follow chase or if they had stopped. The man with the weapon was still standing in the middle of the road watching me, and right before I looked away from the mirror, I saw a second man emerge from the trees that had been rustling earlier, also wearing one of those creepy masks and no trace of blood on him. I probably broke every law for speeding that night, but I wanted to get as far away from those men as possible. As soon as I made it to the roundabout, I turned towards town, parked in the Walmart parking lot that thankfully still had cars from what I assumed were workers closing up shop, and proceeded to have a full-on meltdown. When I could pull myself together, I called one of my friends, Troy, who was a police officer, to tell him what happened. He was concerned for me, and after asking if I was okay, where I was, did they follow me, etc., he told me since it was out of city limits he couldn't do much on his end, but he could get in contact with the local police or sheriff in the jurisdiction to take my statement and check it out. I agreed, thanked him, and while I waited for police to show up, I called my boyfriend. Through my hysterical sobs, I managed to tell him what happened, not even 10 minutes ago. He was, as you could imagine, really concerned for my safety, and wanted me to either come home immediately or drive down himself to take me home. I told him the police were on their way to take my statement, so I couldn't leave and that I was okay, but I stayed on the phone with him until I saw the familiar police cruisers pulling into the lot. I gave the police my statement, and they assured me they would go back to the spot to take a look and that they would try to catch the guys who did it. But with no cameras and no description of the men, I wasn't sure they'd be able to. I didn't even get the license plate number, though at the time of my panic, the thought never came to mind until the police were asking me if I got it. All they had to go off of was a dark-colored sedan and two guys with masks. After I gave my statement, I went home and stayed curled up close to my boyfriend the whole night, listening to every sound the house made, in fear it would be those guys arriving any minute to finish whatever it was they started. Since the incident, I haven't heard back from police about whether or not they have any leads, and I'm not sure they ever will. I'm just thankful I'm still here and that I didn't stop my car or get out. I'm not sure what would have become of me if I had. I still have so many questions that have no answers. What were they doing? Was that blood on the inside of the car, or just a ruse to get more attention? If it was really blood, did they hurt someone else? What would have happened to me if I had stopped my car? Needless to say, I won't be going on any more late night drives, and I hope I never cross paths with those freaks again. It all started with a normal day at work. I worked at a small grocery store at the time, and my duties consisted of gathering shopping carts in the parking lot and bagging groceries, the usual minimum wage stuff. It was raining that morning, and of course, I was assigned to carts. About 2 hours into my shift, I saw a man rushing to get his groceries into the car. I ran over to him and started helping him with his bags. Mind if I help you get out of the rain? Yes. Thank you so much. As he was closing his trunk, he looked at me with a very surprised look on his face. He lowered his eyebrows, skinned me from head to toe, and smirked. Are you a new hire? No, I've been here for a couple of months. Oh, you are very pretty, he said in a weirdly sensual tone. Thank you. Have a good day. I shut it down. I was not interested. As I was walking back to the store to hide until he left, I could feel him watching me while I walked away. Nevertheless, I continued to work, not really thinking about it. After my lunch, I was at the register bagging groceries, and I noticed that same man from earlier walk in. I pretended I didn't see him and just kept bagging. He came up to the register and got a single chocolate bar. I didn't give him a bag. He stands towering over me and says, Aren't you going to bag my item? Oh, sorry. I didn't know you wanted a bag for one thing. I put his chocolate bar in a bag and told him to have a good day. When are you off work, sweetheart? Aw, man, I'm not comfortable giving that information out. He returned with, That's okay. You've been here, 5 hours? You probably get off around 7, right? He smiled, winked at me, and walked away. Disgusted, I went to my manager and told her what happened. She told me not to work the lot anymore and to ask someone to walk me to my car. So by the end of my shift, I had a male coworker walk me to my truck and we scanned the parking lot, looking for this man's car. We didn't see him, so my coworker went back inside and I started my truck. I called my mom to tell her about what happened, and once she answered, I left the parking lot. Literally, the second I turned onto the road, I saw his car pull onto the road behind me. I told my mom I thought he was going to follow me, and she just told me to drive around to try and lose him. I drove around for about 20 minutes just going in circles around my town. I had a red light, and he pulled up next to me and started yelling something to me out his open window. I, of course, pretended he wasn't there, but I could still hear what he was saying. You would bear some good kids for me. You'd make a great slave for me, little lady. He then started being very explicit about what he was going to do to me if he caught me. I told my mom I was going to dial 911, and if I wasn't home that hour, then call the police. While I was trying to call the cops, the man speeds ahead of my truck and starts brake checking me. Frantic, I wait for the closest intersection and turn up the block. My phone fell under my seat while I was turning, so I decided to go to the nearest open establishment and run in and hide and have someone else call for help. The closest open business I could find was a convenience store and a gas station. I pulled in, parked, and ran for my life into the store. I told the clerk what's happening, and she took me to the break room and locked me in there. While processing that I might have survived this ordeal, I hear the doors of the storefront start violently rattling, and before I knew it, the clerk was locking herself in the break room with me. She was on the phone with the police, and they were on their way. We were silent. Cowering in a dark room, I found myself feeling guilty for wrapping another woman into a worse fear. My thoughts were racing through what I said to him. Did I lead him on? I just told him to have a good day. Has he been following me for longer than tonight? How did he know what car I drive? Are the police going to get here in time? Are we going to die? Finally, the small room was illuminated with red and blue lights from the crack under the door. We hear a voice over the intercom telling us it's safe to come out. Whilst shaking, the clerk took out our keys and opened the door, so we walked out and gave our statements. After the police leave, I turned to my unexpected savior and profusely thanked her. We cry, hug, and she walks me to my car. The next night, I went back and brought her some food and an Amazon gift card. I have been in a near-fatal car accident, 10 feet away from a mountain lion in the wild, but I can tell you, with total honesty, I thought that was the end of my line. Thank you for reading. Stay aware, be cautious, stay safe. This encounter would have happened a little over 10 years ago. I would have been about 26 at the time. I can't remember exactly what year this was, but it was around 2012. At the time, I was frequently going out with my friends to bars and parties, and hanging out until pretty late most weekends. The friend's house that I usually hung out at was on a side street just off a main road where a lot of popular and crowded bars and restaurants were. You had to park on the street at his house, and during the weekend when it was busy, it was pretty common to have to park a number of blocks away. The street closer to the bars was pretty nice, but if you went a few blocks in the opposite direction, it got a little sketchier at night. After a night of hanging out, I had to walk back to my car pretty late, which was parked a number of blocks away towards the slightly sketchier area. This was during the winter, so I was wearing some kind of heavy sweater or pullover and beanie hat. This detail is only important as you couldn't really gather much idea about what I looked like from a distance in the dark, aside from my general height and build. There wasn't much through traffic as you got further away from the bars, and the roads were pretty dark without any streetlights. As I was walking down the sidewalk, a car started slowly creeping down the street, matching my pace as it pulled up beside me and then stopped. The window of the car rolled down, and driving the car was an attractive young woman who said that I looked cold and that I should let her give me a ride to where I was going. She seemed very friendly. I indicated that I wasn't parked far away and appreciated the offer, but was going to just keep walking. She then tried really hard to convince me to get in the car with her, since it was so cold. No small talk to establish any information about me to make sure I wasn't a weirdo, just asking me to get in the car pretty aggressively. Based on what I was wearing and how dark it was, there was no way she really could have had much idea about what I actually looked like to possibly find me attractive. And even if she did, I don't know many women who would pick up a male stranger after midnight when they're alone in their car. There were about 10 bars nearby she could have gone to if she just wanted to pick up a guy. There was no reason I could think of that she would have to resort to driving around offering to pick up strangers. She continued to drive alongside me and offered me a ride again, which I declined and kept going. I picked up my pace and she eventually drove off. As soon as she was a few blocks away, I quickly got to my car and made sure there was nobody lurking around or close by. The whole scenario felt off and didn't make sense to me. I asked my friends about it later, and all of the women agreed they wouldn't offer a random guy a ride, especially at night time in that kind of scenario, even if the guy looked like Ryan Gosling or Channing Tatum. My suspicion is that there was someone laid down in the back seat of the car out of view with a weapon waiting to rob anyone who accepted the ride. I couldn't really figure out any reason she would be offering rides like that to complete strangers in the middle of the night, as it would be very unsafe for her to just pick up random strangers. I just assumed there had to be something nefarious going on in that car, and I do wonder what would have happened if anyone just hopped in the car with her. Back when I was 18 years old, I was house sitting with a girl I was studying with. The family we were house sitting for went to the same church as her, but I didn't really know them well myself. It was more to keep her company in a huge house. This was 1997, when the average teen like me didn't have a cell phone. During that week, there was a short break in the school calendar, which is why this family was away, and why the streets in the area were quieter than usual. My apartment, as well as the house we sat for, was not far from the university. My apartment was actually a 3-minute walk from it, and the house a further 5 minutes by car. So being a student neighborhood, it was particularly quiet this week. The first weird thing that happened during the week I was at this house was that I dreamed I was driving through a dark forest on a hilly dirt road with no lights anywhere except for those from my car's headlights. As I started to go downhill, the headlights suddenly cut out and everything went dark. The car slowed down to a stop and died. I woke up. In the morning, I went out to my car and it wouldn't start. It had been working perfectly the day before. I had to call a guy to come fix it. It was the starter motor. Well, that was the first creepy thing that happened that week. About a day later, it was Friday. I planned on driving back home to my parents who lived in a smaller town about 45 minutes away. I packed up my stuff at the big house and was going to head over to my apartment to collect whatever else I needed for the weekend. That trip between the house and apartment was, as I mentioned, only 5 minutes or so away. Since it was winter, it was dark by the time I left at around 7 p.m. As I was driving from the house, I noticed in my rearview mirror the headlights of the car behind me tailing me really close. Whenever I would turn, it would also turn. Back then I was cautious, but not overly so. Cautious enough to notice in such a short distance that something weird was going on behind me. But then when I pulled up to a traffic light, it wasn't there anymore. Relief. Short-lived. The car was now beside me. I looked to my right, and there was a man inside. Alone. Smiling at me. Looking like a maniac. For a moment I thought, geez, I should really drive with a beanie on at night so people can't see that I'm a petite 5'2" female with long blonde hair down to my waist. I also thought, well, he's in the lane to turn right, so I'm good. I pulled off, and the headlights were behind me again. What an ass, I thought. Who drives like that? Thank goodness my turn is coming up on the left soon. After another minute or two of this tailgating, I slowed down, strategically didn't indicate, and made a sudden sharp left into my driveway, opened the automatic gates, and shot inside. The gates closed behind me. I gave out a sigh of relief, thinking that the drama was over. I gathered a few things from the car to take up with me and noticed on my way over to the stairwell that there was a man at the gate that had just closed behind me. He was still on the other side, and I was at the far end of the parking lot, but I could make out it was the dude from the tailgating car. He was jumping up, shaking the gate with absolute rage. Well, I was safely on this side, so I wasn't completely gripped with fear. And besides, there was a group of students making a noise nearby arriving for a party or something. I headed to the stairs and started going from ground level to the first floor. Rounding the stairs on the first floor, I noticed someone running across the parking lot towards the staircase. In hindsight, I still can't fathom why I didn't realize what had happened. I guess it's because I subconsciously knew that there was the group being led through the pedestrian gate. As I was rounding the staircase between the second and third floors, someone suddenly touched me. I spun around. The guy. He had slipped in as part of the small crowd. He said something. I said something sassy back and told him to F off. Then I turned my back on him to continue up the stairs. I lived on the third floor. He grabbed me from behind and held my back against his chest with his left arm around my neck. I felt something being held against my right side. Oh crap. A knife. He led me down. I remember thinking that the light was broken on the bottom level. This can't end well, but I was calm. I resisted slightly, and he tightened his grip. I felt like I wasn't getting enough oxygen. I started to become a dead weight. He started to drop me. I was groin level. I elbowed. It connected. He dropped me but spun around to face me. He ripped the front of my button-down top. Then he stopped. He looked at someone behind me. Someone taller than him. His eyes went wide. He turned and ran. I screamed. Then I too turned around to see who had come to help. There was no one there, but people came out of their apartments after that. The police were called. This was the second time they were there that night. Turns out the other weird thing that happened was that my dad had already called the police and they had come past an hour before. My mom had a weird feeling all evening and had hassled my dad endlessly that something bad was going to happen to me. She had been right. As it turned out, they caught him. I identified him in a lineup. He was a serial offender in the area. He was accused of assaulting something like 14 women. One had thrown herself out the first floor of her apartment to get away from him and broken her leg. Weeks later, the police called me. Before his trial, his cell door had been left open. He was gone. Apparently an inside job. I've had a few creepy things happen to me in my life, but this one still makes me think about how things could have gone wrong very quickly. I'm a 20-year-old female, and this story takes place back when I used to live in southern Indiana, in a seriously remote area. It was a weekend night, and my best friend and I were heading home after our graveyard shift at a local waffle joint. She decided to pick up her dog from her house so we could spend the night at my place. That's important later. We started heading into the rural countryside where I lived, and to get to my house, you had to travel down a long, narrow dirt road. About a mile in, we spotted a truck's headlights. As we got closer, we realized it was a nice truck, probably from around 2018. I can't say I know much about cars, so cut me some slack. The truck was parked sideways, blocking the entire path. Confused, I got out of the car and asked if the driver was okay. He looked hopeful when he saw me at first and said, "I'm just waiting for a friend to come get me. My truck's stuck." He smiled at me, but I noticed his pupils were nearly completely dilated. He glanced back at my car, saw that I had someone with me, and noticed the dog sticking its head out the window. His smile quickly faded, and he remarked, "Pit bulls are mean and nasty." With that, he turned around and got back in his truck. I returned to my friend and said, "Put this in reverse and use whatever hood race skills you have to get us out of here." We reversed my poor 95 Caddy, which really shouldn't have been driving on a dirt road, and made our way back to the main road, feeling relieved. We took a different route home. But then, to our surprise, the same guy was parked on that road, standing off to the side, smiling and staring into our headlights. We were on the verge of panicking and floored the gas pedal the rest of the way home. I don't know how he got there before us or what his intentions were, but I'm thankful I wasn't alone, being a pretty naive college girl at the time. Even though the presence of the pit bull probably saved us from that man, the dog actually ended up randomly snapping at my friend a few months later, causing her serious injuries. It had been a good dog its entire life, and I know she was a good owner, so I guess it's just an instinct thing with pit bulls. They can snap at any moment. I was just 14 years old, and it seemed like an ordinary night. It was roughly around 9 p.m. I was at my younger cousin's house, and I was babysitting for the night. Both of our parents had gone out for drinks and weren't going to be back until late. We were just lounging around, sitting in the living room, watching random shows on television. So we're sitting there, and I was feeling really unsettled. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I tried to ignore it and kept watching TV with my cousin, who was happily enjoying my company. The feeling wasn't going away, so I got up and walked to the back door to lock it. When I came back through the kitchen, I realized what was causing my weird feeling. In the window, there was a very decrepit and homeless-looking man, just staring into the window, looking at my young cousin. Protective mode turned on. I pretended like I didn't see the guy, and I told my little cousin that we needed to go upstairs because our parents would be home soon and they wouldn't want him to be staying up late. I went upstairs and put him to bed, knowing damn well that there was a man outside that wanted to get in. At the time, I was about 125 pounds and 5'8", and I played football for my school. If I remember correctly, I went downstairs and straight into the kitchen and grabbed one of those meat tenderizing hammers. I turned back to the window where I saw him before. He wasn't there. So I ran back to the front door and checked that it was locked. Both the deadbolt and the knob were locked. I ran back upstairs with my meat tenderizer and went into my cousin's room and sat down in front of the door. He asked me what I was doing, and I said that he didn't need to worry about it and that he should keep his head low. I called the cops and then my dad and uncle. Cops said they would take half an hour, and my dad and uncle were 45 minutes away. All of a sudden, I hear a window shatter and the sound of heavy boots walking around on the tiles. I told my cousin to stay calm and hide under the covers. I whispered to him that he needed to stay silent. I could hear the guy walking around downstairs. It was horrifying. I gripped that damn meat tenderizer and waited. About 5 minutes passed, and then I hear the boots walking upstairs. At this point, I was having a freaking heart attack. My cousin's door is no more than 10 feet from the stairs. I heard him opening the doors to my uncle's room, then the bathroom. My cousin's door was next along the hallway. I was shaking with adrenaline at this point. Suddenly, he decided to walk back downstairs, and I heard him open the door to the basement. 15 minutes later, the police showed up and burst into the house. They came up to our room, and I told them that I heard him go into the basement. They rushed down there and caught the guy without much fuss. It turned out the guy was loose from a mental hospital from the city about 20 miles away. He had the mental age of a child and had broken into a few other houses in the area. I had nightmares for months afterwards. About 10 years ago, I lived on my own and didn't have much company. I was quite depressed at the time after losing my girlfriend to a drunk driver. I was enjoying a beer and watching the sunset on the back porch when I saw a large, scruffy man emerging from the tree line. My heart skipped a beat as he stumbled towards my house in a menacing way. Living alone, I often used my backyard for target practice. And at that moment, I was immensely grateful for it. Instinctively, I rushed to bolt all the doors while frantically dialing the police. What I didn't know was that this intruder had broken in the day before through a basement window and had spent the night squatting there. He had left the basement door unlocked, and at this point, he made his way inside the house and was making his way up the stairs towards me. I gripped my rifle, aiming at the approaching man as he descended the hallway. I shouted at him, ordering him to stop and get on the ground, but he just kept walking towards me. I fired the first round, loaded with rock salt, but he showed no reaction, undeterred. I quickly followed with a rubber bullet to the chest. Yet the drugged-up guy, who was clearly out of his mind, continued advancing. This guy was huge, at least twice my size, and I realized that whatever drugs he had in his body were going to push him through any pain that a rubber bullet would inflict. He was backing me into a corner. I desperately begged him to stop and warned him what would happen, but he just wanted me like a zombie and lunged towards me. I took my third shot. I can't recall whether it was buckshot or a slug, but it left a gaping hole in his chest. It barely even slowed him down. He kept coming, and in a frenzied struggle, he wrestled me to the ground. He was moaning and coughing up blood. Suddenly, he grabbed my face with both of his massive hands and started squeezing my head. It was utterly terrifying. I could feel him trying to burst my skull open like a balloon. I don't know how long it actually lasted, but it felt like forever. Eventually, the injury finally caught up with him, and he died on top of me. I was laying with him crushing me for a few minutes. My energy was completely drained, and I could barely breathe with his weight on top of me. His body was pushing my rifle into my chest, and it was causing me serious pain when I tilted his body to the side. I was completely drenched in his blood, and I can still remember the overwhelming smell. I'd completely forgotten that I was still on the phone with the operator, who had heard our entire exchange, which more or less amounted to me pleading, "Stop, or I'll shoot," and the man menacingly taunting. The police arrived soon after, and the incident made it to the local papers. There was a criminal investigation, but eventually, I was cleared of any wrongdoing. It turned out that the intruder was wanted for murder of an elderly couple in Baltimore, and had somehow made his way 50 miles up the road into a rural area. I was 18 and chilling in my friend's apartment alone. We lived in a duplex. He was on the top floor and I was on the bottom. Ironically, I was watching a horror movie when I hear something huge come through the front door and into the kitchen. I got up to see who was there. We threw huge parties all the time, so it wasn't really that odd for some random to just show up. But then I saw this dude. He was a huge country boy wearing overalls and holding a huge butcher's knife, just looking at me while standing in the kitchen. I might have said something, I don't remember. But I promptly rushed out of the side door, ran into my apartment, and locked all the doors. I don't remember who I called or exactly what happened, but I know I waited until I couldn't hear anyone moving around upstairs anymore and crept back in. Big guy was passed out on the couch. Turns out he was on parole for domestic abuse charges and gotten super sauce downtown and made it to the apartment where he used to live. He was arrested and we never heard from him again, so I assume his parole didn't go too well. I also have another story from that apartment, possibly related. Again, I was home alone and waiting for my friend to get back so we could play some Xbox. It's like 1 a.m. and suddenly there's aggressive banging on the door. As I mentioned, it wasn't unusual to have unexpected guests, but banging like this? Not normal. I get closer to the door and this guy is screaming about money, and he kept referring to someone called Big Man. Open the door, Big Man. Big Man apparently owed him $10,000 and he was here to collect. He had something metal. I assumed it was a gun or a metal baseball bat. I could hear the clang noise when he'd smack the door. I was pretty high at the time and didn't know what to do, so I just stood on the other side of the door for about 20 minutes whilst he shouted abuse and tried to kick the door down. Pretty dumb, but I was young and stupid. He did eventually leave, and I don't know if he came back one night during a party or what, but I never heard about him again. One final thing that happened in that apartment. It was the day after a party. My flatmate was once again out, and it was just me at home. There was a knock at the door, and I looked through and could see a delivery guy. I opened the door, and he says he's got a delivery for me, already paid for. He's just carrying a delivery bag that seems suspiciously light. He asks where's Jason, and I ask who that is. He tells me Jason ordered it and says he can only deliver it to Jason because he paid for it. I didn't know anyone with that name, and the guy didn't look like your typical delivery guy. I told him he must have the wrong address, and this guy shoves his hand in the door and pushes it open whilst I'm trying to close it. We have this intense standoff where I'm trying to tell him that Jason doesn't live here, and he insists that I let him in to check. He gives me this serious stare and tells me it's just Jason he needs to see. He decided to drop the delivery man act, and it was clear that he and Jason had business. I was about to let him in to prove that Jason didn't live here when my flatmate came home and celebrated the fact that I'd ordered pizza. The guy dropped his bag and left. It took me a while to put all the strange encounters together. The guy on parole who'd broken in originally was probably the guy that owed people money and had people showing up to get him to pay. We both moved out a few weeks later. That place was too much trouble. I remember that summer vividly. I was about 15, and my family decided to spend a few weeks camping near the lake. It was the perfect escape from the sweltering heat of the city. We set up our campsite, complete with a cozy tent and a small bonfire pit. Days were filled with swimming, hiking, and enjoying the company of my parents and younger brother. One evening, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the tranquil waters. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, and we all huddled close, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. My little brother was captivated by the stars that dotted the night sky, and my parents laughed and reminisced about their own childhood camping trips. As the fire dwindled and everyone retreated to their tents, I lay in my sleeping bag, feeling the cool breeze against my skin. I could hear the distant hum of insects and the soft lapping of water against the shore. It was peaceful, serene, until a rustling noise interrupted the quiet. I lay still, my heart quickening as I strained my ears to listen. The rustling grew louder, closer. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that the sound was coming from just outside my tent. It was too rhythmic to be the wind. It sounded deliberate. Fear clenched my chest, and I held my breath, hoping that whatever was out there would just move along. But then I heard it, a low, guttural growl. My pulse raced, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I knew I needed to see what was causing the noise, even though every fiber of my being was screaming for me to stay hidden. With shaky hands, I unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting eerie shadows that danced on the ground. And there, just a few feet away, I saw it. It was a large, hulking figure, partially obscured by the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes locked onto it, two glowing orbs that seemed to pierce through the night. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and the figure took a step closer. Fear paralyzed me, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. My instincts told me to stay hidden, to stay quiet, but curiosity and dread pushed me to inch the tent flap open just a bit more. That's when I saw its shape, a massive, shadowy creature with elongated limbs and sharp, glistening teeth. Its eyes never left mine as it stood there, almost as if it were studying me, assessing my fear. As the seconds dragged on, I felt a sense of dread. I couldn't tear my gaze away from those eyes, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a predator, a force much more powerful than me. My heart pounded in my chest, drawing out the sounds of the night, as I realized that whatever this creature was, it was not something to be trifled with. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned and melted into the shadows, disappearing into the night. The woods fell silent. I zipped the tent shut, my mind racing with questions and possibilities. Morning came, and I emerged from my tent, shaken but determined to find some rational explanation for the night's terror. I scoured the area around the campsite, half hoping to find evidence of a prank or a wandering animal, but there was nothing, no signs that the creature had ever been there. I tried to shake off the unease, chalking it up to an overactive imagination and the dark of the night playing tricks on my mind. Reluctantly, I shared my experience with my parents over breakfast, expecting them to dismiss it as the product of my teenage imagination. My dad chuckled, attributing the sounds to a nocturnal animal, probably just a bear rummaging around the campsite. Mom nodded in agreement, mentioning that bears were known to roam these parts from time to time. As much as I wanted to accept their explanation, a gnawing feeling remained deep within me. I knew what I'd seen and heard. It was no bear. It was something bigger, something much scarier. Even now, years later, whenever I'm surrounded by the tranquility of the great outdoors, I can't help but think about that night. I've heard the usual explanations, the logical reasoning, but deep down, I'm certain that what I encountered was something different, something you hear about in urban legends. I always think about going back to that place with some friends and searching for that monster. But that's probably not a good idea, is it? I love to go camping. Been doing it my whole life. Never had a scary experience until this past summer. My boyfriend and I decided to go out to the gorge for some quality time camping. We had always gone with several other people, but this was the first time it was just the two of us. When we got out of the car to prepare our gear for the hike back to the camping spot, two sketchy-looking dudes came out of the trailhead, looked us up and down, and got into their old school VW camper van. I had a weird feeling, but shrugged it off and proceeded back to our camping spot. I had previously camped in the same area a handful of times and knew it pretty well. Once we got back there, I knew a handful of different camping spots and proceeded to check them all out for the one that would be ideal. I noticed what looked like someone camping further up the hill, so I picked a spot a little further down where we'd be mostly out of sight. Not out of earshot though, as I heard yelling over on the trail. It was starting to get dark by the time we got everything set up, so I figured I'd start looking for firewood. Suddenly, this guy appears out of nowhere and asks us if we'd like any help and offered to sell us a bundle of firewood for $10. I laughed because we were in the woods, thus surrounded by wood which I could pick up off the ground for free. He then said I wouldn't find much wood because they'd already cleared it out over the past few weeks. Few weeks? I asked him how long he'd been camping up there, and he said almost a month. The longest anyone can camp in this area, a national forest, is 2 weeks. I already had the creeps about him, and he claimed he was up there by himself. I asked him why I heard him yelling with someone then, and why he had referred to more people when talking about the wood. He stammered and was like, oh, well, yeah, there's some dudes I know camping over there up on the other side of the river. Then he proceeds to tell us that he's been lonely since he arrived. He was from Pennsylvania, took a bus to Lexington, Kentucky, and had been living in the woods back behind where I currently work. I knew exactly where he was talking about because I see homeless, immigrants, and drug addicts coming in and out of those woods every day. So basically, he was a homeless man who somehow got a ride out to the gorge and decided he would just live there instead. He had been living on snakes, bugs, and selling firewood for food and beer. But he said we were the first people he'd seen in a few weeks. His stories were all over the place, and I knew he was lying about a lot of what he told us. He wasn't alone even though he claimed to be. He even took us to his camp where there was tons of stuff for several guys, not just one. He said he liked camping up top where he could see everything and everyone. By now it was dark and he helped us get a fire going. I was trying to politely get him on his way back up the hill so I could have a minute to process all of this. When he left, I started whispering to my boyfriend that there was no way in hell I could sleep with that lying sketchy homeless creep right up the hill. We didn't have a gun, knife, or even a dog to protect ourselves if we needed to. I said let's quietly get our shit together and get the hell out of here. Which we did, only we left our new tarps set up because they would make too much noise and he'd know we were leaving. As soon as I stood up with my pack, ready to get the hell out of Dodge, he yells, how's it going? And we proceeded to GTFO as quickly and quietly as possible. In my mind, we were either getting robbed, kidnapped, killed, or something else because he was not alone. His stories didn't add up, and his background where he came from made me believe he was running from something and was trying to hide by living off the grid. I called the Rangers the next morning and told them about him. Luckily, all he got from us was a set of new tarps. Weeks later, we saw on the news that multiple people had gone missing in the area and that there was a manhunt for the guy who wouldn't leave us alone. I always think about how we really dodged a bullet when I insisted that we left. We found a new camping spot the next year. I was about 11, my sister was 13. We slept in the living room of a little caravan we used to stay in over summer. There wasn't a lot to do. The campsite didn't have any amenities. I passed the time playing with my sister, taking walks or playing the Nintendo. This was '98, so Castlevania and Donkey Kong Country weren't nostalgic yet, they were just lame. I couldn't wait to get home and back to the PC so I could get my theme hospital on. But mostly I'd read. I had a collection of books about ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, and such. I picked them up at library sales or in charity shops. My favorites were the unexplained true stories, like the Dover Demon or the Gulf Breeze incident. There was a quarry on the other side of the site. Sometimes at night I'd pretend the two red lights were the eyes of the Mothman who'd swoop down to terrorize my family. What I'm getting at here is I was a kid, and I had an active imagination, but I never believed anything spooky would actually happen to me. If something out of the ordinary happens, it's just your mind playing tricks on you, right? I woke up one morning around 6:20. It was gray outside. The sun had just come up, but fog and cloudy skies ensured it wasn't too bright. I felt uneasy because I'd usually sleep till 9 at least. It was silent. My sister wasn't even snoring as she normally did. And then I heard it. It sounded like a horse galloping. It was just outside the window. It was unsettling, to say the least. Had a horse escaped from a nearby field? Surely not. I'd never seen any horses around here, and what's more, it didn't sound heavy enough. Whatever it was making circles around the caravan. I'd hear it fade a little as it looped around the other end where my parents slept, and then get louder, almost next to my head. It had the irregular rhythm of a gallop, but I never heard 4 legs. It was almost like a person was skipping very, very quickly, but no person could be heavy enough to make the kind of noise on soft ground. It was fading off into the distance. Whatever it was seemed to have ran off. I breathed a little easier. What crazy situation. Maybe I hadn't fully woken up yet and was having a dream hangover. And then it came back. It was getting louder and more insistent. I decided to take my chances. Rosie? Are you awake? Yeah, she said, voice quivering. You can hear that, right? Yeah. What is it? I don't know, I answered truthfully. I'm afraid to look outside though. Why? I'm afraid it might be the devil. She moaned in fear. There was a thump from the other end of the caravan, like whatever was outside had grazed it. I pulled my blanket tighter around me. After about a minute, it faded again. I told myself if it came back, I'd look outside, and the devil be damned. It didn't come back. My parents woke up around 8, made us breakfast, and the fog cleared. We asked them if they'd heard anything strange earlier. They hadn't. There were no scrapes on the caravan that would suggest something heavy bumping against it. Apart from my sister, there was no evidence that anything had ever happened, except for one rough footprint outside the front door in the shape of a hoof. To this day, I regret not looking outside to see what it was. But when I wake up in the middle of the night and everything seems so strange, I understand why I didn't. This happened about 20 years ago, and I don't think I will ever forget it. Back in those days, I was an apprentice hairdresser for one of the top 5 ranked stylists in Japan. Training in that profession at that level was very strict, and beauty standards were a bit different. You probably don't need me telling you that, but it's probably worth keeping in mind. Back to training, it was long, and the time off between sessions was pretty much non-existent. We were expected to be at training even during national holidays. I'm not sure if that was strictly by the books, but as impressionable young stylists, we couldn't be seen refusing training. I think I had about 3 or 4 days off for summer. I took them all at once, and a lot of my friends and coworkers used the time to head back to their hometowns and see families. Since I lived really close to where I was studying, I didn't want to use my time off just hanging around at home. I could do that anytime. So, I accepted an offer from one of my seniors to visit his hometown. It was really late by the time I finished work, and we managed to get to my senior's hometown at around 2 a.m. The satellite navigation system told me that we were about 15 minutes away from arrival. The roads were dark and empty. We were the only ones on the road that late. He lived in the middle of nowhere, so that could have been a reason. I remember seeing empty fields on either side of the road. I kind of regretted coming already. I mean, what the hell were we going to do here? He should have probably mentioned that he lived in the rural countryside. I just watched the road and tried to stay awake. I should say that I was driving. I felt like driving since I didn't get to drive much. I might have changed my mind if I had known it was going to be that far to get to his family home. Then suddenly, something appeared out of the darkness in front of the car. A woman with no clothes came running down the opposite lane of the road towards us. I slammed on the brakes because I thought that I just witnessed the paranormal. She ran past us. I looked in the rearview mirror to see a woman between the ages of about 18 to 20 years old. She kept running, then she turned around and ran towards our car. I looked at my friend, and he had a look of disbelief on his face, and I guessed that I didn't have that much of a different look. I think the reality of the situation was we both didn't know what to do. I said to him, "Is that a ghost?" "I don't know. Shall we just keep going?" he replied. We slowly pulled away. I was very skeptical because I thought she looked so real. I made sure I kept to a low speed, and I kept checking the mirrors. The woman got closer, and I stopped the car and said to him, "That's not a ghost. Come on, we have to stop and see if she's okay." He agreed and said he would call out to her. It was so creepy to see someone running around in the middle of nowhere, even creepier if you haven't been to that place before. She kept on running past our car, so I tried to match her speed as my friend rolled down the window and tried to speak to her. "Hey, you shouldn't be running around on the roads like that, this late at night. Maybe you should head home," he said something like that. It wasn't very well put together or that sympathetic, I remember that much. She didn't even turn to face the car. She just said, "Hey, don't worry, I'm fine." It feels so good. I could see her a little closer now and guessed her age to be around 18 or 19 years old. Why are you like this? Have you been kidnapped? Has someone done something to you? It's really dangerous to be out here with no clothes and alone. We have to get you home, I said to her. She stopped running and looked down at the floor as if in thought, and then replied, "I ran away from home." I don't even know where home is. I noticed at that point that she was actually wearing socks and shoes, so at least her feet weren't too bad. She stood there with her hands behind her back, looking completely lost and confused. It was very odd. I couldn't leave her out here. I told my friend in a hushed voice that we had to help her, and he sighed but then nodded. We decided to take her to the nearest police station. I had a dress that belonged to one of my female colleagues at work in the back of my car. Long story short, I told the woman to throw it on, and she reluctantly agreed. Once she was dressed and in the back seat, I turned to her and said, "Right, if you can't remember where home is, I can take you to the police, and we can figure it out from there, okay?" To that, she responded with something outrageous. "I hate the police. They're always on my dad's side. Please, can you just take me to a hotel? Hotels are safer than police for sure. You can stay there with me. Hold me tonight. I'm a virgin." We were young, but even though we were young and often threw caution to the wind, we knew that we had to get her somewhere safe. It's a scary world out there. If she said that to another pair of guys like us in the next car that came along, well, I don't even want to think about it. We told her that wasn't going to happen. She didn't say anything for a while, but then she handed me a piece of paper. I don't know where she got it from, but it had a name, a number, and the address of a hospital. My friend saw the address and said, "Oh, I know that place." It was a psychiatric hospital. We called the number, and a voice that said it was the security department answered. I explained to the security guard what happened, and after we hung up, we got a call from the woman's mother. We found out where her mom lived and took her there. My friend said that he knew that side of town, but he had never been there before. The woman's mother was extremely apologetic over the phone. My friend spoke to her, and he said that he could tell that she was definitely genuine and sorry for the inconvenience. I felt sorry for her. It wasn't her fault. When we got to the house, we heard more about the situation from her mother. The woman we found out in the middle of nowhere had only just turned 18. She had been assaulted by her biological father when she was 16. A few days after he did what he did, she stabbed him in the neck with a box cutter knife. She was admitted to a mental asylum because of this attack. No one seems to know how she keeps getting out, but the mother said to us that this was the third time she had successfully broken free. What a sensational story. I remember thinking. We drove the mother and daughter to the hospital at the mother's request. I could see how mentally tired she was by all what had been going on. She was so polite and grateful. She really impressed me. I mean, with all that happened, she seemed to be incredibly in control of her own emotions. The girl didn't seem to say much. She seemed to like the dress we gave her. The mother apologized for not washing it before returning it, and we both agreed that no apology was necessary. Obviously, she got dressed into clothes of her own. She disappeared upstairs to change, and then she came back, and we took off. She didn't say much when we were driving. She was taking being returned to the asylum a lot better than expected. I thought that she would be going kicking and screaming. Her mother spoke with her in the back as we drove. She said, "You didn't get injured or anything when you were out, did you?" "No, I'm fine," the daughter responded. "Oh, that's great. I'm relieved," the mother told her. We left them at the hospital and told them that we couldn't stay because we were already really late getting to my friend's parents' home. My friend's parents were really worried by the time we got there. I think that we both wanted to tell them everything about the situation, but we were too tired to go through it all again. At that point, I just wanted to go to sleep. I stayed with him and his family for 3 days. It was actually a really great time and just what I needed, a break from studies in the city. It was certainly going to be a trip I would never forget. We said our goodbyes to the family, and his little sister asked us for a ride to the station. I said that it wouldn't be a problem. Just before we dropped her off at the station, she said something that scared the hell out of me. "Hey, big bro, why does your friend have a box cutter stabbed in the back seat?" So, a quick backstory. I used to live in a very small town, predominantly safe for kids, with only some drug issues. My house was located in a small upscale part of the town. Most people who lived there were families. A small pond with lots of greenery in the neighborhood was about a 5-minute walk from my house. To get to the pond, you had to go down a grass hill. Neighborhood kids, including myself, would always go down to the pond for hours to catch frogs, skip rocks, and enjoy nature. Now, onto the story. On this particular day, it was raining and pretty cold, so there were no other kids at the pond. My best friend, her brother, who was 1 year older than us, and myself, decided to head down to the pond for a bit. After about half an hour, we saw a minivan pull up at the top of the hill. We thought nothing of it, assuming it was probably someone stopping at the neighborhood mailbox. A man, probably in his 60s, got out. In our small town, everyone knew everyone, or at least recognized each other. I found it strange that I had never seen this man before in town or the neighborhood. He just stared at the three of us for what seemed like forever. Suddenly, he yelled at us, saying, "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." My best friend and her brother looked terrified, and I had this gut feeling that something wasn't right. We didn't respond, but he kept repeating that phrase. "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." Our fight or flight reaction kicked in, and we all sprinted up the other side of the hill, just a few meters away from him in the minivan. As soon as he saw us running, he got into his minivan and started driving slowly behind us, literally followed us until we reached my house. Fortunately, my garage door was open and my parents' cars were parked inside. We hid behind one of my parents' cars and watched as he pulled to the side of my house and parked. My parents were inside, unaware of what was happening. He stayed parked in front of my house for a couple of minutes until my dad came outside to take out the trash and saw the three of us hiding. I guess the man saw my dad and drove away, but as soon as he left, we told my parents everything. Even now, 12 years later, my parents still think we were being overdramatic and that the man was genuinely concerned for our safety because of the weather. Nonetheless, we weren't allowed to go back to the pond anymore. I understand why they think this. The three of us tended to exaggerate things and be dramatic. However, I knew from the strange feeling I had when I first saw him at the top of the hill that something was off. To this day, I still believe he was planning something, but maybe it was just my childish imagination. I used to work in a hole-in-the-wall gas station out in the sticks of North Carolina. I was freshly 18, had a new car, a rundown Chevy, but it got me from point A to point B, and was newly promoted to assistant manager, so I was working many late nights by myself. Truthfully, I loved working alone. My boss was super laid back, and his philosophy was, as long as the work gets done, do whatever you please. We even had a shotgun behind the counter, which he taught me to shoot on my first day there. So even though I would be there late, I always felt safe. On this particular night, it was extremely dead, so with my boss's permission, I closed the store early and hopped in my car. It was probably 11:30 to 12 a.m. at this point. Other than being able to get out of work early, this was my usual routine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I texted my roommate to let her know I was getting home early. We always looked out for each other like that, lit up a cigarette, and then started on my way home. For those of you who don't know North Carolina very well, I'm going to provide a little bit of detail regarding the terrain. From where I worked at the gas station to where I lived, I had to drive down the back roads. These roads consisted of very dense woods on both sides. Sometimes, the woods would seem so thick that you really couldn't tell where you were, especially at night. This could be intimidating to those who don't know the area, but honestly, I was more worried about deer jumping out in front of me, which was a common occurrence in this area. I'm driving down the road, blaring Nirvana, my favorite band at the time, and just being a typical 18-year-old grunge kid who had newly discovered the freedom of being an adult and getting off work. When all of a sudden, I see something in the middle of the road, probably 75 to 100 feet ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it looked too small. So I started to gradually slow down, ultimately coming to a stop. I have to wear glasses when I drive. I mainly need them at night, but my eyesight isn't terrible enough for me to make it a habit. I grabbed my glasses and put them on. Now being able to see much more clearly, I almost shat myself at what I saw. It was a woman. An older woman wearing what looked like a nightgown of some kind. Her hair was in disarray, she had her hands behind her back, and she was just standing there in the middle of the road, just staring at me in my car. Let me remind you, we are practically in the middle of nowhere. There are trees as far as my headlights can shine, and it's midnight. I'm naturally paranoid, so all sorts of questions were running through my head. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? It's midnight. Are my doors locked? Why is she out here at midnight? Should I honk my horn at her? Should I call the police? What if she has Alzheimer's and doesn't know where she is? Or what if she's an escaped patient? Even though the closest mental facility was 3 to 4 cities away, I didn't exclude that possibility. I thought about calling the cops, but I got my phone and of course, there was no cell service. This encounter went on for a while, just sitting in the middle of the road, mentally questioning what was happening. It's now way past midnight. She's still standing there, just staring at me with this sundown look, hands behind her back as if she's observing me. I'm starting to get tired of this, considering that I had to be up early for work the next morning. So I honked my horn at her. I didn't expect what happened next. This woman's face turns from being spaced out to complete rage, and she raised her arms up. It looked like she was holding something in her hand. She lets out this horrid animalistic scream and charges at my car. As she ran closer, I realized she was holding something sharp. It looked like a kitchen knife or a piece of jagged glass. During this moment of horror, I had a brief flashback to my stepdad giving me advice when I first got my license. If an animal ever runs out in front of you, turn it into a speed bump. I love animals, so I couldn't bear to hear that. But this time, I was taking my stepdad's advice. I was going to turn this psycho into a speed bump. Serve the Servants by Nirvana started playing on the radio. I mention this because the song has much to do with the aura of the moment. As if it was in sync with this instance in time, the intensity of the song enabled me to let out the most intimidating primal scream that I could. Loud enough for her to hear it. The window was open because I had been smoking, and I hit the gas. She was running towards my car like she was going to jump on my hood. I guess she realized I had the utmost intent to hit her, in which at this point, the woman zigzags away from my car and runs off into the woods. Still in fight mode, I didn't question where this woman went. I was just glad that she was gone, so I accelerated on the gas and sped the entire way home. I got home at almost 1:30 a.m. My roommate was still awake, waiting up for me the entire time. She was extremely worried because it was way past the time I said I was going to be home. She had been texting and calling me. When I pulled up to her house, I got all of her texts and missed calls at once, so I started to explain to her what happened. My body went from fight mode to panic as I was recounting everything that happened. My roommate's mother was a 911 operator who also happened to be working that night. So she decided to text her mom to see if there were any silver alerts in the area. Immediately, her mom texted back and said there wasn't. That alone gave me goosebumps to the core of my being. There was no explanation as to where this lady came from. I used to work at a residential care facility, and for a number of years, I worked with a woman named Kajiri. She was generally okay to work with, but she could be intense. The sort of joking flirtation that often found its way into high-pressure environments was common throughout the whole team, but when she directed it at me, it didn't seem so jokey. It took me forever to realize, because I usually didn't notice someone flirting with me until someone else pointed it out 6 months later. But when she started trying to give me jewelry and chocolate bouquets, I finally started to pick up on it. In between things being normal and actually maybe not really normal, there was a long escalation of text messages, comments that made me uncomfortable, personal space violations, dropping by my house uninvited, hanging around on my shift hours after hers had finished, unwanted touching, etc. As mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible. I stopped answering calls and texts, locked down social media, spoke to other colleagues, and had been running interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a joke, but looking back, it was all kinds of messed up. She even parked outside my house sometimes, and I'd sit in the back room with the light off so she'd think I wasn't home. After a couple of months of my disappearing woman act, she seemed to get the hint and backed right off. I was pleased. We all got on with our lives and lived happily ever after. Yeah, not quite. A few months after it died down, I heard through the grapevine that Kajiri seemed to have focused her attentions on another coworker, Linda. Linda and I had a close mutual friend, but didn't know each other well. I didn't think much other than good luck, you poor sucker. A few months later again, and I got a call out of the blue from a mutual friend. Without preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kajiri?" No, I don't swing that way. I was shocked. He had been privy to all the awkward details of my experience with Kajiri and had helped run interference. He explained that he had been talking to Linda and she had asked about my relationship with Kajiri. The story that followed still sounds too fantastical to have actually happened in an actual sensible grown-up workplace. Kajiri had been catfishing her own best friend Amanda, posing as Linda. In a string of emails, fake Linda and Amanda had discussed Kajiri's drug problem, her abusive and dangerous ex, none other than yours truly. There was a story about fake Linda coming out to her family after her brother caught her in bed with Kajiri, and more. The jig was up when Linda got a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband, who mentioned how great it was to finally meet Kajiri's girlfriend, which was a complete shock to Linda when she learned about herself, that she was no longer a straight woman and had a girlfriend. So essentially, Kajiri moved on from me, found a new target, started emailing Amanda from a fake account, pretending to be Linda. She told all these stories about being with Kajiri, about how I was an abusive ex, and how Linda was caught by her family being with a woman and all the drama that it caused. She made up a bunch of insane stories to justify her creepy obsessive fantasies and was telling them to Amanda and other people from a fake email to make it sound like the stories were from the fake girlfriend and Kajiri couldn't be accused of making it up. Here's some highlights of the stories Kajiri had been telling to Linda, her friends, and other coworkers I wasn't close to. She picked her audience very carefully. That Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kajiri. That I had an orgy in the staff office on a night shift with Kajiri and 2 male coworkers. That Kajiri and I had broken up after I cheated on her with another male coworker, not one of the orgy ones. I was really getting around apparently. That I would drug her against her will. That we had planned to have children using a sperm donor, but that I couldn't decide who would have the baby. This woman had been living out a full-on soap opera and using her coworkers and friends as characters. Linda and I reported her to management, and she was immediately suspended, pending investigation. She quit 2 days later. Unfortunately, HR decided they needed to continue their investigation of the allegation that I had an orgy at work, because that was totally plausible and not at all made up by a crazy woman. They put me through hell investigating this imaginary story about me and 2 men and another woman, even though the only men in our department are twice my age and happily married. It made me never want to trust HR again. I left the job a month later myself, and when I interviewed for my current job, she had interviewed half an hour before me, and they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 other openings since, and she applied for both of them. I'm terrified of meeting her again. It turned out she has a history of inpatient psych treatment for delusional behavior and was known to be obsessive about people she took a liking to. According to Facebook, her current girlfriend has a similar first name as me and shares more than a few physical similarities. She still knows where I live. So I'm pretty sure that the current situation is that she's still telling people that I'm her girlfriend, all while she's desperately applying for any job she can get at my new workplace. Okay, so I wasn't conventionally nor classically pretty. I was the duff in any friend group I found myself in. I never worried about being hit on, disrespected, or kidnapped. Safety concerns were never an issue for me when going out because I was never the one anyone wanted to get to know or be around. I was just too plain. It was always me who had to look out for my friends, male and female alike. I used to go to a local bar almost daily. I didn't drink alcohol there. I just ordered a regular Coke and waited for my ride home. It was my usual hangout spot after work, so I sat, chilled, and minded my own business. A few weeks ago, I had just finished work and was sitting in my regular spot, sipping my drink while working on a new pendant I was making. I had started wire wrapping crystals into jewelry. I didn't expect anyone to strike up a conversation with me, knowing I basically blended into the walls despite the staff knowing me and paying me slight attention and being nice to me. But this weird guy I'd never seen before came over and sat at my table across from me. I was surprised and engaged in a small conversation that I can't even remember how I started, but he began asking me a few questions about myself that seemed normal and flowed together, so I didn't think much of it. Again, being plain, I didn't think anyone would take interest in me. By then, I had drunk 3 glasses of soda and needed to use the restroom, so I grabbed my phone and purse and went. When I returned a few minutes later, I resumed working since none of my stuff had been touched. I called a waitress over, asked for a new drink, and she nodded. It had always been engraved in me that you never leave your drink unattended. If you do, either have it remade or leave it to the bartender. As the waitress was reaching for my old drink, which only had a few sips taken out of it, the guy got a bit agitated, saying I was being wasteful for ordering a new drink. I looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion, and asked why it was his concern. It was my money after all, and refills were free. He then accused me of making more work for the waitress for no reason. Annoyed, I told him firmly that it was my business, and if he didn't like it, he could leave. He attempted to wave off the waitress changing my drink, but I had enough of his nonsense and flatly said, "You drink it, if you think it's such a waste." It seemed to catch him off guard. He looked shocked, then a bit angry, before storming off. I then handed the drink to the waitress, expressing unease about the guy I was talking to, and asked her to inform the bartender to keep an eye on him. I requested to have my drink dumped out and only water served from then on. I left for home after being picked up shortly after, and the next day after work, I found out he had been arrested for assault. I only found out today what exactly had happened. Apparently, he had gotten into a fight with the bartender working that night. The bartender caught him tampering with a girl's drink while she wasn't looking and prevented her from drinking it. The guy got angry, leading to a physical altercation. The cops were called, and now he's awaiting trial. It turns out he was trying to see if he could take advantage of someone like me, someone who always let her guard down due to low confidence. He thought I'd be an easy target with just a little attention. When I didn't consume my drink upon returning, he targeted another girl. If he truly was targeting me, I have to question his sanity and sobriety. Found myself in the kind of situation that would chill any parent to the bone. My 2 young kids sat shivering in the back seat of our car as I tried to keep my composure. We were stranded on a snow-covered road in the middle of nowhere, far from the nearest town. The car's engine had sputtered and coughed its last breath a while ago, and my phone had no signal. Desperation clung to the cold air as I tried to reassure my children that help was on the way. I had called a tow truck, but it seemed like hours had passed since then, and the icy darkness was unrelenting. Just as I was losing all hope of being rescued, a set of headlights appeared in the distance, slowly growing brighter. Relief washed over me as a man pulled up in a pickup truck. His frosty breath covered his face in the cold night air. "Looks like you folks could use some help," he called out. His voice was friendly, but something about the situation had my guard up. I was hesitant, but the thought of my children suffering in the cold pushed me to accept his offer. "Yes, thank you," I replied, trying to hide my unease. "We've already called a tow truck, but it's taking a while." The man didn't waste any time. He opened the hood of my car and started tinkering with the engine. His hands moved deftly, almost too quickly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As the minutes turned into what felt like an eternity, the man turned his attention to my children. "You know, it's pretty darn cold out here," he said, looking towards them with a warm smile. "Why don't you let them sit in my truck? It's nice and toasty in there." I hesitated, glancing at my children. They were practically blue from the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "No, thank you, we're okay," I stammered, trying to muster some courage. But the man was persistent, insisting that it was the best thing for them. "It won't be long, just until I get this fixed up," he said, his smile never faltering. "I've got hot chocolate in the truck. They'll love it." The children began to whine, their tiny voices filled with misery. I felt a lump form in my throat. All right, just for a little while, I relented, my heart pounding in my chest. As my son and daughter climbed into the stranger's truck, I watched anxiously from a distance. Minutes turned into what felt like hours as the man continued to work on my car. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, and my mind raced with dark scenarios. The kids wrapped in the stranger's blankets seemed oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere that had settled around us. They giggled and chatted about how cozy and warm the truck was. My daughter even mentioned how nice it would be to spend the night in a comfy bed instead of the cold car. The stranger, who had been fiddling with my car engine, suddenly looked up and said, "You know, the nearest town is only about a half-hour's drive from here. I'd be more than happy to take your kids there, get them a warm meal and a place to sleep for the night. It's not safe for them to stay out here." My heart raced as my children's faces lit up with excitement. They began pleading with me to let them go, their voices filled with innocence and trust. "Mom, please, it'll be fun," my son exclaimed. Despite the freezing cold that still gripped me, a chill of a different kind ran down my spine. I absolutely hated everything about this situation. I needed to protect my children, but letting them drive away with a stranger obviously wasn't an option. But neither was freezing to death. They weren't helping the situation at all. I hated how naive they were, and I hated how they would ignore my attempts to give them a serious stare when I was trying to communicate to them that we were in a bad situation. The stranger's insistence, coupled with my children's growing enthusiasm, created an agonizing dilemma. I mustered all the politeness I could and replied, "Thank you so much for your offer, but the tow truck should be here soon, and we'll be on our way. We wouldn't want to trouble you any further." The man's expression changed. His eyes narrowed as he glanced at me with a hint of frustration. "Ma'am, I'm just trying to help. It's not safe for your kids out here in the cold. I promise, I'm a good guy." The standoff continued, my heart pounding in my chest as the tension thickened. The stranger's insistence clashed with my maternal instincts, and I felt a growing urgency to protect my children from whatever threat might be lurking behind this seemingly kind offer. As the minutes passed, the kids continued to shiver despite the warmth of the stranger's truck. I couldn't ignore their discomfort any longer. Trying to sound as composed as possible, I said to them, "It's time to get back into our car. The tow truck should be here soon." The children reluctantly agreed, and we climbed out of the stranger's truck, thanking him for his help. As we made our way back to our car, the man's eyes followed us. He seemed disappointed, but didn't insist any further. I hurriedly bundled the kids back into the car, and we locked the doors. Just as we settled in, the distant sound of the tow truck's engine reached our ears. The tow truck arrived, its lights cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. The driver, a burly man with a kind face, jumped out and got to work on my car. As he worked, he glanced at me and the stranger. "You're lucky I got here as fast as I did," he said. His tone was serious. "You know, this road isn't safe at night. It's best to stay in your car." The stranger's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold determination. Without a word, he climbed into his truck and sped away into the snowy night, leaving me with a chilling sense of dread. With my kids safely beside me and our car on the road to recovery, the sense of dread that had hung over me earlier began to fade. The late-night drive home, though still chilly, felt considerably less ominous than the creepy encounter we had just experienced. And as we finally drove away from that desolate stretch of road, I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if we had accepted the stranger's offer to take the kids away in his truck. The thought made me feel sick, and I knew we had narrowly escaped a potentially perilous situation. The worst part about all of it was my children's lack of situational awareness. They were so eager to be taken away by a stranger. I made a very conscious effort to teach them more about dangerous situations, and that when Mommy looks at them with a big serious expression and tells them something, that they need to listen and do as they're told. I had been chatting with this girl online for weeks, and she seemed like the perfect match for me. So when she suggested we meet at hers, which happened to be in the middle of nowhere, I couldn't resist the adventure. My GPS had guided me through the labyrinth of back roads with the promise that I was nearing her location. But as I rounded yet another bend, I found myself in the middle of a seemingly abandoned junkyard. Rusty old cars and worn-down buildings moved in the darkness. The place was only lit by my car in the moonlight. Confusion turned to fear as I realized this was the wrong place. Panic set in when the harsh glare of headlights suddenly appeared behind me. A group of burly men, their faces obscured by the shadows, blocked my way and surrounded my truck. One of them, clearly the leader, approached my window. His eyes were filled with suspicion. "What the hell are you doing here, boy?" "This is private property." My words tumbled up in a rush as I explained my predicament, that I was supposed to meet someone nearby, but my GPS had led me astray. They exchanged glances, their suspicion turning into a sinister grin. Sure, the leader said, "but you see, we've been having some trouble with trespassers lately. Can't be too careful, you know?" His companions chuckled ominously. Without another word, I threw my car into reverse and backed out of there as fast as I could. My heart was pounding. I turned the car around quicker than I thought was possible, and I fumbled with the GPS, trying to tell it to return home. The men continued to shout at me as I sped away, but my troubles were far from over. My GPS, unable to keep up with my rapid escape, soon led me onto an even narrower road. Darkness surrounded me as I ventured further into the woods. My anxiety was making my legs shake aggressively, and my hands could barely follow simple instructions. With no cell service and no signs of civilization, I was well and truly lost. Suddenly, as if mocking my desperation, a deer bounded out from the shadows and onto the road. Panic surged through me as I slammed on the brakes, screeching almost to a complete stop. The deer barely reacted and just continued to slowly prance down the road. Suddenly, I noticed the rednecks from the junkyard had caught up, their truck now dangerously close behind me. They were leaning on the horn, yelling obscenities, and I really started to feel like I wasn't getting out of this alive. Desperation pushed me to follow the deer. I drove at a crawl, praying the animal would move aside. But it just dominated the road in front of me for a painful amount of time. It continued to run ahead of me. The longer it was there, the more it started to look like some type of demon. It looked like something you'd see in Norse mythology. Its horns looked like human arms reaching into the sky. My heart raced as I watched the creature's every move. The rednecks were relentless, inching closer, their voices growing louder, getting even angrier. The suspense was unbearable. I was trapped behind the deer, with nowhere to go, and a group of hostile men closing in behind me. The narrow road seemed to stretch on forever, and with every passing second, I couldn't help imagine all the different ways that I was going to be killed. The men in the truck behind me were starting to push into the back of my car, and I could hear the revving of their engine, eager to push me off the road. I really started to panic and started honking at the deer. I even contemplated abandoning my car and fleeing into the darkness, but I knew that would be futile. It would catch me within moments. As we continued our awful drive on that terrible road, the deer suddenly leaped to the side, disappearing into the dense underbrush. I seized the opportunity and accelerated. When I looked back in my mirror, I saw the deer jump out again right in front of their truck. They slammed on the brakes and were frantically shouting at it to get out of the way. I'm sure they had no issue with killing a deer, but ramming it with their truck at that slow speed would likely just make it angry and it wouldn't be worth the damage. I didn't hesitate for a second as I went full speed down the rest of the road, hitting every bump with no regard for the condition of my car. I drove for what felt like hours, my heart still pounding, until I finally stumbled upon a small town. There, I found my bearings and eventually made it to the nearest motel. It was only when I locked the door behind me that I felt safe enough to breathe. As I lay in bed, trying to process what had happened, I couldn't help wondering about that deer. Was it merely a coincidence, a strange twist of fate? Or did it know what it was doing, sensing my fear, deciding to lead me away from danger and preventing them from chasing me. I'd almost completely forgotten about my date, and when I checked the app to tell her what had happened, she unmatched. I have mixed thoughts about the whole thing. Was she a catfish the whole time, luring me into danger? Did she think that I had ghosted her, so she unmatched out of embarrassment? I kind of believe that she set me up either as a prank or as part of the junkyard group. What their plan was, I'm not sure, but I've given up with dating apps. A few years back, I'd just gotten my first bike. As a young female rider, I often attracted unwanted attention. People couldn't help but notice me as I cruised through the streets. It was exhilarating, and I loved the feeling of the wind and the freedom of the open road. Most bikers I came across were so kind and welcoming, and there's a really strong community. But there were times when the attention crossed a line. One evening, I was riding home after a long day. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow across the sky. The road was quiet, just the way I liked it. My bike crawled beneath me, and for a moment, everything felt perfect. But then, as I pulled into a gas station to top up my tank, I noticed him, a young guy on another bike, maybe in his 20s. He parked beside me, and our eyes met. I offered a polite nod, thinking he'd move on. Instead, he removed his helmet and started chatting. He had a friendly smile and an easygoing demeanor, and although his confidence was admirable, something about his persistence set me on edge. We talked for a few minutes about our bikes and the thrill of riding. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was being a bit too forward. I nodded and kept my responses short, hoping he'd eventually get bored and ride off into the sunset. However, that wasn't his plan. After filling up our tanks, he hopped back on his bike and revved his engine, indicating that he was going to follow me. Anxiety began to creep in as I realized this stranger wanted to ride with me. This wasn't completely unheard of. I'd gone side by side a few times with some other bikers until we both go our own ways. But I was heading home, and I didn't want to be followed. As the miles rolled by, he continued to ride beside me, occasionally trying to impress me with a wheelie or a burst of speed. It wasn't overly creepy, just persistent. I decided it was time to lose him. I knew my bike and its capabilities well, so I hit the throttle, speeding away from him. The wind rushed past me as I pushed my bike to its limits. He caught up again, and I realized that I wasn't going to lose him. I decided to pull over, and he pulled up next to me. He was so proud of himself. He took off his helmet and had a massive grin on his face as if we'd been playing a fun game. I told him I was heading home now and that I'd see him around. He continued smiling at me and told me he'd make sure I get back safe. I really wasn't in the mood. I kind of snapped and told him directly that I was good and didn't need an escort. Just as I started to leave, I gave him a wave. One last attempt to make it clear that I was saying goodbye, leave me alone. He rested his helmet down, so it took him some time to get ready. I managed to get some serious distance this time. Glancing back, I saw him in the distance, desperately trying to catch up. The adrenaline was pumping through my veins as I moved through the winding roads. But the persistent rider wasn't giving up. He was closing in fast. I could hear the roar of his engine growing louder, and I knew I had to make a decision. Ahead, the road took a sharp turn. I had to slow down to navigate it safely. That's when he saw his chance to overtake me. He revved his engine, racing forwards. But he misjudged the turn, and before I knew it, he slammed into the wall with a deafening crash. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in shock. He flew over the barrier, disappearing into the darkness. Without hesitation, I screeched to a halt and rushed to the edge. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it into the water, desperately trying to spot him. It was almost pitch black, and I'd barely even seen how far he went. All I know is that I saw him fly straight ahead. He clearly landed in a river, but it was really wide, and visibility was minimal. I shouted for him while I was pulling out my phone to call for help. The river was moving fast. He could have easily been miles downstream by the time help arrived. I stayed there for hours that night, searching for this stranger, desperately hoping that we'd find him. I had this awful feeling of guilt. One moment I was racing away from him, the next, I wanted nothing more than to see him alive and well. I still wrestle with the idea that it was my fault. I didn't even give him a chance to explain why he was going the same way as me. They never did find his body. That river has claimed many lives over the years, and I feel like I contributed to it. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough not to feel isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me, though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only one of my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I had never smelled it before around that house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I ignored it and went inside. I had just got off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later, sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he could stop by, even if I wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand, though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone's screen blinded me. These were the days before phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could make out that it was 9-something, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple of seconds of silence before I heard loud footsteps as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. That house had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access and the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside of the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into our room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which just had boxes stacked in a corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone were hiding, it would be in the bedroom because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too much of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he lost his temper. He would eventually be placed in a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast my name, all day.
Yeah, doing something at the Viper Room and then trying to come here the next day. The Viper Room is just notorious. Like, even when you're in the building, you just feel like, oh.
It is notorious.
Yeah.
It was funny because the only way I'd ever been in there was through that, the door on the side street there.
Uh-huh.
And they, they had all the cameras out and took me around. I'd never come in through the door on Sunset before, even recognized the place.
No, I've never been through that door either.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've only been there once. I was there for a comedy show. This feels weird. So there's certain buildings that just have bizarre history.
Yeah, well, Shooter was telling me last night, man, River Phoenix died on the sidewalk right out that door. I didn't know that. I thought it was in front of the whiskey for some reason.
No, it was the Viper Room.
I never realized that.
Yeah. It's a fucked up place. Hey, man, nice to meet you.
Pleasure's all mine, Joe.
I love your music.
Really?
Yeah. My friend Jake turned me on to you. Your music is like, you've lived a life. You can't fake that.
Mm.
You know what I mean? There's something about certain dudes' voices and songs that, like, all right, that guy's done some living.
Mm.
You can't create that with AI.
Right.
They're gonna try.
Everybody, it's crazy. We're kind of reaching singularity,
Yeah.
where nobody can tell the difference.
I know. I think we're right about there. There was a new one that just got released today. Did you hear the new one today? It's even better than the Google one. That was insane. It was released last week. Yeah, it's weird.
What are you talking about?
Some new AI engine that does video. I'll send it to you, Jamie. It's pretty incredible. The way they're able to make stuff now, where it looks exactly like real human beings. Like, it doesn't. It doesn't look fake even a little bit. Yeah. I'll send it to you, Jamie. It's called Bite Dance. So is that the China one? Oh, okay.
It's the company that owns TikTok.
Oh, yeah, China. Yeah. This is their new AI. So this is all fake people, all done by computers, indistinguishable. It's like very strange. You got it? Throw that up. Give me some sound. You gotta click on it. This is all fake. What the fuck, man? We are living in the weirdest time ever, Charlie Crockett.
Oh, man, you're right.
This is the weirdest time ever to be alive, because we're so close to not being able to tell what's real and what's fake. We're so close. We're essentially right there with video, and then eventually it's going to move into some sort of perception. It's going to be feel. You're going to be able to put a helmet on and whoosh, go into some bizarre world.
And you can't stop it.
You can't stop it.
It's coming.
It's coming. It's in the people that are working on it in America. Like, we have to, because China's working on it. Like, okay, I guess that's just what we're doing.
Space race, even if it's just a show.
Yeah, it's essentially the Manhattan Project for artificial intelligence. There's a race around the world.
Joe, did we go to the moon?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. It makes you sound fucking completely insane to say it, but
I lost a lot of friends when I was younger when I started talking like that.
I did too. I gained a lot of friends too, though. I gained a lot of listen, man, I've talked to scientists that don't want to talk about it publicly.
Yeah.
Scientists.
Well, see, you know what I figured? I figured that would be the one time in the history of civilization that human beings got to a new place and said, nah, I'm good, and turned around. And
exactly.
I don't want to look around there anymore.
Well, Bart Sabrell
He's this researcher that's been doing these documentaries on the moon landing, and he's been saying it's fake since like I met him sometime in the early 2000s, I believe, and he put out this documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," and he's got a great quote, and he says, "There's not a single thing that's not easier, faster, and cheaper to reproduce today from 1969 except the moon landing. It's the one thing." Well, and everybody go, "Oh, but they spent so much money. Why would they spend the money on that again?" Well, why would they spend money on all the things they spend money on? Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. The moon has trillions of dollars in rare minerals on it. There's all sorts of shit on the moon that would be very beneficial to society. And it was always going to be that we're going to have a base on the moon. They were going to use that to go to other places. I don't think so. I mean, if you look at the way they filmed it, like when we watched it on television, the people that watched it on television, it was the first time ever where there was a news thing where the news stations, the networks didn't have a direct feed. What they had was they filmed the moon landing. They showed it on a projection screen, and then the networks pointed their camera at the projection screen. That's why it looked so shitty.
Wow. You remember there was a movie that came out, it wasn't that far back, and it's all about this, like a legit movie. And I should remember this actor's name because he's getting better and better known. He's a really great actor. He played the lawman in Killers of the Flower Moon that shows up there at near the end and finally kind of takes them down. But he's been in a lot of other stuff, and it's this really great movie about faking the moon landing and all that stuff for, like, you know, American kind of cultural and economic dominance over Russia and all that.
Oh, so it's like
it's recent.
Oh, okay. Hey, Jamie, can you tell Jeff to bring in some coffee? So it's a drama.
It's a drama. Yeah, it's a Hollywood movie.
Jamie will find out what it is when he gets back.
I only saw it once, but it was good. And you know this actor because he's been everywhere, man. He's been in everything. I should know his name. I need to call him out. I think I saw him at the airport in Burbank a few months ago, actually.
It seems like a stupid thing to say, but I don't think it is. And then after COVID, realizing how much stuff they can lie about, how much stuff the government can hide, how much stuff that people will just accept as being true, despite all the evidence to the contrary, how much experts will go along with things, how easy it is to keep a secret. It's not that hard to keep a secret, especially a secret that is essentially set up to let us think, sir.
Dang, it's time when my wife stopped by.
Yerba mate? Is that what you're into?
I love them, man.
Yeah, they're good.
You know why I like it, really? I didn't realize it for like a year or two, and now I realize it because it tastes just like Coca-Cola.
Does it really?
It does. It's close. I think that's the secret. It tastes like Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to try the original Coca-Cola with cocaine in it.
Oh, sure.
I wonder what that was like.
Non-habit forming.
Yeah, allegedly.
Right.
Yeah, another lie.
Was it true, right, that Bear at first had heroin in it or opium?
Really?
The original version of it? Yeah, well,
Really?
the original product.
We'll find that out.
Yeah, I think it did.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure. It's real great for headaches. I mean, more lies, right? How many times have we been lied to?
But you know what it is? It's I think it's I'm preaching to the choir here, but I think it's a perception thing, right? With it's like planting that flag on the moon is a cultural thing.
Yeah.
You know, an American pop culture thing.
Sure.
Right?
Well, they wanted us to be dominant militarily over Russia.
Shit worked.
Yeah. I mean, sort of, kind of.
Kinda, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely are dominant over, militarily. We definitely were back then, essentially. Here it is. Heroin. Woo! Wow. Bear had heroin.
Non-habit forming.
Right.
You gotta get the non-habit forming kind.
But I mean, like, what is the difference between that and doctors prescribing OxyContin? It's not that much. Sears Roebuck once sold heroin. Jesus Christ. Must have been a wild time back then.
Man, that's a great illustration there.
Yeah, look at that. 2 needles, 2 vials of heroin, only $1.50. Less than $50 adjusted for inflation. Wow. This is in the 19th century. So the 1800s Sears catalog used to offer a heroin kit.
I think the actor you're talking about was Jesse Clemens, but I don't know what.
That's him, bro. See if you can find it.
Jesse Plemons. Just
You can
Google
type.
moon.
Yeah, moon.
I did with flowers and summer moon just popping up.
But do space.
The Discovery? That's 2015? No. 2017?
Try Jesse Plemons' moon conspiracy or space conspiracy.
Huh. Are you sure it wasn't AI? Because there's a lot of those. I thought Keanu Reeves really wasn't a new Dracula movie.
Yeah.
Fake?
No, I'm just gonna look at it.
Possibly fake. What was the other question you had? Oh, bear hair one. Yeah, man. They've been tricking people for a long fucking time. You know, if they can make money, they'll trick you.
Yeah.
Back then, they're probably being tricked themselves. People didn't really understand what was addicted and what wasn't. You know, doctors used to recommend cigarettes for people with emphysema. You got asthma?
Yeah.
Do you need cigarettes?
Yeah, they were drinking. Athletes are drinking Coca-Cola on the court.
Well, you know who drinks Coca-Cola? Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather, after training.
Ending the
would drink
Lenovo
Coca-Cola.
ThinkPad
And
live
there's
stream
actually
at
some science
12:04.
like
New
having
live stream should
sugar,
initiate in
like right
90
after a
seconds or
really hard
less, unless the
workout,
Everett Police
actually
Department
replenishes
decides to add more counts to their life
replenishes glucose
census.
in the body.
Like Gatorade.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea.